Like 'em, love 'em, hate 'em, think they're overrated, underrated, too respected, too commercial, gods among men, clouds, innovators, imitators. Mention this band, and every music fan has an opinion. On this week's Tier List Tuesday episode of No Time to Rock, every studio album from Metallica. So this list is going to be addressed chronologically, not from 10 to 1, 1 to 10, best to worst, anything like that. They're lined up as we got them, starting with Kill 'Em All and ending with 72 Seasons. Here we go. Kill 'Em All, their debut album. It was raw and rough. It showed these guys could play, and it showed what they were going to play. This is a thrash metal band. Hello World. Seek and Destroy and Whiplash are on this album. They still play those songs live. A solid beginning, that's for sure. Ride the Lightning in 1984. This was my first Metallica album. A friend of mine gave this to me because he owed me some money, and it was a promo copy when they were still on, I don't remember if it was Combat or Megaforce Records. Ride the Lightning really blew me away. This was a big leap for the band. You could tell that they were trying to write better songs, not just show how hard they can rock. The lyrics were a little deeper. Fade to Black's on this album. Creeping Death is on this album. And it is an excellent Metallica album. Oh man, I even want to say, I might change my mind and move that up to legendary. Master of Puppets was released in 1986. This one I listened to a lot. A lot of people believe this is their best album. The musical compositions were more complex. The lyrics were a little deeper, a little more meaningful. Songs about addiction. Battery was on this album. Of course, Master of Puppets was on this album. Some people would argue, and I might be inclined to agree, it is their best overall album. It is peak Metallica, at least as far as whether or not it's a really good album or not. 1988, And Justice for All. Things got a little more intricate. Things got a little more political, maybe. Obviously, the guys are not big fans of war. The one video really helped the band gain a lot of attention and sell a lot of albums. Harvester of Sorrow is on this album. The only thing wrong with it, maybe, is it needs a little more bass. But this is I'm still going to put that one there. It is one of the genre's best. It is a great thrash metal, heavy metal album. The Black Album was next in 1991. Enter Sandman, Nothing Else Matters, MTV Music Awards, Grammys. This album, really as far as mainstream success, this album really, I don't know if they sold as many albums as Def Leppard did around that time, but I think they might have. And I mean, they were competing with, even though grunge was new and really taking over the world, I think the Black Album still at that time sold better than Nirvana did, than Pearl Jam. So it was their commercial breakthrough, and it was really good. I would still argue it was a really good album, even though it made them popular. I think the band challenged themselves to say, okay, how can we still make Metallica songs, but make them maybe a little more sleek, but still good Metallica songs? So I'm still going to say that this is an excellent album. I don't know if it's legendary. I don't know if it qualifies for that based on what I'm trying to say legendary is. 5 years later, we got Load, which was more of a blues and hard rock album. To a degree, was this a reaction to grunge in a way, or we just want to do more bluesy stuff? Either way, Until It Sleeps, a good song. King Nothing's a good song. Bands do have to try new things. I would put that in that category. It was good, not great. And then it was time to reload. This came just a year later. Fuel was on this album. The Memory Remains was on this album. This was Load Part 2, really. And they basically took the best songs, put them on Load. This kind of feels like a collection of B-sides in a way. There are good songs on there. There are good songs on here. Like I said, Fuel is a good song. But I'm going to put this in Has Its Moments. Up to that point, at this point, it's definitely arguable that it was their least overall effort in a lot of ways. Garage Inc., the covers compilation that rolled $5.99 EP in with it and showcased a lot of other covers, bands, artists, songs they liked, influences. Of course, Turn the Page is still on the radio a lot. The old Seeger song, Whiskey in the Jar, the old Tin Lizzy tune. It's kind of cool to see, to hear your favorite bands and artists, show you the roots, where they came from, what were their influences. Now, is Garage Inc. still an album that you pull out and listen to very often? For me, no. Speaking of albums you don't pull out and listen to very often, again, they're going to experiment. This is the first new album really since Reload or Load, depending on how you look at it. The production was a little more raw, almost like Kill 'Em All raw. Weird album for Lars. The drumming was kind of weird. This is not a bad album, but it's not a particularly good album. So has its moments. It goes there. It was released just 4 years after. So 5 years after Saint Anger, it was Death Magnetic. And after 5 years of living with Saint Anger, I think a lot of people thought Death Magnetic was pretty good. It was above average. It was definitely above it. It was the best thing they'd done in quite a long time. Probably the best thing since Load, and probably better than Load. So The Day That Never Comes is on here. All Nightmare Long is on here. They really show off their chops on this album. It's very riff heavy, and it's really loud. It's like they're just saying, okay, we're going to get back to doing what we're doing, and we're cranking it up. So this was their, I'm going to say it was an excellent album. Fight me. Not a legendary thing. And then 2011, we were treated to this collaboration album with Lou Reed. My thinking is they said to themselves, how can we make people forget about Saint Anger? I'm actually a big Lou Reed fan. I like Lou Reed a lot. And, I think one thing that brave artists do is take chances, even though they know that it's not always going to work out. And Metallica fans can be very harsh. And this is an album that probably, in my estimation, a lot of people don't even have in their collection and consider themselves as having a complete Metallica collection. 2016's Hardwired to Self-Destruct. Whew! You really pretty much have to take the day off to listen to this, which probably means, I'm guessing you don't revisit it very often. It's been a long time since I put on this and listened to it from start to finish. I bet you it's been... Well, it came out in 2016. It's a solid album. So there you go. It's a solid album. It goes right there in that category right there. 72 Seasons from last year, which followed up a 7-year gap. So is 72 Seasons really a particularly good album? Or is it just that after waiting 7 years, any new Metallica album is worth it? I'm going to put this in the excellent category. I thought there were a lot of good songs on there. I really liked Lux Eterna when that dropped. I think If Darkness Had a Sun is a classic Metallica song. So that is it. That is Tier List Tuesday, Metallica's studio albums. This British rock band mixed blues, folk, hard rock, innovative guitar work, soaring vocals, versatile bass, and thunderous drums to create a sound wholly unique and, to this day, absolutely, utterly iconic. On this Tier List Tuesday episode of No Time to Rock, Led Zeppelin. So, full disclosure, I was 3 years old when the first Led Zeppelin album was released. And I never personally owned any Led Zeppelin albums until 1983. And it was Coda. I was really more into Rush and Scorpions and Judas Priest, or weird keyboardy stuff like Vangelis, jazz fusion stuff like Weather Report and Pat Metheny. I liked the Zeppelin tunes I heard on my local rock station, 94 WAMX. But I hadn't really taken the dive just yet. But then you go to college, become friends with people who are cooler than you are. They make you sit down and listen to Zep 2 all the way through. Then you get it. Flash forward to 40 years later, and here I am presenting my tier list of Led Zeppelin albums based largely on my personal opinion, but also my impression of the legacy each has left behind. I'm not factoring sales into this, they all sold very well. I'm also not doing a Led Zeppelin history lesson either. If you need help with that, there's plenty of source material out there. I definitely recommend you read Hammer of the Gods. There's a Zeppelin documentary that's finally going to be released this year. So, in order of release, here we go. 1969's Led Zeppelin. The first album. Some critics really hated this. A lot of people felt that it was derivative of earlier classic blues songs from Willie Dixon and Bucca White. It is absolutely undeniable that those tunes inspired or informed those early Led Zeppelin 1 compositions. Nonetheless, the album sold very well and over time has become regarded as one of the greatest rock records of all time. It's finished in Rolling Stone's Top 500 album list every time that they've done that list. Personally, I do think it's a gutsy, ballsy, hard album. It's not my favorite Led Zeppelin album, but damn, it's good. 1969's Led Zeppelin 2 was crunchier. Some people almost point to this as the beginning of heavy metal. The guitars are harder on this record. This is the album with Whole Lotta Love, their only top 5 hit. Heartbreaker / Living Loving Maid, She's Just a Woman. That was all over classic rock stations, and of course I knew that song. Living Loving Maid was supposedly a song about a groupie, so wink, wink. And the Lemon Song is also on this. You got the flanged vocals on What Is and What Should Never Be. Every song on this gets played on rock radio, basically just about, except maybe Moby Dick and Bring It On Home. Zep 2 is a classic. Zep 2 is an, boom, all-time classic. It is a great Led Zeppelin album. No, wait a minute. Great's down here. It is an all-time classic Led Zeppelin album. I think you're starting to get the picture that I really like Led Zeppelin. So by the time I heard Led Zeppelin 3, I was like, yeah, damn, it's a very good Led Zeppelin album. Immigrant Song's certainly a classic. I like the fact that the band explored more styles. I didn't like the fact that that Zeppelin 3 was so acoustic for so much of the album, if that makes sense. This is one of the best all-time rock records ever, period. Mandatory for any serious record collection. Unless you just absolutely hate Led Zeppelin. And if you absolutely hate Led Zeppelin, I don't think you deserve to have an opinion. Plus, they go all Lord of the Rings on this one. 1973's Houses of the Holy. This is my personal favorite Led Zeppelin album. And it seems like I'm kind of alone in that opinion a lot of times. I just think that this album best showcased the variety of places that this band could go. And that each song is just a really good song. The song remains the same. Oh, the Rain song. Who doesn't love the Rain song? That song makes you feel good. Over the Hills and Far Away. Really cool acoustic song. The Crunch. Dancing Days Are Here Again. Jamaica. No Quarter. This is one I knew I liked. Dark Shit. The Ocean's a great song. Again, this is another one of those albums where basically your local classic rock station probably plays the whole album still. There were songs that were recorded from this album that later showed up on Physical Graffiti. I put this up here. I feel like that belongs there. I just do. I love this album so much. I just feel like this is the most complete, interesting to listen to Led Zeppelin from start to finish. To me, this is where they peaked creatively. And I know a lot of people think it was before that. Some people think it was after that. I only put it in the all-time classic category because I like it that much. A lot of people would tell you it doesn't belong there. 1975's Physical Graffiti. Here's a double album. They recorded they created what they were going to record for this album and realized they had 3 sides worth of stuff. So they decided to go back and look at a few things that were in the vault, and they fleshed it out to have a full-size double album. That's why there's a song called Houses of the Holy on this album instead of on Houses of the Holy. Physical Graffiti is regarded as a great album, but I'm only going to put it in excellent because I don't think it's this tier. I don't think it's that tier of an album. It also had this super cool package that was nominated for album package in 1974. Was nominated for a Grammy because of the album package. It's still in the top 500 of the Rolling Stones' greatest 500 albums ever recorded. Being someone that likes rock music that has a little bit of a darker tone to it, you'd think I would have eventually come to appreciate Presence a little more. But I never really have. I've never really thought it was a great. Achilles' Last Stand is probably the closest thing to a standout track on the album. Maybe I never really gave it enough of a chance. Also from 1976, the official soundtrack from The Song Remains the Same. Me and my chums back in the 80s, we'd rent that VHS tape from a local Blockbuster or whatever video store we could find of The Song Remains the Same. It was a ritual to watch that. We would always get really quiet when that one scene with Jimmy Page and his freaky glowing eyes. The drummers in the room, we all loved the extended John Bonham Moby Dick section. If we had girls with us, they all went outside for a little while when that happened. Now, the reissue of this album, the 2007 reissue that coincided with a new version of the movie being put together. The 2007 version of the soundtrack basically restores the soundtrack to being essentially the same as what you saw in the movie. It took a little bit of work to do that. They didn't want to change any of the visual footage from the movie, so they did have to go back and use some audio from some different performances that were live recordings and kind of work their, this is the year 2007, we can do all kinds of magic now stuff. Magic to make that. So if you haven't listened to The Song Remains the Same or watched the video for quite some while, I'd recommend you check it out. It is very good. I'm never really one to put a live album in the all-time classic tier, but it's pretty cool. I would prefer watching the movie. 1979's In Through the Outdoor was a big commercial success for Led Zeppelin. Unfortunately, they would break up shortly after its release because of the untimely passing of John Bonham. In Through the Outdoor was a huge commercial success. All My Love was never released as a single, but it wound up getting a lot of airplay on top 40 stations. It was considered that good of a ballad. Fool in the Rain was a mid-chart top 40 hit. I think it maybe went to number 20 or something like that. It's a catchy song. To me, my issue with In Through the Outdoor is it sounds a little too, this is who we are, this is what we do, our songs are supposed to sound like this. Hey, synthesizers are kind of catching on right now, let's sprinkle a little bit of that in with what we do. There are no bad songs on In Through the Outdoor, but I don't really think there are any great songs on In Through the Outdoor. All My Love's a great ballad. They made better ballad. In Through the Outdoor, you are good. 1982's Coda. This was my first Led Zeppelin album that I listened to, that I heard, that I bought, I owned, heard it all the way through. And I thought, well, this is interesting. This doesn't seem to fit together very well. But it was a collection of things that they had set aside before, some live tracks from sessions. They still owed Atlantic an album for distribution. The 2015 reissue, I believe that's when that was reissued, when they were repackaging the Zeppelin albums in the middle of the last decade. It adds a lot to it, adds a lot of extra songs, a lot of bonus tracks, including some of John Bonham's Bombay Orchestra mixes of like Four Hands and Friends. Coda's not bad. I'm honestly gonna, oh boy. See, here's the thing. If I put it in the good category, I'm saying it's just as good as In Through the Outdoor? I don't know. I might have to pause the video and think about this for a minute. No, wait. It's good enough. It's a Zeppelin album. Don't act like you don't need it. The first box set, I didn't include the second box set in this tier. The first box set is a very good collection. Probably their best songs from those 8 initial albums. This was when the box set craze was a big deal in the late 80s, or I think this was 1990 when this was released. Is it good? Yeah, it's a good compilation. I have a hard time taking a box set like this and saying it's an all-time classic, or it's excellent, or even that it's very good or good. I really honestly have to say that it's, well, okay, this was the first time you had a chance to have Hey, What Can I Do? It was included in the pack. And I believe Traveling Riverside Blues, which hadn't been released before. All right, you're good. The BBC sessions, these are early recordings. Yes, I am skipping over the second box set. It was just the other stuff that they didn't put on the original 4-disc box set in 1990. We're not even going to touch on that. In 1977, the BBC sessions represented the first new, sort of, Led Zeppelin recording in a while. It was later reissued as a 3-CD set. It's all live recordings from some John Peel sessions. There are in some places, 2 or 3 different versions of the same song. These are old recordings from 1969, 1970, 1971. It's kind of interesting to hear them, and this is when they were sort of at their bluesy peak, I guess you might say. It's good to check out. I don't think it's great or beyond that. The Best of Led Zeppelin there were 2 Best of Led Zeppelin albums right around the turn of the century. There was a Led Zeppelin DVD, which pieced together a lot of different concert footage. How the West Was Won was released in 2003. As digital technology got a lot better as we moved into the 21st century, a lot of bands who were very aware of how their material had been bootlegged through the years said, well, it's our stuff. We can fix it. So How the West Was Won is a few shows that were recorded in Los Angeles in the early 70s. And Jimmy Page said, I'm going to do some studio wizardry here. I'm not saying he re-recorded a bunch of stuff, but I'm just saying this was remastered from those bootlegs. How the West Was Won. 2 really good live shows. I mean, it could even be, or 3 really good live shows, I think. In 2007, the Led Zeppelin catalog became available on the iTunes store for the very first time. And part of the way that they marketed that, they made a big fuss out of it, was the release of a compilation called Mothership, which was, I don't think it was a repackaging of the first box set. It was 2 CDs worth of music, remastered, good, but maybe not essential. Ooh, finally something made that category. Yeah, there's nothing really new or original on it. It's significant that it happened. It was the first time that you could legally own digital copies of Led Zeppelin's music. And then the other release in the discography that I think is worthy of mention is Celebration Day. The band got back together for a tribute concert in 2007, and then there was a legal mumbo jumbo, and then finally the documentary of that performance was released in 2012. The movie runs 2 hours. I believe the soundtrack runs essentially the same, maybe just a few minutes shorter, because they don't have, they're not going to mention who the best boy is and the best grip and all that stuff at the end of the album. For a bunch of guys that swore they'd never play together again, hadn't played together in a very, very long time, honestly, this is as good. This is as good as a live recording as it gets. I'm putting it in this category. And maybe you're like, huh? Oh, by the way, when I say the band reunited, obviously John Bonham. I just feel like, all things considered, the reunion of the 3 surviving members, the fact that a great many years had gone by and they still sounded so good. This, in my opinion, is their best live album. So it's excellent. We won't argue about that anymore. Foo Fighters tier list chronologically. Here we go. The first Foo Fighters album, recorded by Dave Grohl as a sort of emotional release for himself after Kurt Cobain's suicide. This Is a Call is on this album. I'll Stick Around is on this album. The video for Big Me was the parody of the Mentos commercial, The Fresh Maker. This album sold well. It was nominated for a Grammy. It set the stage for a lot of things to come, and a very listenable album. 1997, The Color and the Shape. This is the first Foo Fighters album with an actual band. It wasn't just all Dave Grohl. It was all Dave Grohl on the first Foo Fighters album. The Color and the Shape was nominated for a Grammy. Monkey Wrench is on this album. Everlong, My Hero, Walking After You. This album was a top 10 album. It was a double platinum album. February Stars is a good song. Another solid Foo Fighters album. I don't see how you could have enjoyed the first album and then be disappointed with The Color and the Shape. It's a good album. There is nothing left to lose. This is the first album in which Taylor Hawkins made any appearance. This album won a Grammy for Best Rock Album in 2001, Learn to Fly. This is when the band really started to break through more to the mainstream, if you want to concern yourself with that. But that Foo Fighters sound arguably grew beyond being a 90s post-grunge alternative rock band. Breakout is a banger. Next Year's a great song. Ain't It the Life almost has some yacht rock vibes to it. I think the Foo Fighters do, what you call mellow-ish rock pretty well when it's what they set out to do. Also, if you picked up the Learn to Fly CD single, it had their cover of Have a Cigar, the Pink Floyd song, was on There Is Nothing Left to Lose. I think, in my opinion, this is the first album where they really, from start to finish, knocked it out of the park. So that one gets an A. One by One in 2002. This won the Grammy for Best Rock Album in 2004. To this point, their heaviest album. During the making of this album, there was a lot of conflict. Times Like These is one of their best songs, in my opinion, and I think that might have reflected sort of a positivity that Grohl was trying to have in spite of everything that was going on during the making of the album. Dave Grohl is like rock music's original aspirational LinkedIn post musician, isn't he? There are a lot of Dave Grohl lyrics that are meme-worthy in that context, if you think about it. Brian May from Queen played the guitar in Tired of You, by the way. Now, here's the thing. By trying to go really heavy, I really kind of feel like they lost something on this album. This is still a good Foo Fighters album, but it was, for me, even though Times Like These was on it, they're good songs. There are always good songs on a Foo Fighters album. Don't act like there aren't. 2005, In Your Honor. This was a double album. Now, just my opinion, it's twice as hard for a double album to be half as good as a regular album. At least if it's a studio album, by the way, like Pink Floyd's The Wall is an exception. The Lamb Lies Down on Broadway. When I was coming of age musically, an album, an 8-track, a cassette, or whatever, You know, the average length of an album was like 30 minutes, maybe 35, maybe 40. You get the occasional 45-minute album every now and then. Either way, you could put one album on one side of a TDK SA90 and another album on the other side. There were no such thing as really long albums back then. You could get together with a few of your buds, and in a couple of hours' time, you could listen to 2 or 3 albums. Then CDs came out, and everyone decided that all that available space should be filled up. And all of a sudden, albums started getting really long. In Your Honor is an 83-minute double album. The harder tracks are on one disc, and then the more, mellower songs are on the other disc. The other disc is more acoustic. So I guess you could decide which Foo Fighters album you wanted to listen to. I guess it was okay. I guess the idea was there was pick a favorite album. Just pick one. Norah Jones is on this record. John Paul Jones from Led Zeppelin is on this. Best of You is a great song that takes a really long time to end. Like the end of the song is like 30 seconds long. You know, former drummer, that ending does kind of kick a lot of ass. I think that's a C because I struggle with double albums. Echo, Silence, Patience, and Grace was released in 2007. It won the Grammy for Best Rock Album. In my opinion, it's the most well-balanced album in their catalog, playing best to their strengths, at least up to that point. The Pretender is a top 10 all-time Foo Fighters track. It was number 1 for 18 weeks on the Billboard Modern Rock Tracks chart. That's 4 months, people. Long Road to Run's a great song. Home is a great song. Let It Die is it's an A. That's a solid Foo Fighters album. In 2011, Butch Vig produced this album, so you got your Nirvana connection. Again, another Grammy for Best Rock Album. Lemmy is a guest artist on this album. Rope is a great song. These Days, Walk, Bridges Burning. This is everything you'd expect from a Foo Fighters album. It's very, very good, but it's not on that A tier. It's a good album, though. Sonic Highways from 2014. Something for Nothing. I'm a River. Outside. Congregation. 2014 marked the band's 20th anniversary. Sonic Highways was not just an album they released, it was also an HBO documentary that went along with it about how each of the songs drew some sort of inspiration from the cities in which they were recorded. I loved the concept of this. I thought the album was very, very strong. If you look at the album's sales and critical reception, I kind of break with the pack a little bit on this album. I'm not sure how I feel about the album cover, and I've had 10 years to make up my mind. Sonic Highways is an A. I think that's a great album. A great concept for an album, a great album, and 8 songs. Just give me 8 great songs. I don't need 75 minutes. In 2017, Concrete and Gold. I just did not feel this album. It debuted at number 1. A lot of people did like it. The Sky is a Neighborhood? The band described this album as where hard rock extremes and pop sensibilities collide, as if Slayer recorded Pet Sounds or Motorhead did Sgt. Pepper. It is arguably the band's closest thing to being a progressive rock album, really, which for me, you'd think would be good for bonus points. I do think Make It Right is a really good song, but for me, this is the weakest album in their catalog. 2021, Medicine at Midnight. I was not sure how I felt about the first single, Shame, Shame. That took a minute to grow on me. I had to see them do that on Saturday Night Live before somehow I felt like I got it. Making a Fire is a great song. No Son of Mine is a very, very angry song. Waiting on a War is a very sad song. That song, by the way, did win a Grammy in 2022 for Best Rock Song. Omar Hakim plays on this album, which I think is pretty cool. It's a good Foo Fighters album. I wouldn't say it's a great Foo Fighters album in 2023, but here we are. This is the first album since the passing of Taylor Hawkins. Dave Grohl plays all the drums on the album. The Foos describe this album as 10 songs that run the emotional gamut from rage and sorrow to serenity and acceptance, and myriad points in between. Rescued rocks as hard and as well as any other Foos rocker. Show Me How features harmony vocals with Grohl's daughter Violet. I thought that song hits. It hit me anyway. There's something about New Beginnings that I think brings out the best in Dave Grohl. It seems like there's just a new energy when there's sort of a new start to the band. I'm tempted to put it in the C's because the album cover, come on! The album cover is just lame. It's just, sure, why does this album cover just suck? Is that a nod to the White Album in some sort of a way? So there you go, Foo Fighters. The studio albums, I didn't do any of the EPs. I certainly didn't do the Greatest Hits package. I didn't do any of the EPs that were all numbers. Formed in 1976, U2 is an iconic Irish rock band known for their anthemic sound and socially conscious lyrics. Fronted by Bono, they've sold over 150 million records and won 22 Grammys, making them one of the most influential bands in rock history. On this Tearless Tuesday episode of No Time to Rock, U2. I am a big U2 fan. I like pretty much everything they've done, at least to one degree or another. I got into the band when War came out in 1983, probably didn't buy the cassette until 84. By then I'd finally seen enough U2 videos on MTV that I thought, I think this is something I want to get into. It didn't take me too long to go back and discover the past discography, which wasn't very deep at the time. It was 2 albums. Now the way I'm breaking this tier list down, A, B, C, D, and non-essential. You'll see what non-essential is when we get there, or if you're a U2 hater, I guess you'd probably put them all there. U2's first full-length album was Boy, which made its way to the world in 1980. Boy's a pretty good album. It's decidedly post-punk. At this point in time, the band had more in common with Echo and the Bunnymen than the Rolling Stones. Every song on Boy is pretty good. There were singles released, which got a little bit of attention in Europe. A Day Without Me, I Will Follow. Every song on Boy is a pretty good song. My issue with Boy as a whole is that every song really kind of sort of sounds the same. So at the end of the day, in the grand scheme of things, as I'm ranking them, it's a C. It's a good U2 album. I don't really think there are any bad U2 albums, but it's a good U2 album, so it's a B. I'm going to say the same thing about October, which to me really feels like Boy Part 2. It was released a year later. It almost feels to me like this was some of the songs that they weren't able to squeeze on Boy. Although there are good songs on the album. Fire's on here. The studio cut of Gloria is on this album. It's a good album. It's not a great U2 album. Now we're at 1983 and the release of War, which MTV loved. The band also did some breaking through to rock radio at this point with this release. It's also deserved, as War is, in my opinion, a very good, not just a classic, very good U2 album, but a classic rock album. War knocked Michael Jackson's Thriller off the top of the UK album chart. It was a big deal. It broke through. It was noticeably more political too, which probably had a lot to do with why it did break through. It was a lot more about something than maybe the previous 2 albums were. Recorded at the Red Rocks Amphitheater in Colorado, an amazing place to see a concert. This was also released on video, Under a Blood Red Sky. This is one of the best live albums of all time. I don't think we're going to argue about this, but their live cut of I Will Follow is just amazing. Party Girl, this was the first time Party Girl was on anything. And wow, it's a great song. 1984's The Unforgettable Fire, recorded at Slane Castle. Having Brian Eno and Daniel Lanois involved in the production of this album, well, it's going to be a little more artsy and a little more fartsy. The band ventures into a more ethereal territory, more of an artistic approach to what they were doing. Me personally, loved this album, and not everyone thinks this album would belong on the A tier, but I do. While we waited on U2 to figure out what they were going to do next, the EP Wide Awake in America was released. I got this the day that it came out and went over to some friend's house. I bought this. I also bought Jeff Beck's Flash, I think was the name of this album. And they didn't have any music to listen to in their house. So we listened to this and Jeff Beck Flash about 1 million times, which was really easy to do because Flash is not that long of a Jeff Beck album. And this is only 4 songs. And Wide Awake in America has the peculiar distinction of debuting pretty high on the album chart. And then the guys at Billboard said, wait a minute, no, that's an EP. That doesn't count. So off the chart you go. It debuted at number 37. And then the very next week, gone. The live version of Bad was sort of the standout track here. Three Sunrises got some airplay on rock radio. It's good. The studio tracks are not their best studio tracks, though. So it's good. I think you know where we're going to go here. The Joshua Tree in 1987. And all of a sudden, U2 is arguably the biggest rock band in the world. This album won Grammys. It had #1 singles. It is frequently listed among the greatest albums of all time. The hit singles are very well known. Where the Streets Have No Name. I still haven't found what I'm looking for. With and Within Something. With It. Yeah, Joshua Tree. That is a classic. It's also a very good album. I listened to this a lot in 1987, probably still a lot in 1988. Speaking of 1988, we got Rattle and Hum, which was unexpected in its musical direction. This was, there was an album version and there was the film, and the musical selections were both a little bit different as far as what was released on the CD and the album and the music that was in the film. I remember my girlfriend and I at the time, we saw this movie in the theater and she loved it. And I really just sort of didn't get it. And I think she was really disappointed that I didn't like that movie. Yeah, we weren't together a whole lot longer after that. Anyway, Rattle and Hum did do fairly well. It was met with some skepticism and some, what are you guys doing? You know, Desire was a big sort of yelling and screaming kind of song. Angel of Harlem was a tribute to Billie Holiday. And I'm like, well, this isn't very alternative. It took a while for this to grow on me. Although All I Want Is You, I thought that was the best song in the album, and it really didn't get much traction as far as the video and as far as radio airplay or MTV or any of that. So where am I going to put you? I'm at Rattle and Hum. I'm going to put you here. At the end of the day, I've come to feel like you're good, but not anything special. As we get into the 90s, holy moly, did we get into the 90s and did U2 bring it? They brought it a lot, and I'm not going to sit here and tell you they brought it really, really well every time they brought it in the 90s, but Achtung Baby. Oh, baby. I loved that album, and I listened to it a lot, and it was noticeably different. It was very different than any album they had done previously. It was another massive change in direction from what they did with Rattle and Hum. The album had several big hits. The Fly was a cool song. Mysterious Ways, obviously, you probably still hear on your classic rock radio station if you listen to classic rock. One is one of those iconic songs that's been covered a million times. Even better than The Real Thing, Who's Gonna Ride Your Wild Horses. It is a monumental U2 album. Achtung Baby is a classic. It's not just a great U2 album, it is a great album. And then came Zooropa. It was different. It was not a clone of Achtung Baby, which I suppose is a good thing. I'd say it was a good album, and there are some good songs. Numb was really different. I remember the first time I heard that, and I'm like, so the Edge is doing vocals. Lemon was kind of dancey, and Lemon had this sort of electronic dancey feel to it. So I liked the song because it was a U2 song, but overall, I kind of feel like this album goes right there. It's still a pretty good album. It's listenable, I would say, to this day still. But if I'm looking for a U2 album to listen to, I'm probably not going to pick that one. Melon remixes for Propaganda. U2 had a fanzine at the time called Propaganda. If you subscribed, you got this. It was something for you to enjoy. I didn't subscribe, but I worked in radio, so it was real easy for me to get stuff like that. People would send me stuff like that, but I kind of honestly just wish they hadn't sent me this. Starting with Zooropa especially, they made rock that you could dance to. And I thought that was just fine. I didn't really care that much for U2 to make dance music, per se. To me, this is around the area where U2 decided we can do anything. So that's why Melon, the remix album, is there. Original Soundtracks 1, the album that U2 recorded as Passengers. Very electronic, very experimental. But finally, they recorded a song with Luciano Pavarotti, which the world had been waiting for years and years and years. I listened to it one time. It's the first album that goes in the non-essential category. It's for completists, in my opinion. The next album was 1997's Pop. The first single was Discotheque, which was, again, another really electronic. There were other songs that were good U2 songs. There were not any great U2 songs on this album. None, not any. This was the first and only time I ever saw U2 in concert, was the Pop Mart tour. I saw them in the Kingdome in Seattle, and Smash Mouth opened for them. And Smash Mouth did not deserve to be on the stage. And I'm not a Smash Mouth hater, but somehow they looked very small and sounded smaller. Ew. That's kind of mean. The Pop Mart EP, the Pop Heart Live EP, which featured a live version of Please, which had not yet been released as a single. Live cuts here, well, it's Please and Where the Streets Have No Name and Staring at the Sun and With or Without You. It's okay. I'm not gonna say it's bad. It's not bad, but it goes there. The best of 1980 through 1990 contained The Sweetest Thing. This was a remix, I do believe, of The Sweetest Thing, which was originally a Joshua Tree B-side. It was a With or Without You B-side, if I remember correctly. It was released as a single. It got a little bit of traction at radio here and there. The track selection mostly features short versions of a lot of the songs, edits. The short version of Where the Streets Have No Name, which just kind of fades in and just gets going. It's more or less sequential, although I Will Follow is basically the only song. I think October was a hidden track from the first two albums, so it's very War, Unforgettable Fire, and Joshua Tree. It's a little too Rattle and Hum heavy, in my opinion. It's also, in my opinion, not an essential part of a U2 collection. If you really want to have all things U2 in your collection, single cut of Sweetest Thing, then I guess that's okay. Here's a record that underwhelmed me at the time of its release in the year 2000. A lot of people were just like, "Oh my God, it's a career album. They've reinvented themselves and yada 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 yada." All That You Can't Leave Behind, to me at the time, I just didn't care that much. But I have gone back and revisited it a little bit over time, and there are some really good songs on it. It's a rock album. I don't know if I want to say it's. I think they decided to get away from being so experimental for this album. So at the end of the day, it's the first. They didn't get a B until the 2000s. Wow, that's crazy. Now here's where we begin doing targeted, exclusive releases. I don't know if this was the first one that ever happened in the 21st century or ever, but this was only available at Target stores. So it picked up some B-sides and some remixes of things that were left over from All That You Can't Leave Behind. Big Girls Are Best is on here, and Summer Rain, which is a good song, and Always. The songs are good songs. They would have just made the All That You Can't Leave Behind album too long and maybe with some extra two similar kind of songs on it. But 7 is good. Man, I'm really stuck in this groove here. I did not know it was going to go this way. I'm really winging this, to be honest with you. Best of 1990 through 2000. So this is going to be pretty Achtung Baby heavy. Zeropa pop. I mean, it's some of these are remixes and edits, so you get slightly different versions. The version of the album that came with B-sides had extra stuff on it. Some of the stuff that was included on 7. But again, I'm going to say that this it's not essential. Electrical Storm was kind of a neat single. It was a new song that found its way onto that album. 2004's How to Dismantle an Atomic Bomb. I listened to this album a lot, and I thought this album just flat out rocked. And you know what? I still do. So I'm going to put it up there. If I'm going to pull a U2 album off the shelf, so to speak, and listen to it, that's a good possibility that it would be that album. The album was just packed. It was not as well received as All That You Can't Leave Behind, but A Man and a Woman, Crumbs from Your Table, All Because of You. That's a banger, people. That song's a banger. And Vertigo's a good song. And Miracle Drug's a good song. I don't understand why that album did not get the kind of love that I thought it deserved. They were on Saturday Night Live when this came out. The Complete U2. Now here's another thing that they did which was unique. It was not exclusive to any one particular retailer. This was exclusive on the iTunes store. The Complete U2. It had all the albums, all the singles, live, rare, previously unreleased material, up to 2004, 446 songs. 446 songs is a lot. I appreciate the effort, but I don't really feel like it brought anything necessarily special or new to the table. So it's just kind of going to go there. Another iTunes exclusive, the digital EP, Live from Under the Brooklyn Bridge. 4 songs. That's an EP. All Because of You, which rocks, so it gets points for that. There's a live cut of I Will Follow. That's the sort of rare old song that's on here. The entire concert was 12 or 13 songs, something like that. These were the 4 they picked for the EP. It's not bad. I think, I mean, I'll put it there because the 4 songs they picked are good songs for U2 to do live. U2.communication. Here's another live album. They released it exclusively to people who are members of the U2.com website. I'm going to be honest with you. It's okay. At this point, I kind of feel like U2 is just sort of in love with keeping their name out there. They weren't getting on MTV as much. They weren't getting on radio as much. So at this point, it's just keep putting stuff out. And if you're a real hardcore, if you're a diehard U2 fan, well, you gotta love the fan service, right? I mean, it's not like they keep you waiting forever. But you see where I put it. Zoo TV Live. So here's what's weird about this. There was a DVD of this. Zoo TV Live from Sydney. This was originally released on a DVD and VHS in like 1997 or 1998. And here we go several years later. If you were an existing subscribing member of U2.com, you could get Zoo TV Live. 25 tracks, the audio of the show. So that was kind of cool. Zoo TV was a tour from like 1993 when they were touring, when the material was Achtung Baby and Zooropa. Really good time to see the band. If you really need to have more live U2, okay, there you go. From 2006, the U2 18 Singles Collection. 16 very well-known songs and 2 new tracks. The Saints Are Marching, that they co-recorded with Green Day. The Saints Are Coming, I should say. And Window in the Skies was a new song that was put on here for that. So those 2 cuts right there, I thought the song with Green Day was a lot of fun. And Window in the Skies, I think, was a pretty good song too. So here you go. Here's another C. It's really starting to look like I think I'm really starting to wonder why I think U2 is one of my favorite bands. So here's another thing that was on the iTunes store that maybe you've missed it if you were never an iTunes person. Live from Paris. This was recorded on July 4th of 87 when they were touring the Joshua Tree. It's got a lot of stuff on it. So it's I think it's an above average live recording. I think this is a band that would really found a lot of confidence with the success of the Joshua Tree. So here we go. If you were a member of U2.com, this was for you. Medium rare and remastered. This contained a lot of stuff that was, some of which you could find before. Some of these are remixes, some of these are B-sides, and some remastered recordings of various things, especially if you had the double album version of this. Some neat stuff on here. I'm going to say that it's good. It's worth having. No Line on the Horizon from February of 2009. I remember that very well. And I remember liking this album a lot. Although here's the funny thing. I don't really think Get on Your Boots is a particularly good song. I'm not sure if I think I'll Go Crazy If I Don't Go Crazy Tonight is a particularly good song. I like Magnificent a lot. This somehow is a really good album that doesn't have any, oh man, I messed that up. Ooh, I don't know how I'm going to fix that. This is a really good album that doesn't have any particularly outstanding songs on it. That's kind of how I feel about this album. I listen to it a lot. I would possibly pull it off shelf and listen to it all the way through again if I were like, I want to listen to a U2 album. And then we were treated to a dancey remix album, the Trent Reznor remix of Vertigo. I guess which is kind of cool. I'm not sure I think U2 and Trent Reznor belong on the same thing. Just my opinion. And I like Trent Reznor. I like 9 Inch Nails a lot, actually. But that is non-essential. This was released on a DVD and probably still a VHS tape and CD in late 2009, the 360-degree world tour. It was touring No Line on the Horizon. Actually, I think it was released in 2010. And it is a pretty good live recording. I'm going to have to start making some things. I'm going to have to change some things, it looks like here, because I've got way too much stuff that is average U2, and there's still a few things to go. Wide Awake in Europe was released in 2010, and that's a hard thing to find. That was a Record Store Day thing. They only printed 5,000 copies of that. It does feature the debut of the song Mercy, which you can find on other things since. So, all in all, I'm not really sure that that's something you got to have. Duels came out in 2011, and songs where they collaborated with other artists, like Johnny Cash, Mary J. Blige, Willie Nelson, Green Day. It put all that on one thing. All right, I'll say that it was kind of good, and we'll leave it at that. U22, U22, a 22-track live compilation from the U2 360 tour. Okay, so more music from that show in 2009. This kind of mixes and matches a lot of different performances from a lot of different shows. This was only available to U2.com subscribers. And for that reason alone, screw you, U2. Songs of Innocence from 2014. Remember when you opened up your phone and went to iTunes and you were like, hey, I got the new U2 album. For me, that's what it was like. It was like, hey, I got the new U2 album. For a lot of people, it was like, why the F do I have the new U2 album? It was eventually released in brick and mortar stores. The controversy subsided. And was the album actually any good? Depends on who you ask. There are some songs on it that are really good. The Miracle, Joy Ramone, Every Breaking Wave. Song for Someone. Raised by Wolves is on here. Cedarwood Road. Sleep Like a Baby Tonight. This album has its moments. It is a B. It is a pretty good U2 album, in my opinion. And spoiler alert, I think it's their last pretty good album. Innocence and Experience, live in Paris. This was a DVD, Blu-ray, and a digital download that was released in 2016. The show aired on HBO just a few hours after it had happened. So that was kind of unique. That's kind of a U2 thing to do, isn't it? So, you get to do another row. I didn't realize that. Okay, well, that's okay. So here we go. We get to 2017, I think, and Songs of Experience, which had several singles. My favorite song on this album really got probably the least amount of attention, really. I thought The Blackout was probably the best song on the album. This had Get Out of Your Own Way on it. You're the Best Thing About Me. I thought The Blackout was just a jam. I thought Songs of Experience was pretty good. And finally, we get to Songs of Surrender. I have a theory about Songs of Surrender. I think this album has yet to be recorded. It'll be recorded in the year 2045 or maybe 2050. Because when I listened to this, I thought to myself, this sounds like something that U2 would do if they were like in a rest home. I think this album was recorded in the future and sent back through time so that U2 would sell more albums at Starbucks. I don't hate this. I don't think it's terrible. To me, U2 is a band about passion, energy. Everything's an anthem, even the mellow stuff. So why? I'm sure a lot of U2 fans like this. I'm not really one of them. So there you go. Tier List Tuesday, it's Smashing Pumpkins. Let's go. Chronologically is how we do this, and that begins with Gish in 1991, which was not my first Smashing Pumpkins album. That, of course, was Siamese Dream. So I was already in love with Siamese Dream by the time I picked up Gish. And there weren't any streamers back then. You actually had to go buy it. When I wasn't quite in with the CMJ crowd, at least not yet anyway. So I discovered the band after Siamese Dream, and my perspective was very, very affected by Siamese Dream. I thought Gish was pretty good. I can see how it very much laid the groundwork for what was to come, but Siamese Dream was Siamese Dream, yo. I'm still going to say it's a good album. Butch Vig produced it. That didn't hurt. Rhinoceros is a good song. I Am One is a good opener. The 2021 reissue has a live cover of Godzilla by Blue Oyster Cult on the DVD. Siamese Dream, 1993. This is probably one of my top 10 or at least top 20 favorite albums ever. Disarmed, Shamrock, Today, Rocket, Space Boy. I'm a sucker for anything that has a Mellotron on it. There are no skips on this CD. It's psychedelic, it's proggy, it's grungy, in the perfect combination. It is an all-time classic album. It is the Smashing Pumpkins' perfect album. It is peak Pumpkins. Peak Pumpkins. Pisces Iscariot was not exactly really truly a studio album, but the band was so big and this album actually sold so well that a lot of people look past the fact that it's B-sides, rejects, outtakes, John Peel sessions. Being how it's all that, it's not entirely cohesive, but a lot of the songs are pretty good. It is worth owning. I've always wondered, what it would sound like if Billy Corgan and Stevie Nicks, had duetted on Landslide. So I'm still going to say it's good. And before you decide to show up at my house with your favorite blunt instrument to use as a weapon, I'm not going to say anything bad about Melancholy and the Infinite Sadness, released in 1995. I'm not even going to think about saying anything negative. But I don't regard it as highly a Siamese dream, probably simply for the fact that it's a double album, and I tend to find double albums kind of exhausting. This is more than 2 hours long. It is one of the best double albums of all time. It's probably the wall for Generation X, arguably, in one way or another. I always stop what I'm doing when Bullet with Butterfly Wings pops up. Tonight's a great song. I never really got tired of maybe I did for a litlittle while, but 1979's a great song. So it is still worthy of being in this tier. It is a great record, and if you were someone that said, I have no idea about Smashing Pumpkins, what should I get? I would definitely tell you that Melancholy and the Infinite Sadness should be in your collection, that you should own it and listen to it. In 1998, Adore came out, and a lot of people were like, well, see, it's hard to follow up Melancholy and the Infinite Sadness. You can't record it again, so you gotta do something different. What did Rush do after Moving Pictures? Which a lot of people was like, this was peak Rush. They added some more keyboards, and then people were kind of like, huh? But Signals was still a pretty good album. Over time, you realize Signals was a great album. And over time, I think a lot of people, I hope, have realized that Adore is still a really good album. It's decidedly more electronic, gothic, industrial, acoustic. Three years plus for the expectations to build about what was going to come after Melancholy and the Infinite Sadness. Ave Adore, perfect. Good songs. It's just not what everyone wanted it to be, but I would still argue that it's if I had a very good tier, I'd put it there. No, I'm just going to say good. So now we move along into the 21st century and Machina, the Machines of God. And it's like the band said, okay, you guys really want us to rock. So we're going to give you what we think you want instead of what we might want to do. I almost want to say that The Everlasting Gaze might be the only pretty good song in the album. Stand Inside Your Love's on it. I don't know. I want to... It's okay. Later that year, Machina 2, The Friends and Enemies of Modern Music, they pressed 25 copies of this on vinyl, and it circulated because of the internet. Somebody ripped the vinyl, so like if you have MP3s, internet-sourced MP3s of that, probably noticed that they're ripped from vinyl. That they're from vinyl. Home is a nice song. It was a track that originally was going to be on Adore. This is really honestly just a little bit less than that. It's okay. I don't really feel like there are any bad Smashing Pumpkins albums. I'll just get that out of the way. Zeitgeist, otherwise known as Billy and Jimmy Make an Album and Call It a Smashing Pumpkins Album. This was released in 2007. Tarantula was good. It rocks. Really, the whole album. I've never really been exactly able to make up my mind whether or not this album was really, shall we say, focused or just lacking in imagination. Not bad. In 2012, Oceania, Jeff Schroeder's first album with the band, If Gish and Adore Had a Baby. This album's actually pretty well balanced, and it's the best album since Adore. The Celestials is a great song. Of course, I love songs that have orchestration and that build dramatically like classical music. So I'm going to put Oceania right there. In 2014, Monuments to an Elegy was released. 32-minute album. You can listen to it like twice during your lunch break and decide whether or not you have an opinion on it. Tommy Lee played drums on this album. Yes, that Tommy Lee. To me, this album was, I don't know if I exactly want to say it's back to basics, but it was very much, hey, let's not overthink this. It's a really easy album to listen to. No surprises. Solid. Another 32-minute album. Shiny and Oh So Bright Volume 1, LP No Past, No Future, No Sun. Random album title. Generator, what you got? Silvery Sometimes is a good song. Solara is good. This album is produced by Rick Rubin. Somehow, though, this album feels longer than 32 minutes. It's not bad, it's just not great. In 2020, we got Seer. Actually, we got most of the songs on Seer over the previous few months before it came out. Ramona's good. The Color of Love is good. I really wanted to like this album a lot. Maybe if they'd picked the 32 best minutes of it, instead of it being twice that, maybe it would have been better. I don't know. Still, though, in my opinion, it's kind of a ballsy move from Billy Corgan to lean into synth pop so hard. And that's what he wanted to do. That's what he felt like that's what he was compelled to do, so that's what he did. There are some good songs, so that's okay. Released over a multi-month period, starting in 2022 and concluding in 2023. Autumn, a rock opera in 3 parts. The final album to feature Jeff Schroeder. Each of the 3 parts contained 11 songs, and each was released 11 weeks apart. Altogether, it's 2 hours and 20 minutes of music. I thought Big Out was good. I liked Empires. I love Empires. That song, to me, that song really rocks. The total output is nearly 2.5 hours. I just call that being overly ambitious. It's not bad. A little bit off topic here, but am I the only person that thinks Guns N' Roses could have released one really good album called Use Your Illusion instead of 2, good albums? Use Your Illusion 1 and 2? I kind of think Autumn could have been pared down to about 15 or 16 songs and it would have been a pretty good album. So I'm going to say, I'm still going to say it was good. But it's a little bit better. And then this year, 2024, Agori Mori Me, or Agori Mori Me. I've heard Billy Corgan pronounce it 2 or 3 different ways, so there you go. So far, there's only been a digital release in 2024. So this was a surprise album that wasn't announced until just right before it was released. 45-minute runtime, so it's fairly tight package. Billy said it's very much a rock guitar record, old school. Old school fans will be happy for once. So that's what he said. And what I'm saying is it's an album with no bad songs. Some are even very good. If your ears don't perk up when the opening track Eden kicks in, just go back to bed. I can't help you. Pentagrams is even better. Sagomi is good. It wound up being the first single. Pentecost is good. I'm going to say this. It's their best album since Adore. Now that I think about it, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to move Adore up there, and I'm going to put this album here. It's not a classic album, but at the end of the day, whenever that day is for Smashing Pumpkins, I do think it will be remembered as a late career triumph. And good for them! Because at the end of the day, Smashing Pumpkins are one of those bands that are pretty consistently do what they want to do, or maybe I should say what they feel inspired to do. They're not always going to knock it out of the park. Not every idea is great, but it's always interesting to hear where they decide to go. And until they call it a day, I'm staying on for the ride. It's Tier List Tuesday. This week, Green Day. Doing the studio albums chronologically, here we go, starting in 1990 with 39 Smooth. Full disclosure, I never listened to this until I had already heard Dookie, so there you go. This was their first full-length album, 30 minutes long, which for a punk band that's a full-length album. Green Day blew up from the East Bay punk scene. When Green Day showed up, a lot of people just sort of immediately knew these guys are onto something. And on 39 Smooth, you could definitely tell they weren't just trying to make a lot of noise. They were songwriters, too. I Was There's a good song. Going to Pasalacqua is a good song. But this album is not super well produced. Yeah, in a way, punk records are kind of supposed to be raw, right? It's not a bad listen, but I'm not going to advocate it for being a necessary inclusion in anyone's album, in anyone's record collection. Kerplunk from 1991, their second album on Lookout Records. The drummer John Kiffmeyer, he dropped out to go to college and didn't tell anybody. But I mean, who would want to be in a very successful Grammy-winning punk band for the rest of their life? I mean, Kerplunk, songwriting, better. Production, better. 2,000 Light Years Away, great opening song. The original version of Welcome to Paradise. Dominated Love Slave was on this album. Better production on this album, that's for sure. This album was a creative step forward. I'm still not going to say it was a great album by any measure, but it certainly demonstrated an increased level of potential. 1994, Dookie, their major label debut. I was working in radio when this dropped. I had not heard of the band. I just opened the mail and what do I get? Green Day, Dookie. Well, at the time, I regularly partook of the devil's lettuce, if you know what I'm saying, in those days. So I knew what Green Day meant, and it's got to take a healthy measure of self-deprecation to call your album Dookie, so I put it on. If you weren't around then to experience the phenomenon that this album became by the summer of that year, summer of 94, you really missed the birth of pop punk into the mainstream. There would be no Blink 182 or Good Charlotte or any of those bands if Dookie hadn't blown these doors wide open. The band was all over MTV, all over alternative radio, all over Top 40 radio, Burnout, She, Longview, When I Come Around, Basket Case, the recut version of Welcome to Paradise. This is a no-skips album, and you can be one of those people that really resents when suddenly everyone else likes your favorite secret little band. And that definitely happened to Green Day after all this, from longtime fans. But it is a great album, a 10 times platinum album that shows up on an awful lot of best of lists. And this is an album that, if you profess at all to liking any kind of rock music, this should be in your album collection. It is a classic. Insomniac, 1995. I remember thinking, well, it was fun while it lasted. That's what I thought when this album came out. It was a lot heavier. It leaned more into being closer to being a hardcore punk album, I guess. I guess you'd say it's like the band said, we got to try to get back some of those fans we lost with Dookie. This is not a bad album, but I do remember thinking, looks like these guys are going to go down as a one-hit wonder band, really. In the mid-90s, that alternative format that was all over the radio and all over MTV, there was a new band every 5 minutes. You didn't have time to drop the ball. And I thought Green Day dropped the ball here. Some good songs. Geeks Take Breath is on here. I mean, there's some good songs, but there aren't any great songs on this album. That's my opinion. 1997, Nimrod. I wouldn't put this on the same level of Dookie by any stretch, but Hitchin' a Ride's a good song. Good Riddance, Time of Your Life was a huge song. If you were in high school, that was your graduation song that year. I guess that's 1997 or 1998. Green Day was definitely back on the map with Nimrod. That's the most important thing. Up to that point, it's probably the most diverse sounding record they had done, their most creative record up to that point. I'm going to say that it is a pretty good Green Day album. Warning was released in the year 2000, fall of the year 2000. There's a certain interchangeability about a lot of these songs. I sang along with Warning. I sang along with Minority, kind of vibe to them. Some would say Green Day came across as more mature on this album, or some might say that they may have been listening to too much Cheap Trick when they wrote a lot of these songs. Others might say they were kind of on autopilot. This is another album with some good, but not really any great songs. American Idiot, 2004. So the story goes. The master tapes for their planned follow-up album to Warning, Cigarettes and Valentines, were stolen, and the band then made the decision to start completely from scratch. So this album was decidedly more political, a little angrier. It is the band's second best-selling album. The title track was a big hit. Boulevard of Broken Dreams won the Grammy for Record of the Year, not just Rock Record of the Year, anything like that. It was Record of the Year at the Grammys. Holiday, Jesus of Suburbia, Wake Me Up When September Ends. Are We the Waiting? Definitely a high water mark for the band and should be a mandatory part of your music collection. 5 years later, 2009, 21st Century Breakdown. Is it just me, or is this album really American Idiot Part 2? It is also a concept album. It is also a rock opera. A lot of political vibes. So that must mean that they found the formula they were going to do the same thing again, that this is sort of a cheap knockoff, right? No, it's actually a pretty strong album. Not as many big hits per se, but East Jesus Nowhere, Know Your Enemy, 21 Guns. It was their first album to actually go to number 1 on the album chart, believe it or not. It's also their longest album, 70 minutes, which might be the rub for me. I just think punk albums, records like this, 70 minutes is a bit of a haul. But that's probably the only rub for me. This is still a great album. It was well received. That's for sure. It was well received in its day. In 2012, the first of 3 albums released over a 4-month period. Uno, the band named them sequentially. There was Uno, then there was Dos, then there was Trace. The band named them sequentially, I guess, so, a year later, if you decide to listen to them, you wouldn't accidentally listen to them in the wrong order. Oh Love was a decent song. I thought Kill the DJ was the best song on the album. These both preceded the album, so I thought this whole 3-album thing they're about to do might be pretty good. Green Day does like to experiment a little bit here and there. They were certainly experimenting with the idea of dropping 3 albums in a short amount of time. Uno is not a bad album, but I wouldn't say it was in any way special. Releasing the 3 albums was the experiment, not the music itself. So that's how I feel about that. A few weeks later, Dos is released. Stray Heart is all right. Cool that there's a ballad, really, about Amy Winehouse on the album. It's sort of jazzy almost. You can tell that the band really liked her. So they get points from me for liking Amy Winehouse. But this album overall is, I don't know. It's kind of, that's where you're going to go. Sorry. No, I changed my mind. Probably about the same as Uno. How I feel about that one, really. Also in 2012, Trey. Somehow the songs on Trey they were just difficult for me to feel any passion for. They tried some things on this. It's got glam vibes, doo-wop vibes, soul vibes. But, I mean, I've just started living with 2 other Green Day albums just since the beginning of football season that year. It's not a bad album, but really they could have sat on this for a year or 2, and I think I would have liked it more. Let me ask you a question. Are any of your favorite Green Day songs on Trey? That's what I thought. Revolution Radio from 2016. So, you got the title track, which was a big hit. Bang Bang was a big hit. Still Breathing, big hit. And my favorite song in the album, the very dark, heady track, Troubled Times. Not necessarily in its sound, per se, but in the amount of angst and fight in most of these songs. I almost want to say it's their most punk album in a long time. So I'm going to say Revolution Radio is pretty good. The year 2020 gave us Father of All Motherfuckers. 26 minutes, bad ideas. I don't want to say bad ideas. Just not very well realized ideas. Just no. I kind of wish somebody had stolen the master tapes for this album. 2024, Saviors. The saviors in this case are the songs themselves. I'm thinking after Father of All Motherfuckers, someone had to sit down with these guys, or maybe they were just old enough, wise enough to realize themselves, maybe get back to basics. And I really feel like they did a really great job on this album. You got The American Dream Is Killing Me, banger. 1981, banger. One-Eyed Bastard, banger. Bobby Sox, banger. Corvette Summer, banger. Strange Days Are Here to Stay, banger. Strange Days Are Here to Stay. Did you think that was Basket Case Part 2 when it first kicked in? Father to a Son. Saviors is their best album since 21st Century Breakdown. Some might argue that it's better than 21st Century Breakdown. I'm not sure I'm going to go that far. I'm not sure that it's going to go on an all-time classic tier. If after 21st Century Breakdown, you heard some of these other albums and you were like, man, I'm not feeling it. If you haven't listened to Saviors, stream it and strongly consider adding it to your physical media collection, if you have a physical media collection. Their long overdue inclusion into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame has finally arrived. On this week's Tier List Tuesday, classic rock staples, Foreigner. Formed in 1976 by English guitarist Mick Jones of Spooky Tooth, Ian MacDonald, one of the founders of King Crimson, and American vocalist Lou Grammatico, soon to be known as Lou Gramm of the band Black Sheep, along with veteran musicians Dennis Elliott, Al Greenwood, and Ed Gagliardi, the hard rockin', soft rockin', classic rockin', yacht rockin' legends. Nobody said yacht rock back then, by the way. Foreigner have sold over 80 million records worldwide and continue to tour and release music. So let's talk about these guys chronologically with a little tier list action. What do you say? The first album was 1977's Foreigner. It reached number 4 on the Billboard 200. It has since gone on to be certified 5 times platinum in the United States. Feels Like the First Time and Cold as Ice. Very recognizable songs, but the album also features some of the best deep cuts in the band's catalog, like Long Long Way From Home, Star Rider, Fool for You Anyway. This is Asia before Asia. You take some guys that had been in other bands, put them all together, create a sort of hooky, sort of rocky, slightly proggy, just ever so slightly proggy influenced band, and this is the first Foreigner album, just like Asia would do 5 years later. And I think to just simply say everything about this album works is kind of an understatement. This album's a classic, a solid listen, from beginning to end. 1978's Double Vision peaked at number 3. It also produced a couple of the band's biggest hits, Hot Blooded and Double Vision. Blue Morning Blue Day was also on this album. Certified 7 times platinum in the US, along with their Best of Collection records, officially the band's 2 biggest selling albums. Overall, this album rocks a bit harder than their debut. Tramontane is the only instrumental the band has ever put on an album, but when you listen to it, if you listen to that instrumental, it seems like it should have lyrics. You ever notice how some instrumentals, you just get them in their head and you sort of hum along with them like they're words? It's a short album, 37 minutes long. It's a good album. It's not as good. It's not as well balanced. I'm going to put it on my good tier. It's still a good album. If you like this band, it's worth listening to this album if you've never listened to it before. Or if you're a collector, it might be one you might want to add to your physical media collection. 1979 saw the release of Head Games, which reached number 5 on the album chart. It's 3 top 10 albums in a row, 3 top 5 albums actually in a row. The hit songs were Dirty White Boy. Head Games was on this album. It has since been certified 5 times platinum. At the time that it came out, some people felt like this band has really sort of figured out what their sound is. Another way that some people looked at that is, this is maybe a little too polished, maybe a little too radio-friendly. That was kind of the vibe about Head Games. Love on the Telephone gives me Cold as Ice vibes at the beginning. It gets off to a great start. Women kind of sounds like it's trying to be a George Thorogood song, which I don't know if that works so well. Maybe a Bob Seger song. You got to give them credit for, sort of drifting out of their lane a little bit and trying to live outside their lane a little bit. I can't really say I think it works all that well. I think this is the first, if I had a tier somewhere between okay and good, I'd probably put it there. I think this album is their first okay album. It's not bad. It's just okay. So the thing about the girl in the bathroom, she's in the bathroom. Guys have written some stuff about her on the bathroom walls of the stalls. And if you were a kid, I don't know if boys still do that or not, but back in the 70s, that's something, for a good time call. So she was trying to get rid of that. And of course, whoever is taking the picture has caught the girl. The girl on the album cover, by the way, her name is Lisa Faulkner, and she played Heather McNamara in the movie Heathers with Winona Ryder and Christian Slater. She was one of the Heathers. So now it's 1981. The band releases their 4th album, 4. There are now only 4 original members left in the band. This was, a lot of people would say this is their best album. It made it to number 1. It topped the Billboard album chart, making it the most successful album in the band's catalog in that regard. Urgent was on here. Jukebox Hero was on here. It has since become 6 times platinum in the United States. It sold well internationally. It was critically well received. It contained the single. It contained what some people would argue is their biggest hit, Waiting for a Girl Like You, which still holds the distinction of spending something like 8 or 9 weeks at number 2 on the top 40 chart without ever hitting number 1. It's considered an infamous chart record. Thomas Dolby played the iconic synthesizer line on that song. Foreigner 4, everything works on this album. It's a little calculated. They're definitely trying to make it catchy here, but it works. I'm not going to say it's a no-skips album, but if you like this band and you maybe only just ever heard some songs on the radio or you just have 1 or 2 of the best of collections, Foreigner 4 should be in your library. 1982 saw the release of Records, which at that time was their first best of compilation. It went top 10, which is pretty good for a best of album. All the big hits from the first 4 albums. It has since been certified 7 times platinum. If you are someone who just has a casual interest in the band and you just want to have some hits, this is a good title to get. It would not be the one I'd recommend, though. Most of the versions of the songs on this album are the single versions, the versions released on the 45s, the radio hits. Plus, I Want to Know What Love Is was not released at that time. So I'm going to put it on the okay tier. It's not a bad album to buy. Man, it's actually one of the reasons I joined Columbia House Record Tape Club in 1982. 1984, it's Agent Provocateur. This album peaked at number 4 on the Billboard 200. I Want to Know What Love Is was it is arguably their biggest hit. It went to number 1 on a lot of charts worldwide. The album has since gone on to be certified 3 times platinum, which is not as good as all of the previous studio albums up to that point. Matter of fact, a lot of people believe that all of the other songs on this album were overshadowed by how big of a hit that song was. As soon as Tooth and Nail kicks in, you know you're listening to a mid-'80s album. The version of That Was Yesterday that's on the album is about half as long as the longer version. You can track that down somewhere out there. The first time I heard Down on Love, I thought that was a pretty good song, but somehow I don't think that's aged very well. Maybe I was just in the mood to hear that song. I think it was just an okay album. 1987 now, Inside Information. This album did not make the top 10. It did go platinum. This album is just simply very, very polished. There's not much edge on this. Heart Turns to Stone, I think, was a promising beginning to the album. Say You Will is annoyingly catchy. It was one of their last bigger hits. I Don't Want to Live Without You. It was, okay, let's see if we can make another ballad go big. Do they still play that song at Codependence Anonymous meetings? I'm mean, aren't I? This album, it sounds like everything is trying to be a hit instead of trying to be a good rock song. I'm not going to say, ooh, boy, I've put all these other albums on the okay tier. Honestly, you can take a pass on this album. 1991, Unusual Heat. Johnny Edwards replaces Lou Gramm. This, I'm just going to cut straight to the chase here. This is the low point in the band's career. It didn't even make the top 100 in the album chart. Very little radio play. Critics hated it. And if you listen to it, it's not really hard to figure it out. This album plays it really, really safe. You could exchange the songs on this album with the songs on albums of that time by Giant, Henry Lee Summer, what Bad Company was doing in the late 80s, early 90s. And the song, you wouldn't be able to tell one from the other. Unusual Heat is just, if you want to say you have every Foreigner album, then you need to have Unusual Heat. Otherwise, you totally can skip it. 1992, The Very Best and Beyond. Now, this is a better best of collection than records. The versions of the tracks that they used were the album versions. This sold pretty well. There are 3 new songs on the album. With Heaven on Our Side is a pretty good Lou Gramm-led kind of ballad. They totally skipped Unusual Heat. It's like it never happened. This, in my opinion, is the best of Foreigner collection to have. We've still got a lot of other ones to cover. Lou Gramm rejoins the band in 1994 for Mr. Moonlight. And it's actually a pretty decent album, and nobody cared. This album also failed to reach the top 100 on the album chart. Under the Gun is a really good opener. It has that classic Foreigner sound to it. As soon as it kicks in, you're like, okay. Real World kind of gives me sort of the Damage Is Done meets Love Bites kind of vibes. It's a pretty good sort of slow mid-tempo rocker. There are good songs on this. There are several good songs on this, mixed with a lot of okay songs on this. The problem with this album is not the album itself. It's that it was released at a time when rock music was all about Soundgarden and Candlebox and, of course, Pearl Jam. It was nonetheless an okay album. It's not a bad album. If you've never heard it and you really like that classic Foreigner sound when Lou Gramm was in the lineup, check it out. At the very least, stream it. In 2002, there were 2 different greatest hits collections. Complete Greatest Hits was released in North America, and the Definitive was released everywhere else, basically. Both were comprehensive, both spanning the band's career up to that point. The playlists were updated. There were some songs not included on earlier compilations. If you are a completist, you have to get this, I do believe. Especially, I would recommend you track down the European version. There's a previously unreleased live version of Urgent. I think there's another newer unreleased song that doesn't appear on the American version. I am nonetheless going to put both of these albums in the For Completists collection. In 2009, this is the last studio album, the last album of new music from Foreigner. Can't Slow Down, released in 2009. It peaked at number 29 on the album chart, and it was the first studio album in 15 years. The first with new singer Kelly Hansen, who does a pretty solid Lou Gramm impersonation. As far as the non-Lou Gramm Foreigner albums, this is at least a competent effort to sound like a Foreigner album. There's also, strangely enough, a bluesier version of Full For You Anyway on this. Man, am I wishing I'd put an extra couple of tears in here. because I don't really want to say no, but I don't really want to put it above Inside Information. I'm going to put it on the no tier. I can't put this album down here. Now, there's a couple of more best of collections, both of which are decent. Like I said, the very best and beyond is really the only one that you really need. By the way, the definitive collection is a different collection than the definitive, by the way, just in case. I'm not sure why you would do that exactly. In 2017, the Foreigner compilation 40 was released. It was to celebrate the band's 40th anniversary with a very comprehensive collection. There are remastered versions of a lot of the tracks. There are some new recordings. It is extensive. It covers the band's entire career. This is one of those best of collections that was affordably priced, and if you were part of that newer generation of people that was discovering classic rock because of radio stations that were Bob or Jack or Spotify playlists, or you were checking them out, or you'd become aware of what was being referred to as dad rock, and so Foreigner was new to you, this was a pretty good compilation to have. It introduced a lot of people to the band. It's an okay collection. Most of the best stuff is on the first disc. The second disc just says, hey, we feel good about what we're doing. We're not going to quit. We're just going to keep on going. It's not a bad compilation. It's not a great compilation. And 2024, Turning Back the Time, a Rhino Records collection featuring the previously unreleased 1995 track, Turning Back the Time. Mick Jones and Lou Gramm are on this track. And it's not a bad Foreigner song. I mean, but it's a pretty decent song. I'm not going to put it in the no collection. You know what? If the last best of collection is okay, then this one is also okay. And this compilation coincides with the band's 2024 induction into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Their long overdue induction into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. It's Pink Floyd's David Gilmour solo on this week's Tier List Tuesday. Over the course of David Gilmour's 5 solo releases, the United States has had 8 different presidents, and the UK has had 9 prime ministers, 10 if you count Liz Truss. I didn't find Gilmour's solo works until 1984, but nonetheless, I will be presenting my tier list, as I always do, chronologically. So we'll start with 1978's self-titled David Gilmour. This is an album I didn't hear until I'd already bought and repeatedly listened to About Face, the 1984 solo album. So I didn't know exactly what to expect, but I was very curious. At the time, I would say I was a little underwhelmed. Of course, with Gilmour on vocals, it does have strong Pink Floyd vibes, but really only because of that. For the most part, it's a pretty slow, bluesy effort. Part of me wonders if Gilmour set himself to the task of making a slower, really depressing Eric Clapton album. I put Gilmour in Clapton's league. He's definitely always been one of my favorites. There's No Way Out of Here is a great song. I Can't Breathe Anymore. Both have high re-listenability. Really, the whole album does. David Gilmour is more direct and guitar-centered. The album is subdued. It avoids the grandiosity of his work with Pink Floyd. It focuses more on personal reflection. Gilmour's 1978 debut is solid, but understated. It's much more introverted and personal as opposed to where Pink Floyd had been and most assuredly where Pink Floyd was heading. I think it's a good album. 1984's About Face. This was my first David Gilmour solo album, and a lot of people over time, and I would imagine a fair amount at the time, have come to regard this album with a certain, ew, 80s. It has some kind of 80s ick on it that a lot of people just aren't comfortable with. This record has a great deal of energy. There were synthesizers on this album. There are horns on this album. The track Blue Light, there was a disco remix of that. Not on the album, but you could get it. You could track it down. It existed. This album came like a year or so after Pink Floyd's Final Cut, which was a turbulent period for the band. I'm thinking this may have been an answer to that album's dour tone and poor reception, maybe. But it's not all. If you've never heard it, it's not like it was a Michael Jackson album or Prince or Pointer Sisters. There was plenty of what you'd call more traditional rock material on the album. Love on the Air, All Lovers Are Deranged, both co-written with Pete Townsend. That song, All Lovers Are Deranged, man, that song's a jam! Gilmour sings this track with a lot of power. Murder is about John Lennon's assassination. No one's going to shake their ass to that. Blue Light, Murder, Love on the Air, Until the End. There was a line in Murder that I always misheard is, did you get rid of all the horses in your head? That's not what he said. About Face is an album that at the time I really, really enjoyed it, and I stand by my evaluation of it that it's a very enjoyable album. It certainly was for me anyway. 2006, first solo album in 22 years, On an Island. At the time, I don't know if I was necessarily expecting About Face Part 2. I don't think that I was expecting that album exactly. But since that album, at least somewhat, sounded like the era of its creation, I was expecting something more post-grunge, maybe even, I hesitate to say this, maybe even something with a little Linkin Park flavor to it. Call me crazy, or say I'm mad. I was just expecting something that sounded like it was recorded in the 21st century. Wife Polly Samson wrote most of the album. Gilmour sounds great, plays great. There are solid tracks on this record. On an Island is a good song. Smile is awfully nice, isn't it? It almost I don't want to say it has a lullaby quality to it. The Blue is a good song. And this album is all about lush arrangements, deeply personal themes. It is contemplative, nostalgic, deals with aging, loss, the passage of time. On an Island is one of Gilmour's most cohesive albums. It does definitely have that going for it. It does resonate emotionally pretty well. So here's the thing about that album. You really have to listen to it to fully appreciate it. But what I find in the almost 20 years since is that I just don't ever really feel the urge to revisit this album. I haven't in a long time. To me, this album is, this album is just okay. A couple years later, live in Gdansk, in performance with the Baltic Philharmonic Symphony Orchestra, and commemorating the Solidarity Movement's role in the fall of communism in Poland. So that's pretty cool. It's a set list that combines a lot of Gilmour's solo material with obviously well-known Pink Floyd classics. It all comes across a little better, a little richer because of the orchestral arrangements. This puts new life into songs like Comfortably Numb, new life into a song like Echoes, which was, I thought, perfect as it was. His guitar work, particularly on Echoes, is atmospheric. It's emotionally charged. He's playing with passion. This is a great live album. Many of the tracks made better by the orchestral backing, especially the tracks from On an Island, in my opinion. Comfortably Numb, Echoes really come across powerfully on this album. I'm going to say Live in Gdansk is a very good album. In 2015, Rattle That Luck was released, so we had another 9 years between solo albums. The story goes that Polly Samson wrote most of the album and basically based a lot of it on John Milton's Paradise Lost, and then she eventually told David Gilmour what she was writing about. The album is bluesy, surprise, a little proggy, certainly compared to On an Island, a bit more experimental, more varied in the ground that it covers musically. The title track, Rattle That Lock, is upbeat, has these gospel backing vocals that, I don't know, really adds some feel to it, some hopefulness. Today encourages living in the moment. So it's a very positive song. In Any Tongue, A Boat Lies Waiting. Rattle That Lock is a pretty solid album. I didn't love it as a whole, but there's some pretty good songs and several good songs. So I would put it here in the good column. So there's a pattern here. Release a studio album, 2 years later, drop a live album. Here we go, 2 years after Rattle That Lock, 2017, it's Live at Pompeii. This is where Pink Floyd famously performed in 1972, and Gilmour's Live at Pompeii is immersive. It blends Gilmour's atmospheric sound with the ancient amphitheater's natural acoustics. Wish You Were Here, Comfortably Numb, The Great Gig in the Sky, all performed with real intensity. The solo tracks like Rattle That Lock, On an Island, Get New Life at Pompeii. I love the version of The Blue from this album. To me, that's the version of the Blue, as far as I'm concerned. Live at Pompeii is somehow better than Live at Gdansk. It goes on that tier. Yeah, seriously. In 2020, the one-off single, Yes, I Have Ghosts, It was a single-track release of a song that was originally only available on the audiobook version of Polly Samson's novel A Theater for Dreamers. His daughter Romany plays the harp, provides backing vocals for the song. I think this is where David Gilmour entered his Leonard Cohen phase, if you know what I'm saying. It is a great song. It is reflective. Mortality is awful. Wrote a little song about it. I'd like to hear it. Here it goes. And the 2024 release, Luck and Strange. David Gilmour's latest solo effort. The critics are eating it up, that's for sure. This album combines the best parts of Rattle That Luck, his first solo album, and On an Island, but it's not as orchestral or lush as On an Island. The songs are more airy, more atmospheric, more... This album breathes. It just sounds really good. And there are no bad songs on this album. In fact, there are nothing but good to very good songs on this album. I didn't shrug my shoulders one single time when I listened to it. His playing is amazing. He does push his voice into some uncomfortable places once or twice on the album. Lyrically, this album is pure poetry. It's very relatable to people of a certain age. Dark and Velvet Nights has some intensity to it. Sings is a good song. The Piper's Call. There's one cover on the album, Between Two Points, that features Romany Gilmour on vocals throughout. You can really hear that she's David Gilmour's daughter. She also reminds me of Margot Timmons from Cowboy Junkies, maybe Hope Sandoval from Mazzy Star. Got that kind of voice. So here's the thing. Gilmour has publicly stated that this album is his best since The Dark Side of the Moon. I don't know if I can get on board with that, but I do, in all honesty. I think it's his best studio solo album. And if I think that, crap, I guess I might be agreeing with him. I might need to go lay down. On this week's Tier List Tuesday, it's Pink Floyd. Originally formed in 1965 as the Pink Floyd Sound, Pink Floyd is one of the most influential and groundbreaking bands in rock history. Known for their innovative soundscapes, conceptual albums, and thought-provoking lyrics, they arguably pioneered the progressive rock genre. Their iconic albums such as The Dark Side of the Moon, Wish You Were Here, and The Wall redefined music and remain timeless. Pink Floyd's legacy endures through their profound cultural impact, blending art, music, and introspective exploration of the human experience. And I would also like to add that I love Pink Floyd. Always have, always will. They're one of my favorite bands. Top 5. I don't know if my parents ever figured this out, but if I was listening to The Wall, I was depressed about something. So after last week's fairly well-received David Gilmour tier list, I thought I'd take a meaningful dive into the deep, expansive, murky waters of the Pink Floyd discography. That means we're starting with The Piper at the Gates of Dawn from 1967. I was 1.5 when this album was released, and as such, my parents weren't too keen on letting me trip on some acid to get the full Piper experience. So, my opinion of this album at the time was something like, Ball, Daddy, Juice, all gone. But there was one song that began with like, doi, 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 and I liked that one. I didn't start listening to Pink Floyd until the early 80s. I wasn't that age yet. I didn't listen to The Piper at the Gates of Dawn until the late 80s, because I wanted to say that I had heard it. This album has so much of Syd Barrett's psychedelic influence. It's dominant on this album. It's an iconic British psychedelic rock album. Interstellar Overdrive. This band was willing to experiment with whatever they had in the studio. And they were great at it. The musicianship, the quality of the musicianship showed here. This album was recorded at Abbey Road. At the same time, Sgt. Pepper was being recorded. So, you got something going on there. And it ends with the song Bike, which tricks you into thinking that somehow a Herman's Hermit song snuck onto this album somewhere, at least at the beginning. I'm going to say it's a pretty good album, but I never found any sort of way to love this album. I've maybe only ever listened to it a couple of times. And then it's 1968's A Saucer Full of Secrets. 2 words. Space rock. Jug Band Blues is the only song in this album with Syd Barrett. It's not my favorite Pink Floyd song. This album is more of the same, just a little bit less, even though it marks the debut of David Gilmour. It's a little less psychedelic and a little more spacey, which some people would argue kind of occupy the same space. Set the Controls for the Heart of the Sun really appeals to me on this album for some reason. The title track is darker, more experimental. This album is weirder than The Piper at the Gates of Dawn. I think this album's just okay. The soundtrack to the movie More in 1969. What a strange, strange album this is. You can dial up the Nile song. And the first time I heard it, I thought this could easily be like a Black Sabbath song. I could hear Ozzy Osbourne doing the vocals on this song. Probably the heaviest song in the Pink Floyd catalog. I'd have to think about that to be sure. I don't know if I'd call it a proto-metal, but I think it was called acid rock at that time. You're okay, More soundtrack. This is what happened in 1969. Gumma, half live, half studio. The half studio side features solo compositions from each member, and extended versions of earlier songs on the live side. The studio side has some really strange experimental moments. Several species of small furry animals gathered together on a cave and grooving with a pict. Can you imagine like if that had been a video on MTV in the early 80s? Like the name of that song would have been half the TV screen. Gumma, I'm being nice by saying it's okay. I didn't really... The live album's... Okay, it's not bad. It's okay. It's worthy of being okay. 1970, Atom Heart Mother, Pink Floyd's first #1 album in the UK. Cow! Tell me this is where Pink Floyd began the transition into the Pink Floyd we think of and love today, really. I would tell you that I agree with that. The title track is nearly 24 minutes long. Take that, Taylor Swift. Alan's Psychedelic Breakfast is not about Alan Parsons, by the way, as a lot of people mistakenly believe. I just wonder if this is where the band said, I think we've got as much mileage out of this whole psychedelic thing as we're going to get. That's kind of how I feel. I like Atom Heart Mother. I don't love Atom Heart Mother. Relics came along in 1971. It was a collection of singles and tracks from the early albums. In my estimation, there is no need for Relics. Metal also was released in 1971. This was my first pre-classic era Pink Floyd album. I picked it up on a pretty worn-out cassette tape, $2 or $3, and as soon as I heard, "One of these days I'm going to cut you into little pieces," I said, "Tell me more, early Pink Floyd, tell me more." Another album with a sidelong track called Echoes, which is utterly amazing. This is a very listenable Pink Floyd album, a harbinger of things to come, a nice reset following up Atom Heart Mother. It's a pretty good Pink Floyd album. The Obscured by Clouds soundtrack in 1972. Now, the band was already working on Dark Side of the Moon when they wrote and recorded this album. And listen to Burning Bridges and tell me you don't hear Dark Side of the Moon. Listen to Childhood's End and tell me you don't hear it. Obscured by Clouds is actually pretty good. I can't help but think that the band said to themselves, we're onto something here. So perhaps you've heard of 1973's The Dark Side of the Moon, the iconic Storm Thorgerson cover, the 950 weeks on the Billboard 200 chart, the 45 million copies sold worldwide. Money! The band's first American pop hit. Considered by some to be the greatest concept album of all time, the best-selling concept album of all time. Not really sure what I can say about this album that hasn't already been said, other than, and this is just some real talk coming from me here, the first time I listened to it, by the time I actually got this album, it had been so overhyped to me. Most of my Pink Floyd experience at that point was The Final Cut on the Wall. Dramatic, one gut punch after another. Roger Waters on the edge of a mental breakdown. Gilmour's guitar slicing through everything in its path. Well, if Dark Side of the Moon is their best, it must be the best of all of that. And Dark Side of the Moon never really goes there. It's a fairly mellow album in a lot of ways. But as time has gone by, I've really come to appreciate what a no-skips masterpiece Dark Side of the Moon is. I was not blown away by it at the time, but I have never actually stopped listening to it. It's still a great listen. It's a great listen to this day. I think maybe it gets better every time I hear it. And I've been hearing it for 40 years. Also in 1973, the shameless cash grab, A Nice Pair. This is a compilation that repackaged the first two albums. Capitol Records knew that Dark Side was the last studio album from the band that they would get, or maybe EMI, I guess I should say. And then Dark Side blew up. They didn't see that coming, so what can we do to make some money off this whole Pink Floyd thing? So there you go, A Nice Pair, the first two albums reissued. 1975, Wish You Were Here, the tribute to Syd Barrett, who by this time was very much no longer than himself, so to speak. Another concept album from the band. The band's chemistry was beginning to wane at this point that this album was being put together. The album cover is about the fear of getting burned when you enter into an agreement with a business partner. It was a dig at the music industry's dehumanization of musicians, by the way. Speaking of by the way, which one's Pink? This album's regard grew over time because it followed up Dark Side of the Moon. A lot of people were kind of let down, but since then, I don't think anyone would argue that it is a great album. It is a fantastic Pink Floyd album. Not just a fantastic Pink Floyd album, a fantastic album. In some ways, at this point, I almost enjoy Wish You Were Here better than Dark Side of the Moon. Probably because I've listened to it less overall. Animals in 1977, inspired by George Orwell's Animal Farm. And the ladies start to swoon every time you say that, don't they? This album's subject matter is a bit darker than Wish You Were Here, and the music reflects that. A lot of different social issues, going after the social elites. You can guess who the sheep were that Roger Waters is singing about. The album cover is really probably more highly regarded than the album itself, although I would argue that it's note for note probably just as good as Dark Side of the Moon or Wish You Were Here. It just isn't as enjoyable as either of those albums, if that makes sense. Still, on a 1 to 10 scale, it's an 8, maybe even a 9, depending on what day of the week you're listening to it, I suppose. In 1979, The Wall, the rock opera centering on the study of Pink, a character descending into isolation. It is the best-selling double album of all time. Another Brick in the Wall Part 2 was a #1 pop hit in the UK and the US, driven mostly by a young audience that probably didn't exactly get what the song was all about. Comfortably Numb is still a staple of classic rock radio. Signature David Gilmour solo. A film adaptation of The Wall was released in 1982, which further enhanced its cultural legacy, and for a lot of people, for a lot of millennials and Gen Y types, I would venture it's their introduction to Pink Floyd. It remains one of the most ambitious concept albums in rock history. It is definitely the best album of ever that explores themes of alienation, trauma, and fascism, and I would still say it's my personal favorite Pink Floyd album. I had a deep emotional connection to this album for a good chunk of the 80s. It was my go-to album if I felt kind of bleak in any way at all. 1981, it's a collection of great dance songs. I love the ironic title. If you're familiar with Pink Floyd and you saw this title, you were like, ha, 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 ha. Money was re-recorded for this because Capitol Records would not license it to Columbia, so there you go. The cut of Shine On You Crazy Diamond is different. The 7-inch edit of Another Brick in the Wall Part 2 is on here. I'm going to say that it's worth having because I found it interesting how some of the small track selection that it is, how they were reassembled for the collection. I'm going to say it's a pretty good compilation. A little short, but greatest hits albums were back in those days. In 1983, The Final Cut, essentially a Roger Waters solo album with minimal input from the rest of the band. It serves as a critique of war. The Falklands War was going on at that time. Probably, it might be the most politically charged album in the Pink Floyd library. Waters left the band shortly after its release. There were creative differences. This is probably the darkest album in their discography. The production is fairly sparse compared to The Wall and maybe Animals. This was the first Pink Floyd album that I personally owned, that I personally bought. And I know what you might be thinking, and you still became a Pink Floyd fan? Seriously, I loved the theatricality of this album. The Cold War was arguably at peak levels at the time, so I was doing a little bit of worrying about nuclear war. So this album spoke to that, so it spoke to me. And in spite of, I know what some people might think about me doing this, I'm going to say it was a great album. It's a great album to me. It was a great album to me. Also in 1983, Works, with some alternate mixes of cuts from Dark Side of the Moon. Everything on here is pre-Columbia. This is really an album for completists. I don't know, if it streams on Spotify, listen to it and get your own opinion, I suppose. 1987, A Momentary Lapse of Reason. Roger Waters is gone, but the previously dispatched Richard Wright rejoins the band for some of the tracks anyway. The lawsuits, the well-attended concerts, the poorly attended concerts. So much drama around this album. And a lot of people said this is not a Pink Floyd album, it's a David Gilmour solo album. Well, there's no Roger Waters on it, so I guess you could make that argument. The album heavily leaned on session musicians like Tony Levin. on bass, but you can also say that this album feels like a sort of a reset to the band's mid-70s period. This album is a lot better than the final cut. It put Pink Floyd back on the map. It sold really well. It's not a perfect album, but Learning to Fly, On the Turning Away, The Dogs of War, One Slip, it's great. Great, I tell you. Fight me on that. Delicate Sound of Thunder, a live album from 1988. A lot of material from A Momentary Lapse of Reason, some older stuff. It's a decent listen, but it's not great. I bought it. I listened to it once. I filed it away. Most music critics were, I believe it was J.D. Considine that wrote, further proof that you can't listen to a light show. So there you go. It's the 2019 re-release is about 40 minutes longer, so you get the whole show. It's okay. It's okay. I have spoken. So in 1992, everybody's putting out a box set. So of course, Pink Floyd is going to put out a box set, and that box set was called Shine On. It features A Saucer Full of Secrets, Metal, The Dark Side of the Moon, Wish You Were Here, Animals, The Wall, A Momentary Lapse of Reason, and an extra disc called The Early Singles, which gathered the first 5 7-inch singles and their B-sides on one compilation on CD. Shine On is, I'm just going to be real honest with you. Unless you really want to have all the artwork and the booklet and yada, yada, yada. At this point in time, there are better collections. If you really want to collect, if you want to get all the Pink Floyd. In 1994, it was The Division Bell. High Hopes, great song. More melodic album than Momentary Lapse of Reason. This was recorded on Gilmour's boat, the Astoria. His now wife, Polly Sampson, receives a lot of writing credit on this album, a trend that has since continued. This was a #1 album in the U.S. Take It Back's on here. What Do You Want From Me? My first and only Pink Floyd concert was this tour, Indianapolis. I did not have great seats, but because the show was so big, I still had great seats. So if you've never seen Pink Floyd live, that was my takeaway from that in early 1994. I got to put it somewhere. This is also a great Pink Floyd album. Don't fight me on this. 1995, Pulse. A 2.5-hour live album. The early CD versions had this cool blinking LED light powered by a couple of AA batteries. It looked cool on your shelf until it stopped blinking after about a year. The 2022 re-release, I think, also featured the blinking light, if I'm not mistaken. This is another live Pink Floyd album. It's probably slightly better than Delicate Sound of Thunder, but I wouldn't say... unless you just really want to hear live Pink Floyd albums, I do have a hard time with a band that makes music as lush and orchestral and as precise as Pink Floyd and gumming it up with a lot of crowd noise, if that makes sense. So there you go. And I think that's the reissue album cover of Pulse that I have in this tier list, by the way. In 2000, Is There Anybody Out There? The Wall Live 1980 through 1981. Well, guess what that is? It's The Wall live, with a couple of extra songs that were left off the album, some spoken word parts, some extended solos. This album is an hour and 45 minutes long, which is quite a bit longer than the album, 15-20 minutes longer than the album. Fleshes out the story a little bit. I'm actually going to say that this is a pretty good live album, maybe their best live album, and I do think it is definitely worth a listen. In 2001, Echoes, the best of Pink Floyd, from the first single, Arnold Lane, all the way to High Hopes, on Division Bell, beginning to end. This features the first appearance of When the Tigers Broke Free. That hadn't been on a CD before. It's a 26-track 2-CD compilation that non-chronologically segues one song into another very effectively. It's an interesting listen, because you think it's going to go to one song and it goes into another, and it's not chronological either. It's an engaging listen, from time to time. I wouldn't say it's mandatory, that it's a mandatory part of your collection, but it's pretty good. I really like the way that they put it together. 10 years later, A Foot in the Door, the best of Pink Floyd. This was a single CD release, 16 tracks, part of the Why Pink Floyd campaign. They were doing a lot of reissues in 2011 and 2012. I would just say this is for completists. There's really not anything particularly special about it. It does have a cool album cover. In 2014, it was The Endless River. Man, people hated this. Or a lot of people hated it anyway. I don't know so much that people hated it as just found it puzzling. What is this? Or why isn't it more? Only one track has vocals, the last song on the album, Louder Than Words, which I found to be a pretty solid song. I really enjoyed it. Sure, it could easily be exchanged with many of Gilmour's solo tracks, but so what? The album consists mostly of instrumental outtakes that were left over from The Division Bell. So you get this full album of outtakes from the Division Bell, and it makes you realize the Division Bell could have been a lot more. Also serves as a tribute to late keyboardist Richard Wright. Gilmour and Mason completed the album with very little new material, regarded as a farewell to Pink Floyd's legacy when it came out. I really enjoyed the single. I can't really say that I really thought, as a listening experience, that I didn't think it was that interesting. 2016, The Early Years, from 1965 to 1972. They're formative years, basically. Features previously unreleased tracks, rare live performances, BBC radio sessions. This is jam-packed with a lot of stuff. I'm not going to list everything. It's a deep dive into the band's evolution before they became really successful. And wow. And with me describing it like that, you'd think I was going to put it somewhere great, but I don't know. I didn't really think it added a lot to my Pink Floyd experience. 2019, The Later Years, features a remix of Momentary Lapse of Reason, expanded versions of Delicate Sound of Thunder and Pulse, The Nebworth Show, a previously unreleased concert film, 5.1 surround mixes. This box set, you really get your bang for the buck on this one. I realize this doesn't really represent the golden era of Pink Floyd, and I've already stated some of these live albums aren't particularly exciting, but I would say this is a better box set than the previous box set. It has more interesting stuff on it altogether. There's a lot more to dive into. 2021, Live at Nebworth, 1990. Originally part of the Later Years box set from 2019, 7 tracks. They released this separately out of that box set. If you got the box set, you don't need to buy this individually. It's not particularly interesting, just to be brutally honest with you. It's Pink Floyd live. Hey, Hey, Rise Up. In 2022, a one-off single. I think the release of the single had a couple of extra bonus tracks. Proceeds from this went to the Ukraine Humanitarian Relief Fund. Vocals from boombox vocalist Andrei Klidnik. I tried. Gilmour was concerned about the whole Ukraine situation, reversed his earlier decision to not reunite Pink Floyd. Got in touch with Nick Mason and thought that it was important that they generate some awareness of the war and what was going on and figure out a way to contribute. It's an interesting song because the vocalist is neither Roger Waters. It has a very operatic feel to it. I'm going to say it's pretty good, but I'm also going to say you're not going to listen to it over and over and over again. In 2022, the Animals 2018 remix finally saw the light of day. Opinions vary on this. Some people argue that the animal sounds are boosted too much. I've heard that it's a better experience on 5.1 Blu-ray. Maybe that's awesome. I don't know. I don't know where to put this exactly. I'm just going to put it there. 2023, The Dark Side of the Moon 50th Anniversary Box Set. I have a separate video all about The Dark Side of the Moon and its many incarnations. I do touch on this box set a little bit. It's a pretty expansive box set. I would say it's a great box set. If you really are all about The Dark Side of the Moon, you might want to check that out. Also includes The Dark Side of the Moon live at Wembley, 1974. That was released as part of that box set, and later on they released it separately, so you can buy that as a single CD. If you buy it on vinyl, the versions on the vinyl are a little bit shorter compared to what you'll get on the CD and digital versions. The melodies, the musicianship, the soaring vocals, and all the people you made out with when you were listening to their music in the 80s. Journey on Tier List Tuesday. So we start at the beginning, more or less the beginning anyway, as we chronologically rate the band's discography. Before we begin, there's a ton of best of albums, a ton of live albums, there's bootlegs. I'm going to hit on about, I think maybe 23, 24, 25 albums here, so this is not 100% complete, but it does get all of the studio albums, starting with 1975's self-titled debut, Journey. If you knew someone who was a big Journey fan, and you invited them over to listen to something and say, hey, I just want you to listen to this music, this band I discovered, tell me what you think of this, you could play the whole album and they would have no idea that this is the same band that recorded Don't Stop Believin' and Separate Ways and Open Arms and all the big hits. This is basically a jazz rock fusion album. Some of the guys came over from Santana. Greg Rowley was a member of Santana's band. Matter of fact, Greg Rowley sang the vocals on Black Magic Woman. I know you know that song. Ainsley Dunbar was the drummer. He had played with Frank Zappa, so he had sort of an avant-garde feel to him. This album has a certain amount of fans in the progressive rock genre, there are people out there that are like, yeah, but Journey made a prog rock album, and it's actually pretty good. Well, no. It's not. It's an okay progressive rock album, and if you're a real serious Journey fan and you love Journey for the Steve Perry and the arena rock, unless you're trying to have a complete collection, skip the first album. I would basically say the same thing about Look Into the Future. It moves away from being a jazz fusion record and leans more into being a progressive rock album, even more so than the first album did. So there you go. The title track on the album is like an 8-minute song, one of their longest songs. And you have another album that you honestly can just simply live without. This is not getting off to a great start, is it, Journey fans? Well, hang on. Next, it's Next from 1977. This is basically the end of the whole jazz fusion, prog rock, what exactly are we kind of band. This didn't sell. This was almost the end of the band. If you've heard Nickel and Dime, they play well on this album. These are great musicians. I think that's definitely one of the things for me that set Journey apart from a lot of the other sort of arena rock, pop rock bands of the 70s and into the 80s. I've always thought Journey was head over heels better than Survivor or Speedwagon. We make it to 1978. Steve Perry has joined for the album Infinity. And the songs were hookier, easier to digest, obviously targeted at a bit more of a commercial sound. Wheel in the Sky. Man, I remember the first time I heard Wheel in the Sky. I had already heard Escape and all that stuff. And Wheel in the Sky to me sounded, I don't know, almost like Rush. I don't know. Infinity is a pretty solid album. And definitely this turned the corner. This had a lot to do with turning the corner for the band and putting them on the trajectory that they would eventually land on. Lights is on this album. That song was a huge hit in San Francisco, obviously. Anytime and Feeling That Way, which eventually became Feeling That Way / Anytime, on the radio anyway. Patiently, that's sort of one of their secret favorite Steve Perry songs. Infinity really made a big difference for this band. And in 1979, Evolution was released. This basically is a continuation of Infinity, maybe not as good overall. Too Late was a single on this album, just the same way. A lot of classic rock stations might still play that. Lovin', Touchin', Squeezin', obviously the big song on that album. It was the band's first top 20 album. It's also a pretty good album. It's a good album. And for some bizarre reason, somebody decided, let's make a compilation just from the first 3 albums to remind people that it used to be a different band. I'm not sure why they did that. I'm just basically going to say, I'm going to put that right there and that you don't need it here, just to be honest with you. And I love jazz fusion and progressive rock, but I don't think that's what that band was destined to do. Departure was released in February of 1980. This was the last album that Greg Rowley was a part of. Any Way You Want It was a huge hit. It's one of their catchiest songs. It was also their first top 10 album. It was the first album with Jonathan Cain. Stay a While was on here. Walks Like a Lady. Like I said, Any Way You Want It was the big pop hit from this album. I'm also going to say this was a pretty good album. Oh, and then you have Dream After Dream, which was part of a movie soundtrack for a Japanese romantic fantasy film. This was only 2 or 3 of the songs on this album had vocals. This is essentially sort of a throwback to being a progressive rock band in a lot of ways. It's an interesting album, I'll give it that, so I'm going to put it there. There weren't any hits on that album, by the way. And then came Captured, a live album, which was actually a really good live album. It does feature, you do hear a little bit of Greg Rowley on this album. I'm not a huge fan of live albums, but this is a pretty good live album. Here we go. It's 1981. It's Escape. This is the album. If you only have one Studio Journey album, this is going to be it. Don't Stop Believin'. Just barely made the top 10, by the way. It's one of the biggest rock songs of all time at this point in history, but it just barely made the top 10 in its day. Open Arms peaked at number 2. Who's Crying Now went top 15 or top 20. I don't remember exactly. I want to say 11. Still They Ride is my favorite Journey song on this album. Stone in Love's a great song, although I only recently figured out the lyrics. 30 years after the fact. Those summer nights are calling. I don't remember what I thought it was. Something about ghosts. I don't know. But Stone in Love's a great song. This album has gone on to sell about 1 billion copies. I'm not going to say every song on this album is a classic song. Like Lay It Down and Mother Father, I think, kind of dragged the album down a bit for me personally. It is a classic, iconic album. In 1983, it was time for Frontiers, which could have been the band's best album, but for some reason, the management, I don't remember if it was the management or the label, decided to hold out a couple of tracks that they had recorded for this album, Only the Young. They held that song out to use on the Vision Quest soundtrack. So instead of Only the Young, we got songs like Trouble Child and Backtalk, which Backtalk alone, I remember the first time I heard Frontiers, I was so looking forward to it because at this point I'd bought into Journey. I'd listened to Escape a bunch of times, and I bought Frontiers, and I'm on side 2. Side 1 is just the hits, man. Side 2, and here's Backtalk. Okay, this Frontiers could have been their best album. There was a meeting one day to discuss what the video for Separate Ways should be like, and someone said, "What if we're just kind of dancing around, acting like we're playing our instruments? We're playing air guitar, air keyboards, air bass, and whatever." And at least one person said, "You know what? That's a good idea." Raised on Radio was released in 1986. Steve Perry sort of had taken control of this album. I like Suzanne, and Be Good to Yourself is a good Journey song. Most of the songs on this album are written for the sake of being a hit. I'll Be All Right Without You is obviously very catchy. Very nice song. Why Can't This Not Go On Forever was, I believe, intended to be a big ballad. It didn't work out that way. It Could Have Been You is probably the one song on the album that maybe should have been released as a single that wasn't released as a single. Maybe it would have been the 5th or 6th single had the other ones done better. This is still a pretty good album. If you like Journey, you're not going to go, ooh, you're not going to hate this album if you like Journey. The first Greatest Hits package arrived in 1988. It is one of the best Greatest Hits collections ever released. Most of their iconic songs are on this album. If you didn't really want to invest in any particular Journey albums, but you wanted to have all the hits, at least all the hits up to that point, you had to have Journey's Greatest Hits. In 1988, you're still talking a point in time in which a lot of people were getting their first CD players. A lot of people, or at least the late 80s are kind of when that really started to ramp up. People really starting to get CD players for their home audio units and for their cars. And Journey's Greatest Hits sold very well in its day and has continued to sell very well. As a matter of fact, it's a 15 times platinum album. It is it's one of the best-selling compilation albums of all time. So Journey's Greatest Hits, you know what, honestly, it's a really good... I can't believe I just put a Greatest Hits album in the classic section. But I did what I did. So The Ballade came along, and I believe it was 1991. This is a collection of all the ballads. There's not really anything new or different, unique, or special about this. Maybe if you just want to have a collection that's just all the ballads, maybe you might want to get it. Journey did do ballads very well. So I can't really just say it's just for completists. If you're a Journey fan and you want to have a collection of all the ballads and you can't make your own list on Spotify somehow. So it's 1992 now and everyone's releasing a box set, and Journey is kind of like, I guess we need to release a box set. So Time Cubed came out. This was more in-depth, a lot of lesser-known tracks, a lot of early material, all the big hits, of course, but they lean a little heavily into those first 3 or 4 albums that were sort of jazz rocky, prog rocky. A couple of unreleased tracks, Velvet Curtain, to play some music, some live tracks, some previously unreleased demos. It was a 3-disc box set. It was one of those long, skinny box sets. And you know what? Overall, it was a good collection. I'm not going to say you can argue it's for completists. I think they did a nice job putting it together. So Steve Perry's back in 1996 with the band. His final album with the band, Journey's reunion album, When You Love a Woman, was a top 10 pop hit. Matter of fact, When You Love a Woman, Journey received their first Grammy nomination from that song. If you can believe that, it took that long. Now, Steve Perry suffered a hip injury just not long after this album was recorded, so they couldn't tour. A lot of people very much believe that kind of doomed the album to not really achieve as much as it could have. There was still a lot of demand for Journey. The album could have done better. A tour could have gone really well. Trial by Fire has its moments. It's a good album. It's not a great album. Greatest Hits Live dropped in 1998. It's a collection of songs from various time periods. Not as good as Captured. This, I'm just going to say that this is really for completists. You want to say you've heard it, I guess, if you're just kind of like you have to be able to say that you've seen or you've heard All Things Journey. The first album released where you could hear live versions of songs from, Escape. 2001, Arrival. The post-Steve Perry era begins. A lot of people did not know what to think of this. And if you just evaluate it fairly, in and of itself, guy not only is named Steve, he's actually a pretty decent singer, close enough to being a Steve Perry sound-alike that you kind of realize you're listening to Journey. All the Way was a pretty good ballad. It got on the radio here and there. Interesting side note, this album was released in Japan before it was released in the United States. Journey has always had a huge following in Japan. It's a decent album, but just so that you don't forget, Steve Perry used to be in this band. In 2001, the double, I think maybe since has been expanded to triple CD, The Essential Journey. It's got all of the big singles, and some of their lesser-known classics. It also has a few songs from, the pre-Steve Perry era, so it's a pretty complete collection. Just the Same Way was included. It wasn't on the original. Feeling That Way was not. Don't Stop Believing was having sort of a surge of popularity. This is a pretty good compilation. In 2005, it was Generations, the second, final album with Steve O'Gerry. He was having some vocal issues when this album was being recorded. Matter of fact, if you've never heard the album, everybody in the band at the time sang vocals on at least one song. Curious, confusing album. It was released independently. There was no major label. It was given away free at concerts. Generations is at best an okay album, and I'm being kind of generous. It's not that good. I skipped Red 13. The Red 13 EP, 4 songs. I'm not going to say any of them are great. I'm not going to say any of them are bad. There's 4 songs. Each is kind of unique. One's kind of bluesy. One's got an arena rock vibe to it. There's one that's slow. It's kind of interesting to listen to because this one, that album just totally went under my radar at the time. I did not know that album was there at all for a long time. In 2005, live in Houston, 1981, the Escape Tour. This is a really good live album. This is for sure up there with Captured. During this tour, Steve Perry was absolutely 100% on top of his game. During Don't Stop Believin', they sub in Houston for Detroit. It's really cool. The band all the way around, very energetic. Steve Perry, very energetic. This release, this is kind of, a lot of young people were like, okay, so this is some cool dad rock you got going on here. This also was available on a DVD, by the way. This is also, matter of fact, it's the best live album. In 2008, it was Revelation. This was the first album with Arnel Pineda on vocals. And all long-term Journey fans know he was literally found singing Journey karaoke. And he probably was the better Steve Perry, impersonator of the two. And this album was half new songs, half re-recorded Journey classics with Arnel Pineda on vocals. And a lot of people were like, what's going on here? But a lot of people were interested, and a lot of people liked it. It debuted at number 5 on the album chart. There were people that said, it's awesome. This really captures the spirit of Journey's heyday. And there were a lot of people that said, they're trying to remake all their old stuff and make new stuff sound like old stuff. Anyway, like I said, it's sold really well. And in my opinion, this album does a very good job of being what it set out to be. Journey Live in Manila, that dropped in 2009, recorded in front of 30,000 fans in Manila, Arnel Pineda's hometown. You can hear that he was really putting his heart into it. Very energetic, good performance. I'm going to put this up here. It's another good Journey album. In 2011, it was Greatest Hits 2. Now, this featured some of the Steve Perry songs that weren't included on Greatest Hits 1. Also includes like some songs from Raised on Radio and Trial by Fire. After all these years, the Arnel Pineda track from Revelation is on here. All in all, I'm going to say this is okay. I think that there are better ways to have the best of Journey. 2011, Eclipse. This album rocked a little harder, so okay, they're trying to do something different. They're trying to make another album that doesn't sound exactly like what the previous album sounded like. The unfortunate problem with this album is that it really just wasn't very good. Bands have to experiment. I'm totally down with that. You know, Neil Schon gets crunchy on this album, and it is an attempt to sound a bit more modern for what modern meant at 2011. City of Hope's on here. Edge of the Moment is on here. There's some good songs on this album. I'm certainly not going to say it's a bad album, but in my opinion, it's just an okay album. It's one of those albums you listen to. Man, I listened to this album. I listened to that album like twice, and I'm like, all right, I think I got it. In 2019, another live album, Live in Japan 2017, Escape and Frontiers. This was also released on a DVD. Arnel Pineda's vocals, it's hard to say enough good things about Arnel Pineda. He's a strong, strong vocalist, and you really feel like he captures the spirit of all these songs, early 80s Journey songs. They do Escape in its entirety, Frontiers in its entirety. But I kind of felt like Pineda's vocals were just really were the best thing about the album musically. Maybe it's the mix. I don't know. I didn't really feel like this album was all that great. And I'm a little pickier about live albums, so you might enjoy it. I mean, it's a neat way to hear Escape and Frontiers. That's a different way anyway. And finally, in 2022, it was Freedom. Together We Run is on that album. I think a lot of people were kind of disappointed that this album wasn't better because it was the first studio album in like 11 years, I do believe, since Eclipse, right? I thought The Way We Used to Be was a pretty good song. It kind of reminded me of Raised on Radio era Journey. It's the kind of song that could have fit in with that album, I believe. Not a great album, but I would say better than Eclipse. So there you go. Oh, I just janked up my tears, didn't I? Oh well, I'm not going to change it just to make my tears look pretty. 2024 Rock and Roll Hall of Fame inductees, Dave Matthews Band. It's Tier List Tuesday. Okay, what the actual hell is the Dave Matthews Band? Is it rock? Is it alternative? Is it Starbucks music? Is it yacht rock? Alternative folk? Stoner rock? Millennial dad rock? There are people who worship this band. And I know some people that, well, if they were doing a Dave Matthews Band tier list, it would look like this. As a general rule, I don't do ranking videos of acts that I don't at least like or respect. And in 1994, 1995, I was a fan of Dave Matthews Band, probably as big of a fan as anybody. It was kind of cool to have a break from how grungy and dark my musical diet had become around then. The very idea that something could be cool and upbeat and fun and alternative all at the same time, it just blew my mind. Very refreshing, yeah? For the most part, Dave Matthews Band has continued to at least hold my interest to one degree or another. I still like Dave Matthews Band. So this tier list is not going to be some big ultimate Dave Matthews Band fanboy video. It's not going to be a big troll party either. I'm skipping their self-released albums from the sort of early mid-90s there. No best of, no solo albums, no greatest hits albums. I'm not touching on any of the 900 live Dave Matthews Band albums, give or take. 1994's Under the Table and Dreaming, the official major label debut album. It peaked at number 11 and has since gone on to be certified 6 times platinum by the RIAA. If you had one of the initial pressings, if you bought that CD when it first came out, Pay for What You Get is on there, and then that disappeared. I used to have that CD. Good job, Jim. From the interesting tidbit column, What Would You Say, featuring John Popper from Blues Traveler on harmonica, he recorded his part. This is according to Dave Matthews himself. John Popper recorded his part in around 5 to 10 minutes while Dave Matthews was in the bathroom. Satellite is a great song. Ants Marching is a great song. The Best of What's Around is another one of my favorites from this album, Typical Situation. Number 34 is a really cool instrumental track. And for a brief period of time in 1994, going into 1995 probably, I loved this album. Under the Table and Dreaming. Just a great album. If you were thinking about putting together an essential 90s albums collection, I think Under the Table and Dreaming would be on there. In 1996, Crash was released. It was certified 7 times platinum by the RIAA. It is officially the band's best-selling album. Pig might have been on the album if you got the CD when it first came out. Too Much was a big alternative radio hit. So Much to Say was on this album. Two Step, Tripping Billies. Too Much got a lot of alternative radio airplay from this album, So Much to Say. Two Step, Tripping Billies. Proudest Monkey is a really strong finisher on this album. This album is probably, honestly, this album is just as good. I don't think I listened to it as much, but I would say, yeah, they've done it again. Before These Crowded Streets dropped in 1998. It was their first album, but not their last, to debut at number 1 on the album chart. It's sold 2 million copies since. Bela Fleck is one of the guest stars on this album. Tim Riddles is playing guitar. Alanis Morissette is on this album. Don't Drink the Water. Stay. Crush. Some people consider this their best album. I consider it, well, at this point in time, I'm kind of like, yeah, okay, I get what this band is about. It's not a bad, it's certainly not. Look, look what that category says. The category says, yeah, pretty good album. So, in February of 2001, Every Day, the 4th studio album, it went triple platinum. It was their second number 1 album in a row. The original title of this album was the Everyday album. The songs that appeared on this album were not the songs that were originally going to be on this album. Originally, there were a bunch of songs recorded with Steve Lillywhite, and they were like, nah. So all of a sudden, this is the album that came together. Carlos Santana is on this, Glenn Ballard, so it's got some notable guest stars. The first single that I heard from this album was I Did It, and I didn't. I was like, okay. I just somehow didn't feel that song. The Space Between, which somehow became their first top 40 hit. You'd think there would have been hits before then, but The Space Between's a great song. It's another one of those good songs. Angel is on this album. This album allowed me to keep thinking, yeah, this band is just, okay, I get the gist of what they do. This is just not the best that they've done it, I don't think. And then in 2002, Busted Stuff came around. These are re-recordings of the songs that were going to be on Every Day. Where Are You Going is on this album. You Never Know, Captain, Gray Street. The Kit Kat Jam takes a few interesting turns along the way. It's a cool jam track. It did not make me think of candy bars. I thought this album was more of the same, but a little more interesting. So I would put it up here in the, yeah, pretty good album pile. In 2005, Stand Up was released. I really liked the album cover. The a cappella beginning on Dream Girl, I kind of wondered, did I accidentally stick in like a new Paul Simon CD or something here? This album went platinum. The title was inspired by the civil rights movement. The song American Baby is, in my opinion, a great song. Old Dirt Hill I could hear that being a Jack Johnson song, or maybe even a Jimmy Buffett song. I can't really say Louisiana Bayou was one of my all-time favorite Dave Matthews tracks, so obviously I'm not going to. Everybody Wake Up. This album has its moments. It's not a great Dave Matthews Band album. In the spring of 2009, Big Whiskey and the Gru Grux King. The album cover and the liner note artwork were hand-drawn by Dave Matthews. This album was certified platinum, their 5th straight number 1 album, nominated for Album of the Year at the Grammys and Rock Album of the Year. It lost to Taylor Swift for Album of the Year and to Green Day for Rock Album of the Year, but still, it never hurts to get a Grammy nomination, right? I can't really say I was living my best life when this album came out, but I had just moved to Seattle, and I had this sort of sense of renewed optimism, and this was just exactly the right Dave Matthews album for me. It's a jazz record for a minute, then it's a funk record for a minute, and then it's a rock album for the next 2 or 3 minutes, and then it's clearly a Dave Matthews album that contained, in my estimation, multiple above-average Dave Matthews Band songs. I thought Funny the Way It Is a pretty solid track. It's one of those songs that somehow was fun to sing along to. I am one of those sing-along people. You don't want to hear it, but I am one of those people. Lying in the Hands of God is on this album. You and Me, Why I Am. There aren't any all-time classics, but there aren't any weak songs on this album either. It is a solid listen. I think it belongs in this column right there, that it's a pretty good album. In 2012, Away from the World was released. This has since gone on to be certified gold by the RIAA. It was their 6th straight number 1 album. Steve Lillywhite produced this. This was the first album Steve Lillywhite was in the mix since what would have been, quote, the Everyday album. Mercy is a good song. Like a lot of Dave Matthews Band albums, the last song is 9 minutes long. It's a journey, that's for sure. Gaucho's on the song. I think I mentioned Mercy, If Only. Good songs. The artwork on the album cover. I've heard that Dave really likes the weed, and I've heard that Dave has given up the weed, and I've heard stories in between. I don't know. I just look at this album cover and it's like, This is Hollywood Squares if you're really high. 2018, Come Tomorrow. Dave did not design the album cover. Whew. It was their 7th consecutive #1 album, the RIAA Certified Gold album. The title is inspired by Hope for a Better Future. Well, that's cool, right? Again and Again are on here. Come Tomorrow, Black and Blue Bird, Samurai Cop. Again and Again, in my opinion, best song in this album. Not a great album. I just didn't think it was a great album. The final studio album from Dave Matthews Band, 2023's Walk Around the Moon. This album did not go to #1. It peaked at #5 on the album chart. It's 42 minutes and 42 seconds, their shortest studio album. I'm sure it's their shortest album. The album cover kind of reminds me a little bit of Busted Stuff, because it just seems sort of very hodgepodgey. They don't do simple album covers. There's just no more Keep It Simple in the album cover dictionary for the Dave Matthews Band. This album had 3 standout tracks, in my opinion: Monsters, Madman's Eyes, and Looking for a Vein. I wanted Looking for a Vein to be a longer song. It just suddenly seems like it's over. This is another album. I hate to put it right there. It's good. It's not great. I listened to it a few times and decided these are the best songs, and those got moved over to a playlist. And I haven't visited this album again since. Not a bad album if you're a Dave Matthews Band fan. I have a hard time imagining that you would think this album is bad. I just don't think it's great. I think they have 2 studio albums that are all-time classics. Some people would say Before These Crowded Streets should be on that tier. On this week's Tier List Tuesday, it was bound to happen one of these days. Coldplay. Coldplay has been named one of the most successful and influential bands of the 21st century, the successor to U2 as biggest band in the world, the 21st century equivalent to the Beatles. Coldplay has won 7 Grammy Awards throughout their career. One of their albums debuted at #1 on the album chart in 32 different countries. They've sold over 100 million albums. Their tours are a big, huge deal. They also get bagged on pretty hard. One critic in the early aughts, or the Knots, as you might say in the UK, described Coldplay as the most insufferable band of the decade. Is Coldplay even a rock band? An alternative band? So I remember when I first heard Yellow. It was the year 2000, I was working in radio. It had a certain sing-along ability to it. You know, not everything I like has to have a blistering guitar solo or complicated layers of percussion. It was Radiohead light, more than it was Radiohead-like, if that makes sense. Post-Britpop, 1/3 intensity Oasis. But I liked it. Chris Martin's voice has a certain sincerity to it. He can write a good song. So for some odd reason, I actually included the cover art for the track Yellow in my tier list here, so I'm going to have to put it somewhere, and I would say that it's one of those songs that I've never really gotten tired of. The full-length album, Parachutes, was released in the year 2000. The album was very successful. Coldplay got to sign with Capitol Records in the US because of this. The album went on to sell more than 13 million copies. If you still have your original CD, there might be a track at the end called Life is for the Living. Check it out. Useful tidbit. Trouble was a minor hit and a good song. Shiver, pretty good song. Don't Panic is easy to bob your head along with. It's the opening song. It sort of gently eases you into Parachutes. There's definitely nothing weak on the album. In fact, I listened to it quite a bit that first year or so. It's a pretty good album. In the year 2002, it was A Rush of Blood to the Head. It was a quite successful album. The video for The Scientist, wow. It was filmed in reverse. Chris Martin sang the lyrics forward while walking backward. Sure, who couldn't do that in their sleep, right? Coldplay actually wanted to scrap this album before it was released, but the label said, guys, this is good. Let's roll with this. The band admits that this album was heavily influenced by Radiohead's OK Computer, and you can hear that. A Rush of Blood to the Head was Enemy's album of the year in 2002. In My Place, Clocks was a pretty significant pop song. The Scientist, God Put a Smile on Your Face. Daylight's a good song. Green Eyes, for me, was the only song in this album that just kind of didn't work and really prevents this from being a no-skips album. It's a really good album. It won Grammys, also, by the way, Record of the Year, Best Alternative Music Album. In 2005, X and Y dropped. This album gives me Pink Floyd, or at least Alan Parsons Project vibes from time to time. The album's title represents the mathematical symbols for unknown variables. It's not just squares. Speed of Sound was inspired by the birth of Chris Martin's daughter. There's a song that was inspired by the 9/11 attacks. Twisted Logic is on there. X and Y debuted at number 1 in 32 countries. It was 2005's best-selling album worldwide. 8.3 million copies that year. The track Swallowed by the Sea, if you take away Chris Martin's vocals and put Bono vocals in this song, it sounds just like anything you two would have been doing there kind of around the turn of the century, all that you can't leave behind, that kind of era. There's a hidden track on the album, Till Kingdom Come, which was originally written for to be sung with Johnny Cash, but then he went and did that thing that a lot of rock stars do. He died. All in all, this is a good album. It left me a little, I'm not sure I'd say disappointed. After A Rush of Blood to the Head, I was hoping that they would at least equal that or maybe top that. The Best of compilation, Coldplay The Singles, 1999 through 2006. I'm including this on the list. I'm mentioning it because I want to make aware the Blue Room EP, which was released in 99, had gotten pretty hard to find by 2006. Good luck finding it, now. Other than that, it's pretty much a by-the-numbers greatest hits package, but I'd still say it's a good greatest hits package. In 2008, Viva la Vida or Death and All His Friends. Basically, they took the guitars and put them up on the shelf, or at least the prominent feature of guitars. Viva la Vida means live the life in Spanish. It was inspired by a Frida Kahlo painting. The title track has a 30-piece string section. Personally, as some of it does like classical music, I was pretty cool with that. There's also a hidden track called The Escapist. At the time of its release, the album was streamed more than 30 million times within the first month of its release on MySpace. That's right, I said MySpace.
Hey, everybody, an old man's talking.
Picked up Grammy wins for Song of the Year, Best Pop Performance by Duo or Group with Vocals. It's a pretty solid listen from beginning to end. I don't know if this album would convert you into being a Coldplay fan if you weren't already, but if you were, I would imagine you'd think this is a pretty good Coldplay album. You'd think, good job, guys. And it was a nice next step in the evolution of Coldplay. In November of 2008, the Prospects March EP dropped. It featured a few leftover tracks from the Viva La Vida sessions. Life in Technicolor is a pretty good song. Other than that, I didn't really feel like anything else stood out. It's not bad. In 2011, Milo Gelato. It was a concept album telling the story of two characters. So you'd think with the concept album, they'd try to give it a name that meant something, right? Milo Gelato means nothing. This was one of the earlier albums in which they sort of expanded into multimedia associations with their music. There was a comic book series tied to Milo Gelato. The band collaborated with Rihanna on the track Princess of China. That was a big pop hit. The album was originally planned to be more acoustic and stripped down, and then it became bright and electronic. A lot of different places there. I thought this album was nice. Paradise was your standard pretty good Coldplay song. Charlie Brown is kind of cool. Every Teardrop is a Waterfall was this close to being a jam. I liked this album, but I didn't love this album, so I'm going to say it was a good Coldplay album. It's not really one that I revisit much. In 2014, it was Ghost Stories. This album was inspired by a lot of heartbreak. Chris Martin and Gwyneth Paltrow were separated at the time of the writing of this album. Chris Martin's mother had recently died. The album was pretty successful. It debuted at number 1 in 24 countries. The track Midnight really leans into ambient sounds, more so than anything they've ever done. Ink is kind of a different track. This is neat, and I wish I would have been able to see this. They played just a handful of shows at smaller venues, those kind of venues where 1,000 people, maybe 2,000 people, the best places to see concerts, really. And the album was streamed 3.8 million times in its first week. That was a record at that time. On the track, A Sky Full of Stars is basically Every Teardrop is a Waterfall Part 2. My perspective at this point in time is that Coldplay had officially become one of those bands that I like but don't love. I'll always be interested in new music when they release it. I'll probably maybe really like a few of the songs from each album, and I'll probably feel kind of meh about the rest. Ghost Stories I felt was okay. It really honestly left me wanting more. It had its moments, that's for sure. A Head Full of Dreams was released in 2015. At this point, I kind of feel like Coldplay had really decided to commit to being a slightly alternative flavored pop band, really. A Head Full of Dreams, I think, really establishes that right out of the gate. Put the album on, hit play, that's a pop song. On the whole, the album does have a colorful, bright sound. Adventure of a Lifetime features a guitar riff inspired by Prince. Head Full of Dreams debuted at number 2 on the Billboard album chart. Beyonce is on the album on Hymn for the Weekend, so that helped that be a hit. Noel Gallagher, Tove Lo. It was one of the best-selling albums in the world in 2015, and the tour was one of the highest-grossing tours of all time. You know, Adventure of a Lifetime, clear to me that they decided that each of their albums needs at least one of what the kids back then would call a bop. Everglow is a return to classic Coldplay piano-driven song. Army of One just didn't work for me somehow. Up and Up. Oh, here's where they put the guitar solo at the very end of the album. Okay, and we have another album that's okay. In 2017, the Kaleidoscope EP was released. It featured the track Something Just Like This, a collaboration with the Chainsmokers. You probably heard this on the radio a lot. If you count this song as an official part of the Coldplay discography, it's their most streamed song ever. Almost 3 billion streams on this. The Kaleidoscope EP had a big hit, a couple of good songs, All I Can Think About Is You and Hypnotized, a couple of so-so songs. As far as I'm concerned, it's okay. Things got interesting in 2019, Everyday Life. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a serious album. It was a double album, a serious album. Half titled Sunrise, the other half titled Sunset. Arabesque is a great song. There's a saxophone solo by Stromae. Everyday Life debuted at number 1 on the UK albums chart. Trouble in Town is about police brutality. The title track of Everyday Life, unity, social justice, world peace. There's a diverse range of global influences. African gospel choirs, Middle Eastern instrumentation. Broken has a gospel choir section, very much throughout. Orphans is apologetically a catchy song. The title track is a classic orchestral Coldplay number. Even though this is a double album, and even though this album was easily, in my opinion, their most ambitious album for sure. For an album that covers so many different styles and incorporates so many different elements, I think it's somehow, at the same time, very focused, and I do believe it is on this tier of Coldplay albums. I guess, I don't know if you call it a mid-career triumph, late-career triumph for the band. If you're almost 20 years in, that's at least mid-career. And then, in 2021... the unthinkable happened. Music of the Spheres, produced by Max Martin. And if you're hiring Max Martin, you want, Katy Perry sounding songs, Kesha sounding songs. That's what you're going for. Now, this album is a concept album inspired by the planets in our solar system. Higher power. They filmed the video in space, which is cool, but you've got a higher power. That's like if Hall & Oates got back together. That's the kind of song they'd record. The album featured a companion app where you could explore the album's themes. Again, using that multimedia, you can tell that there's classical music influence here. There's a lot of electronic influence here. Some of the collaborations include Selena Gomez, BTS. They were a big thing around then. They used emojis for some of the song titles on this. Okay, before I really piss off the diehard Coldplay fans, if your preferred style of Coldplay is upbeat and fun, this might very well be your favorite Coldplay album, for all I know. It's definitely the Coldplay album for you. I just wonder if somebody walked up to Chris Martin after Everyday Life came out and said, "Chris, are you all right?" This album was the overreaction to that question. I don't recommend this album. Me personally, as a Coldplay fan, not a super fan, but as a Coldplay fan, I don't recommend this album. Moon Music from 2024. It's a sequel to Music of the Spheres. And that's what it sounds like. I don't want to sound mean, but I've been dreading... After I heard the first single on this album, I was kind of dreading hearing the rest of the album. The first single, Feels Like I'm Falling in Love. Chris Martin, buddy, you make a lot of money. I expect better lyrics than, I know, la 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 la. I know, la 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 la. But it doesn't end there. The very next song features, I'm guessing, twice as many la la las as the first single, the track Good Feelings. If they ever start putting dance floors in Starbucks, you'll hear this a lot. It'll be like on a loop. All My Love is a pretty by-the-numbers Coldplay ballad. It's not bad. I don't think it's great. And spoiler alert, the last minute of the album is, you might have guessed it, la 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 la. I thought there was one good song in the album. It's a song called We Pray. He grabbed some notable contributions from the hip-hop community. Yeah, it's a hip-hop track, kinda, sort of, and somehow it's the best thing on the album. It's actually a listenable song that I could listen to more than once. And that's basically the only song on the album that I feel like I would want to hear again. And I think part of the appeal might just be that it's such an unusual Coldplay song. Maybe that's it for me. The band has said that they are only going to do 2 more albums. So that means we'll get those last 2 albums sometime in the next 5 to 10 years. I really honestly, sincerely hope that at least one of those 2, the band manages to focus on and succeed at what Coldplay can and often does succeed at, and that is musical artistry. They can make hit singles. They've proven that. Dear Coldplay, when you get around to making your last album, sure, you can put a couple of bangers on there, but give me something creative and interesting and triumphant. Please, guys, go out on top. Banned in a lot of places. We like tinkering with the toys. First, speed metal. Someone thought this was a good idea. Queen formed in 1970. They combined rock, amazing production, sort of heavy metal, opera. Well, Queen is kind of hard to pigeonhole in an awful lot of ways because up to that point, no one ever really sounded like Queen. Bohemian Rhapsody, We Will Rock You, Another One Bites the Dust. Some of the most recognizable songs in rock history. The performance of Live Aid. This band's legacy endures. Go and check the amount of streams some of their songs have on Spotify. You will be surprised. And as a cohesive unit, the band's first album, simply titled Queen, was released in 1973. Keep Yourself Alive is a great single. Liar is a great single. Mad the Swine is included in the 2024 deluxe reissue of this album. It was dropped from the original sequence that eventually became a B-side on the headline single in 1991. Like an awful lot of debut albums from bands that have since basically secured their legacy, when I think of this album, I think of it as a promising debut. I hear moments of Led Zeppelin. I hear Beatles-esque harmonies. I hear maybe a little Jethro Tull progginess. This was recorded at Trident Studios, where Bowie recorded Ziggy Stardust. If your favorite Queen songs are the heavier Queen songs, you probably think, you might think this is really one of their best albums. And it's certainly not a bad album. I do believe it was a very promising debut, and I would say it is a good album. Queen 2 arrived less than a year after the release of Queen 1. A lot of fantasy elements are very present on the tracks on this album. There are more overdubs. There are more harmonies. The production of this album is a little bit more complicated. This is where the band decided, we like tinkering with the toys. Let's see what we can create. The album cover is iconic. 7 Seas of Rye was a big hit in the UK. Didn't really make much of an impact in the United States. White Queen is a cool listen. I'm not really sure about The Loser in the end, the Roger Taylor track on this album. The March of the Black Queen is the band's second longest song. Feels like a precursor to Bohemian Rhapsody, in my opinion. Queen 2 is also a good album. I wouldn't say it was great, or I wouldn't say that it's classic, but it's good. But again, like if you're into that the heavier Queen sound is your bag, you might be inclined to rank it higher than I would. In November of 1974, Sheer Heart Attack was released. This album made that initial list of the 1001 albums you must hear before you die. It's on NME's Greatest 100 Albums of All Time list. Side note, Brian May had a hepatitis scare during the make of this album. Killer Queen was a big hit. They got to perform that on Top of the Pops. It was a big hit in the United States, too. Now I'm Here. If it hadn't dawned on you yet, when you heard Now I'm Here, you realize a lot of Queen songs have a certain empowering element to them. And Now I'm Here is certainly one of them. Brighton Rock's a great opener. Stone Cold Crazy just comes out of nowhere in this album, in my opinion. Some people might say it's the first speed metal track. Metallica covered it in the early 90s. Bring back that Leroy Brown. That interesting song. I do believe that Sheer Heart Attack was the band moving more in the classic direction that we know that the band has that eventually would attain. And probably the first time they attained that was 1975's A Night at the Opera. Up to that point, it was the most expensive album ever recorded. It was their first but not last album to take its name from a Marx Brothers movie. Disappointingly, they never released an album called Duck Soup. Bohemian Rhapsody is the immortal song from this album. You're My Best Friend was the follow-up single. 39. They were going for like a old sea shanty vibe on that song. Love of My Life is on this album. That's a song that never got a lot of airplay, or certainly doesn't at this point, like on American classic rock radio. But this song was a huge, huge, huge hit in Argentina and Brazil. It's one of those songs that is a big favorite with Queen diehard fans. You know it. It's one of your favorite deep cuts. The call and response, the sing-along at the concerts. It might be Freddie Mercury's best ballad. Seaside Rendezvous kind of revisits that music hall sound that they like to lean into. Theatrical, but Queen. You know? There's just nothing wrong with that album. It is a classic Queen album. We'll get to classic Queen later. In 1976, A Day at the Races, their second album to take a title from a Marx Brothers movie. This was sort of regarded as a sequel to A Night at the Opera. I think it lives up to that assertion pretty well. It was their first entirely self-produced album. It was a #1 album in the UK. It was a top 5 album in the United States. Tie Your Mother Down, Somebody to Love, the obviously gospel-inspired track. They loved Aretha Franklin. Good old-fashioned Lover Boys on this. You Take My Breath Away really almost comes across as like a Freddie Mercury solo record, really. Teo Toriate has 2 choruses sung in Japanese. White Man is one of the band's darkest tracks. It is a strong follow-up, and in my opinion, one of the few instances in which a band follows up a triumph with yet another triumph album. This is the album that had to follow A Night at the Opera. Maybe it doesn't have a Bohemian Rhapsody on it. It's still, from start to finish, it's a classic album. Queen's first EP was released in 1977. 4 tracks. I'm not entirely sure why this exists. I don't really know a lot about the lore involved in it. I believe Tie Your Mother Down was also, at the time that they released Tie Your Mother Down as a single from A Day at the Races, they released this EP to go along with it. And at this point in time, I would say, I mean, it's not bad, but there are other ways to get the songs on this EP at this point in time, so I would say it is something for the completists. News of the World was released in 1977. It went quadruple platinum. The cover was inspired by an illustration from a 1953 Astounding Science Fiction magazine cover. We are the champions / we will rock you. Written with the audience in mind. If you've seen the movie Bohemian Rhapsody, you definitely know that. The song Sheer Heart Attack is on this album. Queen noticed that punk was a thing around the time they recorded this album. Punk was in some ways a reaction to bands like Queen. All Dead is a song about a cat. Sad. Spanish Guitar and Who Needs You, that's pretty cool. We're still in that period of Queen's music where every surprise was usually always a pleasant surprise somehow. Not every band can do that. I would say that News of the World is almost classic, but not quite. It is a great album, though. The band followed that up in 1978 with Jazz. So the lads attended the Montreux Jazz Festival while they were working on this album. Bicycle Race was inspired by the 1978 Tour de France. It had a video, an early music video, with nude women riding bicycles, and that wound up being banned in a lot of places. Fat-Bottomed Girls, Don't Stop Me Now, was a big hit in the UK, not so much in the US, but it's been used in so many TV commercials and movies since. It has really grown in popularity over the years. Jazz is maybe a little heavier than News of the World. Mustafa, Jealousy, Fun It. That one, don't let the disco bug bite too hard, guys. If for no other reason than Bicycle Race and Fat-Bottomed Girls are on this album, I'm going to say it's great, even though it has its weak moments. Life Killers dropped in the summer of 1979. I mentioned Love of My Life earlier. You can definitely hear the crowd participation in this in the version that's on this album. This is a fairly long live album. It's like 90 minutes or more. I remember I had a cassette of this, and it broke. You know how cassettes would sometimes get that weird tension in them that you couldn't fix? I had a way of fixing them where you kind of whack them flat on a table surface. Somebody watching this video knows what I'm talking about. Life Killers is a pretty good live album. It's good. Queen was a pretty good live band. This one was kind of a big deal. In 1980, The Game was released. The songs were... I almost want to say this was Queen taking a sort of back to the roots of rock and roll approach. I mean, it still sounded like Queen. There's still a lot of fairly elaborate production, but the songs generally were quite a bit more simple. The band leaned more into pop and to disco, funk. This is the first time the band used synthesizers. It was their only #1 album in the United States. Crazy Little Thing Called Love preceded the release of the album by a few months. Save Me, Play the Game, and of course another one bites the dust. was a massive worldwide hit. It was also one of the most prominent songs at the heart of the whole backmasking thing that was going on during what some people would refer to as the satanic panic of the early 80s. People believed if you played Another One Bites the Dust backwards, you could hear Freddie saying, "Start to smoke marijuana." Need Your Lovin' Tonight's on this album. I thought Dragon Attack was an absolute banger. Sail Away Sweet Sister's a great song. Coming Soon's a fun song. Even though they in some ways sounded less like Queen than on any other album before, something about the game just absolutely entirely works. And it's a classic album. If you're only intent on having classic Queen albums in your collection, we'll get to that. I think you have to have the game. In December of 1980, the Flash Gordon soundtrack arrived. Flash was the only single. It almost was a hit. I think it peaked in the mid 40s or low 40s, somewhere like that in the United States. You know, this is not a mandatory part of anybody's collection. It's an interesting listen, so I'll at least put it in the okay category. The first Queen Greatest Hits compilation was released in 1981. There are several different versions of this album, depending on what songs were hits and what country you lived in. So you could really go down a rabbit hole trying to collect all of these if you really want to. All of the hits from the first Queen, the biggest hits, I should say for sure, from the first Queen album to Flash. It is the best-selling album ever in the UK. If you live in the UK, you probably know that, but I think a lot of people like in the United States don't realize that Queen was and is such a massively huge band in the world at large. This album has gone on to be 9 times platinum in the United States. It's an album that a lot of people own, and it's a really good greatest hits album. I'm not really going to put, I just kind of don't believe in putting greatest hits albums in the classic category, at least not very often. I think maybe I did that with Journey's Greatest Hits, though. And I'm going to move on to an album that is definitely not classic Queen. We'll get to that. Hot Space was released in 1982. Hey guys, you know what? Another One Bites the Dust was huge. We should make more stuff like that. This album did give us Under Pressure with David Bowie, which inadvertently gave us Ice Ice Baby. Body Language is on this album. Calling All Girls. You know, I know everybody bags on this album, which in a weird sort of way makes me try to figure out a way to recommend it. But honestly, I can't. For me, this album is a complete dud. I'll just be real honest with you. When this album was released, I listened to it and I couldn't believe it. Fortunately, in 1984, the band released The Works. This definitely sounds like Queen. This is definitely a return to more of a rock sound throughout, but it's Queen for the 80s. There's some synth pop kind of vibes sprinkled into the mix. Synthesizers play a bigger role than they, did obviously during the 70s, in which they didn't play a role. Radio Gaga is one of the best known tracks from the album. I later came to really love this song as I had a career in radio for many, many years. There's a personal connection to that song for me. Hammer to Fall, It's a Hard Life. I Want to Break Free is on this album, which is a great Queen song. Now, the video of this song, some people say this video single-handedly wrecked Queen's career in the United States. All the members of the band were dressed in drag. It was basically meant to be a parody of the very popular British soap opera Coronation Street. It was a big hit in the UK, where they got the joke, but in America, they didn't get the joke. So it's kind of a problem. The song Tear It Up has older Queen vibes. The Works is a pretty good album. I will say it's a good album. I'm not going to say it's great. So here we go with our first Queen box set, The Complete Works, which was a comprehensive collection of Queen studio albums up to 1985. It also included the bonus Complete Vision disc, which was a 7-track collection, which, as they put it, tidied up the non-album A-sides and B-sides up to that time, like Thank God It's Christmas, for example. At this point in time, I think there are better ways to get everything that's on this, that's part of this collection. If you can find it at a good price, you might add it to your physical media collection. In 1986, the band returned with another studio album, A Kind of Magic. And it was basically the soundtrack of the movie Highlander. This album featured several singles: Princes of the Universe, Who Wants to Live Forever, One Year of Love, great ballad, A Kind of Magic, the title track was a really good song, One Vision, man, I loved that song, Gimme, Gimme, Gimme Fried Chicken, Pain is So Close to Pleasure. That song just reeks of mid-80s keyboards. It is a weak point on the album. The song Friends Will Be Friends. When I was listening to this album the other day and taking some notes, I don't script these videos really per se. I just kind of jot down a lot of notes. When I was listening to Friends Will Be Friends, I thought to myself, this sounds like a parody of a classic Queen song. I just don't think it's Friends Will Be Friends just seems really rote. Give me the prize. Nah. Don't Lose Your Head just feels like a song that's not going anywhere, but at the same time is never gonna end. A Kind of Magic is an okay Queen album. It is not, it's half good, half bad, is kind of the way I look at it. Live Magic was released in December of 1986. Most of the tracks on this album were recorded August 9th at Nebworth Park, the band's final ever concert featuring the original lineup. And this album, the songs are so edited. And this album was not very well received. In my opinion, it's one it's for completists. You can skip this one. Even though the band in the mid-'80s, they were in peak form as a live act. It's just the production and the assemblage of this album. It's just a no. And then in 1980, sorry about that. In 1989, The Miracle was released, and that album cover is generally considered one of the worst album covers of all time. And here's the funny thing about that. Someone thought this was a good idea, and someone else, or possibly several other someone else's, replied with either, "Let's do it!" or, "Yeah, let's do it." I'm not sure which one. So that's enough bagging on the album cover. The album itself, I think I Want It All is a great, great Queen song. I could hear Def Leppard recording this song, slightly different production, but it's a great Queen song. It's one of the band's best latter years tracks. And The Miracle is a good song. It's a gorgeous song. Scandal, I think, is a good song. It was a single. Breakthrough, I'm not entirely sure about. Then there's The Invisible Man. The Invisible Man, bing. I'm the Invisible Man, bing. I don't know about that one. Rain Must Fall. Scandal is a song about the British press, by the way. My Baby Does Me has a little bit of Another One Bites the Dust to it. Was It All Worth It is kind of a pretty cool throwback to what they were doing in their 70s heyday. This album, in my opinion, is a lot like A Kind of Magic. It has some really great moments, but it has quite a few misfires on it, in my opinion. In December of 1989, it was at the Beeb. Don't get this. There's a later release of this, which is a lot more inclusive and remastered. Don't get at the Beeb. Just don't get that one. The band's final album recorded with Freddie Mercury. Front to back. Freddie participated. Innuendo was released in 1991. Freddie was losing his battle with AIDS at the time. It's fairly well known that he could only work in the studio for an hour or two at a time. Still, every performance on this album, Freddie nails it. Innuendo was released as a single. I'm Going Slightly Mad. Headlong, These Are the Days of Our Lives. And the somehow appropriate final track on the album, The Show Must Go On. Great song. Ride the Wild Wind is one of the most underappreciated driving a fast car songs out there. It's a little silly in its own way, but it works. Some Queen songs are kind of silly. Don't Try So Hard is good. The Hitman is a banger. And I'm going to say that this is one of the band's classic albums. I really feel that way. There are no weak spots on this album. I would even go as far as to say it's a no-skips album. And it is a late career triumph, as a lot of legacy bands have managed to pull off along the way. Innuendo is a classic. Fight me on that if you want. If you disagree, that's what the comment section's for. The CD single box set was released in 1991. This was released in Japan only. It featured 12 3-inch singles. You remember 3-inch singles? I've got a couple somewhere. I should have dug them up for this. Each has 3 tracks, except for Queen's first EP, which was released in this 3-inch CD format, which has the original 4. It is a very hard to find collector's item at this point. But I would honestly just say it's for completists. It's not something that you have to have. Greatest Hits 2 was released in 1991, just a month before Freddie's passing. This was not released in the United States until much later on. The best stuff from Hot Space up to Innuendo. It's a pretty good greatest hits collection. I'm going to put it right there. In the United States, a few months after the release of Queen's Greatest Hits 2 in Europe, Classic Queen was what we got in America. Even though it contained a few things that were already on the first Greatest Hits album, the way they dealt with this was to reissue Greatest Hits with a different track listing, so Greatest Hits and Classic Queen could be companion pieces to one another. Classic Queen is a really good introduction to the band. It's a really good compilation. I'm gonna say it's great. It's not all inclusive, but it's a really good listen. The 12-inch collection was released in 1982 because everyone needs to hear the long version of Radio Gaga. I'm serious. At that point in the 80s, extended versions of rock songs were actually pretty common. It's an interesting listen. I wouldn't say it's essential, but it's worth having in your collection. Live in Wembley 86 was released in 1992. It was a double live album recorded during the Magic Tour. Again, this is, as a live act, you can tell that the band is still very much at the top of its game. It's a live album that's pretty good. I don't jump up and down about it. I'm just not that guy. 5 Live with George Michael and Lisa Stansfield. 5-song EP, 6-song, got some radio airplay, kept the brand alive in an awful lot of ways. And George Michael does an admirable job filling in for Freddie. George has a great voice. But I never loved this album. I listened to it once and thought, okay, that's okay. George does nice. But I never felt the need to revisit this or to really spend any meaningful time with it. Queen at the BBC. This was a reissue that sounds a lot better, has some extra tracks. Was released in 1995. So, again, I would say it's something that is for completists. There's a later collection that comes up. Made in Heaven was the last Queen studio album featuring all Freddie Mercury vocals. A Winter's Tale is good. Too Much Love Will Kill You is the only vault track, so to speak, from this album. It was finished during the sessions for The Miracle, but there were some publishing rights issues. So this is a leftover track that never saw daylight until this reissue, or until this album came out. Made in Heaven is a pretty good effort to put together a final Queen album. The parts of it that work pretty well. The other parts are so-so. Made in Heaven is good. It's not great. The Queen Rocks compilation was released in 1997. It features one new song, No One But You, by the remaining members of Queen. This album, simply put, is a compilation of Queen's hard stuff. It's a crunchy Queen album. And if that's what you want, it's good. The Crown Jewels box set was released in 1998. The first 8 Queen albums remastered. At this point in time, I think that I think you have other options, and I would say this is a for completist release. Greatest Hits 3 was released in 1999. It features Elton John covering The Show Must Go On, a live cut of that. There's the Wycliffe Jean remix of Another One Bites the Dust. And it's a compilation of the latter hits that the band had. It's really at best an okay compilation. A year later, all 3 of the Greatest Hits compilations were issued as a deluxe box set called the Platinum Collection. This is a pretty good way to have a good collection of the best and most vital Queen stuff, for the most part. Live at Wembley Stadium is a reissue of Live at Wembley 86. It is more complete. There are extra songs, and the songs that are there are not edited. So this is the one you want to get. Queen on Fire, Live at the Bowl, recorded during the Hot Space Tour in 1982. Brian May had some issues with broken guitar strings. During Fat Bottomed Girls, Freddie Mercury changed the lyric to, You Made an Out of Me. This was also released on DVD, and I think that whole Apple thing is worth a good rating just by itself. Stone Cold Classics dropped in 2006. There was an episode of American Idol in which all the contestants had to sing Queen songs. It is completely skippable. It's just another fairly generic greatest hits collection. The A to Z of Queen Volume 1, a 2-CD set only available at Walmart and Amazon.com. The song titles are more or less in alphabetical order. It came with a DVD, and some of the live performances on the DVD featured Paul Rodgers on vocals. We had entered that era. It's okay. It's not anything. I mean, if you can get it for the DVD and for the Paul Rodgers stuff, that's kind of cool. Queen Rock Montreal, recorded during the final concert of the Game Tour. It features a cover of Jailhouse Rock. A lot of people consider this their best live album, and it is actually a really good live album. The Singles Collection Volume 1 was released in 2008. A-sides and B-sides, 13 CDs, includes Queen's first EP. This is something that at this point that is for completists. The Cosmos Rocks was an album recorded with Paul Rodgers. It's not a great album. It's not a bad album. I thought Celebrity was a good song. It was nice to hear Brian May drop some fresh licks, so it was cool for that. It's not a great album. It's certainly not an embarrassment in the band's catalog, though. I would say it is arguably a good album. The Singles Collection Volume 2, the next 13 singles released, A-sides and B-sides, on 13 CDs. Again, this is something that is for completists. The Absolute Greatest Collection. This was released in 2009. All remastered tracks with commentaries, a 52-page hardback book. This is when we're starting to get into the era of deluxe editions being a little bit more deluxe than just, oh, here, it's all in one box. Or, hey, we remastered it. It sounds a little bit different. So I'm going to say that this is at least an okay collection. The Singles Collection Volume 3. The third of 4 sets altogether, 13 CDs, A-sides and B-sides. I'm going to put this over here in the for completist category. Same thing with the Singles Collection Volume 4, which was the 4th and final set, 13 CDs, A-sides and B-sides. Deep Cuts Volume 1. Deep Cuts Volume 2. Deep Cuts Volume 3. The thing about Deep Cuts, these were songs selected by the band. Here's a collection of songs that were not our biggest hits. Good songs, one and all, good songs, just not the big hits. Hungarian Rhapsody, Queen live in Budapest, 86. It's a live album. The concert was recorded during the Cold War, originally issued on VHS and Laserdisc. It's a really good live show, but at the same time, it's nice to be able to have a physical media of that beyond the VHS or Laserdisc. Live at the Rainbow 74 was recorded during the Sheer Heart Attack tour. There are 2 different versions. One which is basically highlights of the show, and the other is a deluxe, much more complete version of the show. It's not a bad performance, but at this point in time, in my opinion, you're really just starting to reach for material. To wit, Queen Icon. Record companies were putting out essential collections, gold, whose library they were in, and the label that owned the rights to Queen's music at that time, they were all issuing Icon collections. This is 11 songs by Queen. You might not be able to find it anymore. The Queen Forever compilation was released in 2014. It features Freddie Mercury-led tracks that the band had forgotten about. It focuses, there's a duet with Michael Jackson that the band released, and some people thought that was kind of a big deal. Queen Forever is something that is at least okay. It's one of the better offerings to round out your collection if you're a completist, so I would give it that much. A Night at the Odeon was released in 2015. It was recorded in 1975, filmed by the BBC. Again, in my opinion, we're reaching. Queen on Air. This is a really awesome box set. It is a collection of live BBC sessions from the 1970s. There's a 100-minute version and a much more thorough 398-minute version. BBC studio sessions, live concerts. There are some interviews. This is really, if you're a fan, this is one I think you need. And it'll set you back a pretty penny. The Bohemian Rhapsody soundtrack in 2018 won the American Music Award for Favorite Soundtrack in 2019. It's a mix of studio recordings, live recordings, the audio from Live Aid. That's not really something you could get before. As an interesting way to mix up the band's highlight material, I would say this is one of the best, even though I'm generally not a big fan of soundtracks. In 2020, Greatest Hits in Japan was released. This was chosen by Queen's online Japanese fan club. This is for completists only, but it's hard to find. It was released in CD only in Japan. The Miracle Collector's Edition was released in 2022. Features a lost track called Face It Alone, which the band was able to reconfigure to digitally rescue, basically, the Miracle recording sessions. It's a very big deluxe edition. A lot of backing tracks, demos, an interview disc, a Blu-ray. In 2020s, I don't know if you noticed this or not, but deluxe editions are just super deluxe. The only reason I wouldn't rate this higher is because the Miracle itself was just not that great of an album. So I'm going to say good. And the Queen 1 box set in 2024. This was about as deluxe as it gets. It's the album remastered the way they had envisioned it being. It reorders the album the way they intended it to be in the right sequence. It inserts the track Mad the Swine. I mentioned that at the beginning of the video. This is something that the band is actually quite proud of. If you get on the YouTubes and search for like Brian May interviews about Queen 1, they're very proud of this. It's a very good box set. The only reason I don't more highly recommend it is I was just not that big of a fan of Queen 1 in the beginning. Whew! Like somehow you weren't going to recognize Ozzy's voice. Honestly, this is a no skips album. This album was just what I needed. 1980 marked entirely fresh new starts for both Ozzy Osbourne and the band that fired him in 1979, the legendary British metal innovators Black Sabbath. Now featuring singer Ronnie James Dio, Sabbath released Heaven and Hell, and Ozzy Osbourne launched what is one of the longest and most successful careers of any solo heavy metal act. And it began with Blizzard of Oz, released in 1980. Crazy Train is on this album. You know that song even if you don't know any other Ozzy Osbourne track. Mr. Crowley is a standout. Goodbye to Romance, I Don't Know. This album was considered a very successful start for Ozzy's solo career, deservedly so. The songwriting is strong. Randy Rhoads is an amazing axe slinger. The only track on the album that I personally didn't care for was the track No Bone Movies. How did this get on this album? Almost single-handedly ruins what is otherwise a flawless album. Side note on this album, you might remember if you were around at the time, there was an Ozzy Osbourne fan that chose to end his life, tragically, while listening to Suicide Solution. So his family took Ozzy to court. Now, it wound up being a First Amendment victory for Ozzy. Ozzy explained, well, that the line "wine is fine, but whiskey's quicker" was really a reference to Bon Scott. You know, Blizzard of Oz is I have to put it on this tier. It was a very strong start. It is not my favorite Ozzy Osbourne album. We'll get to that in just a second or two. November of 1981, it was Diary of a Madman, Over the Mountain, Flying High Again. This is the last album with original drummer Lee Kerslake and bassist Bob Daisley. The 2002 reissues of both Blizzard of Oz and Diary of a Madman featured re-recorded bass and drums because those two musicians sued over what they felt were unpaid royalties. So the story goes that Sharon had those tracks re-recorded and reissued in 2002 without Ozzy knowing about it. So the story goes. Ozzy originally said, "I want the originals back." The 30th and 40th anniversary editions of both of these albums are the original recordings. Diary of a Madman, in my opinion, is a better album than Blizzard of Oz, even though you maybe could say song per song. The three best songs between the two albums are both on Blizzard of Oz. This album does not have a No Bone Movies on it, which, in my mind, makes it the better of the two albums. I got both of these albums at the same time, and I mostly listened to side one of Blizzard of Oz and then would flip over and listen to Mr. Crowley and cassette, of course. But Diary of a Madman was for me a no skips listen. It was the better of the two albums. It is the best Ozzy Osbourne solo album, in my opinion. Speak of the Devil was released later in 1982. It's live performances of Black Sabbath songs. Ozzy owed Jet Records 2 albums, so he decided to release a double live album. And here's the thing, these recordings were not things they already had in the can. So Ozzy had to go to everybody in the band and say, okay, we're going to do a live show of just old Sabbath songs. This was not well received by Randy Rhoads, who quit and then changed his mind, and then Ozzy fired everybody and then didn't remember that he fired everybody. A lot of drama behind the scenes with this album. This was around the time that Ozzy was drinking rather a lot. He urinated on the Alamo. That kind of wound up being a big deal. Some of the versions that were on the songs, the band was told, we're going to use these tracks that have Randy on them. So when they recorded these sets, Rudy Sarzo even admits we were kind of playing a little sloppy on these 3 or 4 songs here because we were told they wouldn't be on the album, and then they wound up being on the album. So Speak of the Devil is a controversial title in the Ozzy Osbourne discography. It was also known as Talk of the Devil in the UK, and it was not just released to fulfill a contractual obligation to Jet. Ozzy wanted his live solo album to beat Black Sabbath to the punch. They were preparing to release an album called Live Evil. Live Evil did better in the UK. Speak of the Devil did better in America. Honestly, it's not that great. I mean, it's not bad. You can tell some of the tracks are just, the playing was kind of loose and sloppy. Knowing what you know about the backstory of this album, it makes you just not want to like it. In November 1983, Bark at the Moon was released. I remember that the weather was awfully cold when I bought Bark at the Moon. I remember one thing in particular, and that is every Ozzy fan that I knew hated So Tired, except me, because I kind of like classical music and things that have a little bit of a classical music vibe to them. Bark at the Moon was a catchy enough song. It was kind of Ozzy light in a way, considering, Flying High Again and Mr. Crowley and Over the Mountain. Rock and Roll Rebel was not a bad song. Spiders is kind of a Cool track. That was not originally on the album. You're No Different's not a bad song. This was the first album with Jake E. Lee on guitar. I kind of glossed over the fact that Randy Rhoads died, and the plane crashed, so I apologize for just glossing over that. That was a tragic loss, and it certainly would have been interesting to see. I think he would have over time been regarded as sort of on the same tier as like Eddie Van Halen. I mean, he had the chops. Just give him a little time to develop the creativity. Anyway, Bark at the Moon was the first album with Jake E. Lee. The 2002 reissue features some alternate mixes. Honestly, I felt Bark at the Moon was just an okay album. I really didn't spend nearly as much time listening to it as I imagined that I would, because I was a big fan of Diary of a Madman. February of 1986, The Ultimate Sin is released. Shot in the Dark was a huge video on MTV. Lightning Strikes, if you listen to that, that almost has like a Def Leppard kind of vibe to it. And that was not, I don't think that's what people expected from Ozzy Osbourne, and I kind of don't think it's what people wanted from Ozzy Osbourne. A Shot in the Dark is a good song. The Ultimate Sin is a good song. Overall, it was better than Dark at the Moon, so I'll say it was a good album, but I listened to it more than Bark at the Moon. The Randy Rhoads tribute album was released in 1987. It celebrated the Randy Rhoads legacy, live recordings from 1980 and 1981, which is basically all you're going to have. The studio outtakes of D are interesting. It's very cool that those were put on this album to put more of a focus on Randy Rhoads. It's a live album. It's a good live album. I wouldn't say it's great. No Rest for the Wicked was released in September of 1988. Miracle Man. Oh, that was a good song. Crazy Babies, Fire in the Sky, Bloodbath in Paradise. I thought this was a pretty strong record, really. Zakk Wylde, first of many collaborations as part of Ozzy's band. This is the first album with Zakk Wylde. I remember I was working in radio, and I think Epic Records had the bright idea at the time, let's see if we can get top 40 stations to play one of these songs by sending out a single that doesn't say it's by Ozzy Osbourne. So there was this single of Crazy Babies by J. Osbourne. Like somehow you weren't going to recognize Ozzy's voice. Anyway, No Rest for the Wicked I thought was actually a really good Ozzy Osbourne album. So we start moving further into best of territory with the Best of Oz compilation in 1989. This was a 10-track best of compilation. It was only released in Japan. The lineup is really predictable. It's a handful of hits off those first 3-4 albums there. I guess 1, 2, 3. Yeah, like 4 albums, those first 4 studio albums. That was followed by 10 Commandments in the United States, which was pulled and discontinued fairly quickly. Some say because religious groups complained about the name. There was also a rumor that the label put it together without anyone in the Osbourne camp knowing anything about it. This is long since out of print. You don't need it, but if you're a completist, be prepared to offer up a pretty penny to find that, because it is long since out of print. Just Say Ozzy was released in 1990, a 6-track EP. It was a mix of solo tracks and a couple of Sabbath tunes. There's nothing wrong with it. It's okay. It's sort of just barely better than for completists. In 1991, No More Tears was released. Ozzy collaborated with Lemmy Kilmister. Zakk Wylde wrote a lot more of the songs than on the previous record. Mama, I'm Coming Home was his only solo top 40 hit, believe it or not. The title track's a great song. Mr. Tinker Train, Hellraiser, Time After Time, Road to Nowhere, I Don't Want to Change the World won a Grammy. Honestly, this is a no-skips album, or pretty close to it. It's one of Ozzy's best albums. 1993, it was Live and Loud. This was a live recording featuring tracks from what was billed as the No More Tours tier. Turned out not to be the case. I Don't Want to Change the World won a Grammy for Best Metal Performance. From this album, the live version of Changes got a decent amount of radio airplay. Some cool packaging. Some versions had this grill configuration that it was packaged in. There was a DVD released of this. Touring in support of a strong album, it was a strong tour. Might be the best live Ozzy Osbourne album. I don't know. Let me think about that as we move a little further along. In October of 1995, Osmosis was released. Now, the radio station where I worked had switched to this alternative / top 40 hybrid, which didn't work, into being a country station. And I had spent the previous couple months leading up to around when Osmosis came out, really trying to immerse myself into it. I got some of those shirts and one of those bolo ties. I just, I don't hate country music. There's actually a lot of country music I like, but the country music of the mid-90s, I gotta tell you, it's, like everything was put together with the idea of someone saying 5, 6, 7, 8. And I just, my career at the country station didn't last all that long. I was just not a boot-scooting Jim. So when Osmosis came out, getting back to what we're talking about here, songs like Perry Mason, See You on the Other Side, this album was just what I needed. Perry Mason was great. The Ghost Behind My Eyes, I think, is a really underrated Ozzy track in the entire library. I Just Want You makes me think about a woman that I was, shall we say, more interested in than I really honestly should have been under the circumstances, and we'll leave it at. The first 5 tracks are pretty strong. It kind of falls off after that overall, even with Steve Vai playing on My Little Man. Osmosis is a pretty good Ozzy Osbourne album. Maybe it's great. I don't know. It connected well with me at the time. The Ozman Cometh was a compilation released in November of 1997. It featured a couple of unreleased tracks from early in Ozzy's career. It's an okay compilation. I mean, I could put it in the for completists only category. If you're a real Ozzy fan, you probably looked at this and went, do I need this? In 2001, we get the new millennium version of Ozzy Osbourne with an album called Down to Earth, and it's very, very strange album cover. This album featured Dreamer and Gets Me Through. This was released at the peak of the Osbournes reality TV show. The Osbournes TV show was going really well. The Ozfest tour was going really well. But the record label says, Ozzy, you need to record a new album. And I think I've seen this with a bunch of different recording acts through the years. When their head is somewhere else, it shows. And, Black Illusion has kind of a cool groove to it. Alive gets off to a pretty good start. But there's an awful lot of mid-tempo Ozzy on this album. This is just an okay album. It's not bad, but it's not particularly good. Some decent songs. June of 2002, live at Budokan. It captures a concert in Tokyo. They released a DVD. If you don't already have this, get the DVD. It's more interesting to see Ozzy perform live. Ozzy is a great live performer. I did see him once in the mid-90s. I guess it was when the Osmosis tour. One of the best concerts I've ever seen. He's so full of energy. Forgets words. His voice screeches. He can't dance. But, he rocks his ass off out there, and you know it. I'm going to put it in the okay category because I do recommend that you pick it up. If you can pick it up used, pick up the DVD because the documentary is pretty cool. The Essential Ozzy Osbourne, part of that whole Columbia Epic Records legacy series of the Essential This and the Essential That. The original version that they released does not contain anything from The Ultimate Sin. If you don't already have it, the Essential it's just not a particularly interesting compilation, really. If you want to get somebody an introductory collection, maybe that's what you get them. The compilation Prince of Darkness was released in March of 2005. This is the compilation you want. Pretty interesting for this compilation. The first 2 discs are basically a best-of compilation. A lot of the tracks are live, some of which are previously unreleased demo versions, so it's not really just sequentially greatest hits one right after the other. Disc 3 is called With Friends. It's Ozzy being featured on someone else's songs, including a cover of Born to Be Wild with Miss Piggy from the 1994 album Kermit Unpigged. And Disc 4 is all Ozzy Osbourne covers. 21st Century Schizoid Man, Sympathy for the Devil, Mississippi Queen. As you might expect with a covers album, some of which are pretty good and some of which are not. Overall, I feel like this was a really good, interesting compilation. And, a lot of artists just, greatest hits, pick out, look at the charts and see, blah, blah, blah. Undercover was disc 4 of Prince of Darkness. They released it separately and added a couple of more tracks, like Ozzy covered Rocky Mountain Way and Sunshine of Your Love. I'm going to say it's good, but I would go ahead and invest the money and get the Prince of Darkness compilation. In May of 2007, Black Rain was released. It featured the title track, which was kind of a cool song, I Don't Want to Stop. Ozzy recorded this in his own home studios. Zakk Wylde is all over this album. There were a lot of different packages, some of which was paper, some of which came with this sort of weird crown thing. And this, to me, sounded like Ozzy trying to keep up with Disturbed, maybe. It's just not full-on nu metal vibes, but definitely, I don't know, something about this album just didn't really work for me on the whole. I Don't Want to Stop's a banger. That made its way into Madden NFL 08, I think. Lay Your World on Me was, I don't know. I don't know about that album. That album, in my opinion, it's okay. In 2010, Scream was released. Let Me Hear You Scream's a banger. Gus G replaced Zakk Wylde on another okay album. Ozzy Live was released in May of 2012. This pulls in some early performances from the Blizzard of Oz tour. There were reissues of Blizzard of Oz and Diary of a Madman that came out around this time. These were sort of the live tracks that augmented those two albums. So if you already bought those reissues, you didn't need this unless you just wanted it. So Ozzy Live is really just, honestly, Ozzy Live is not something you really need. Ozzy did a cover of John Lennon's How that was released as a single track. I'm bringing that up because, honestly, I think he did a great job with that. But it's just one song. And it's a cover, so I can't say it's great. I'm not including Black Sabbath 13 in this tier ranking. It is a really good Black Sabbath album. You could tell Ozzy was kind of reinvigorated for that. The compilation Memoirs of a Madman was released in October of 2014. This, well, it's pretty career spanning. It does feature a previously unreleased live recording of Paranoid. It's a good compilation, but honestly, I would go back and pick up Prince of Darkness. I don't think the tracks that were released between Prince of Darkness and Memoirs of a Madman are that necessary. Just a few years ago, February of 2020, the album Ordinary Man. All right now, I've seen this over and over again. Taking a break really reinvigorates a lot of artists, and it really did with Ozzy. You can tell it, and it shows on Ordinary Man. This album does have a lot of heavy, dark, Sabbath-like moments, but at the same time, this album has a sort of underlying yeah that, in my opinion, had been missing from the last few studio albums. Straight to Hell's a solid beginning. Under the Graveyard, that's a great song. I gotta say, I didn't love the Elton John collaboration Ordinary Man as much as a lot of people did, but it's still a pretty good song. Travis Scott is on this album, Post Malone, Duff McKagan, Chad Smith from the Chili Peppers. This is a late career, really, really great album. I didn't think it was perfect, but there you go. It's still a really good album. And finally, in September of 2022, Patient Number 9. Just a couple of years after Ordinary Man. So I was like, really? Ozzy's got a new album coming out? Patient Number 9, the title track with Jeff Beck, is killer. The video also featured some of Ozzy's hand-drawn artwork, so that's pretty cool. Degradation Rules with Tony Iommi. Mike McCready is on this album. Eric Clapton is on this album. Tony Iommi plays on a track called No Escape From Now. He's also on Degradation Rules. This won Grammys for Best Rock Album, for Best Metal Performance. In all honesty, it's a no-skips album. It's a classic Ozzy album. It's not better than the first two. It's not better than Blizzard of Oz or Diary of a Madman. If not, it's definitely sort of in that league. If I were to create a tier in between classic favorite and / great on that tier. So I guess if I'd thought of it, I would have brought some prop bats or something that I could have chewed the head off of or something like that. Cool to have as a collector's item, if you can find one. That is one of the best guitar riffs of the 21st century. Maybe ever. I wish I could hug you all, but I'm not going to. Is Alice in Chains one of the big four of grunge? Do they even belong in that conversation? Are they the best? Are they not a grunge band at all? Whatever your opinion may be, the band has definitely left its mark on rock music. And that began with the 1990 three-song EP, We Die Young. It was issued on vinyl and cassette. A promo-only CD was issued, which sells for like $100 on eBay, if you can find one listed. And it was a promising beginning for the band. We Die Young would open the 1990 full-length album Facelift. Dark, intense album for the most part. Man in the Box became a breakout hit once MTV decided to add it to rotation, which was a few months after the album came out. When the album first came out, it didn't really do all that great. It peaked in like the low 40s or 50s on the chart. But that did help it go gold in 1991. It helped Alice in Chains transition from being a little bit more glam-oriented to being more of a grunge band or a grunge metal band, depending on how you want to categorize that. Facelift, in fact, became the first album of the Seattle grunge wave to go platinum. Sea of Sorrow, in my opinion, kind of set the tone for a lot of what was going to come from this band. I'm glad that song did, and not I Know Something About You. Facelift is a really good Alice in Chains album. It was a harbinger of things to come. But those things to come didn't come just yet because there was another EP, the Sap EP, which all of a sudden took the band in an acoustic grunge direction. Chris Cornell appears on this album. Ann Wilson from Heart is on this album. There's a hidden track called Love Song with Sean Kinney on vocals. Cantrell sings lead on Brother. The 5-track EP was a decent EP. The track Got Me Wrong eventually found its way onto the Clerks soundtrack. Again, this is another good release from the band. But here we go later in 1992. You know where I'm going to put this after I'm done talking about it, right? Dirt was released. Them Bones just, man, you put that on and Them Bones just hits. It just gets right to it. People generally refer to this as Alice in Chains' magnum opus, if you want to use that term. It is their all-time best album, whether it's your personal favorite or not. The songs about addiction really start to show up on this album. Lane Staley, this is all pretty well known. The Beavis and Butthead classic Rooster is on this album. Wood. This was nominated for a Grammy for Best Hard Rock Performance. This album went 4 times platinum in the U.S. Sick Man, Angry Chair. Is it just me or does Hate to Feel have undeniable Led Zeppelin Dazed and Confused vibes? I don't know. It is a great album. It's a classic no skips album. It's their best album, whether or not it's your personal favorite or not. Moving on. In 1994, the Jar of Flies EP was released. It was the first EP in history to debut at number 1 on the Billboard Top 200 album chart. No Excuses was kind of one of their bigger hits. Probably their catchiest song or one of their catchiest songs, a great song. It had kind of a groove to it. This album is, again, kind of like Sap, is a little bit more acoustic. Again, loneliness, personal struggles. Lane Staley was a troubled man. That's so sad. Rotten Apple. This solo at the end of that, on the outro of that song, just me, or does that almost have a David Gilmour vibe to it? I Stay Away is quintessential Alice in Chains. Nutshell is a great song. Swing on This. Didn't see it coming. Jar of Flies is also good. In 1995, the self-titled Alice in Chains album was released. It had a 3-legged dog on it, so some people call it the 3-legged dog album. Some people call it Tripod. This was the last full studio album that featured Lane Staley. Believe it or not, there were only 3 full-length Alice in Chains albums with Lane Staley on vocals. Grind, great song. Heaven Beside You, great song. A lot of radio airplay. Sludge Factory, doom and gloom. Frogs reflects the band's inner turmoil at the time. Over Now, man, that's a great song. This album debuted at number 1. It eventually went double platinum. I'm not going to put it on the same tier as Dirt, but I am going to put it on the same tier as Facelift and say that overall, this is probably a better album than Facelift. In 1996, MTV Unplugged, one of the best MTV Unplugged albums ever, if not the best, and overall probably one of the best live albums ever, unplugged or not. This was one of the final performances with Lane Staley, and was the first time they'd performed in concert for like over 2 years. If you saw it on MTV, or if you have since seen the DVD or VHS, you know Lane Staley was struggling. And in a way, artistically, that's part of what makes this album so good, is that you knew he was giving it his all. It was really a from-the-gut Lane Staley performance. You know, the acoustic versions of Down in a Hole and Rooster are so good. Get the DVD if you can, especially if you're a fan of candles, because Lane Staley bought a lot of candles at Pike Place Market in Seattle for that show. This is a classic album. It is worthy of being on the same tier as Dirt. I wish I could hug you all, but I'm not gonna. 1999, Nothing Safe, Best of the Box. This preceded the Music Bank box set, which would come later in the year. It was sort of a cross-section of, essential hits, early versions of different songs. Get Born Again was a new track that was released on this album, on this compilation. This album did go gold. I'm going to say that it's a really good compilation. No, I'm going to say it's good. Sorry, Nothing Safe fans. Also in 1999, the promotional-only Bank Heist was released. It featured 12 of the 48 songs that would appear on Music Bank. This was just something to get radio stations primed and ready. It didn't really offer you anything different or special. It's cool to have as a collector's item, if you can find one. And then finally, Music Bank, 220 minutes, 3 CDs, 48 tracks, demos, rarities, new material. The track Get Born Again showed up, obviously like you knew it was going to, Also, Died was the other brand new song. It showed up at the end of the album. One of the coolest things about this box set was there was a 36-page booklet. Lots of photos, lots of liner notes, lots of insight into the band. So this is, I'm going to say, really good. It's probably the best Alice in Chains compilation that exists right now. I wouldn't say it's flawless. It maybe leaned a little too hard into the demos, or maybe there could have been a fourth disc. Of course, this was like in 1999 when deluxe versions weren't like deluxe versions and reissues and things like that weren't as deluxe as they tend to be now. So who knows? Maybe there'll be a music box reissue that's 8 vinyl LPs and 6 CDs and a Blu-ray or one of those things. Maybe. I think keep your fingers crossed. Alice in Chains Live was released in 2000. It was a compilation of live performances between 1990 and 1996. You know, there's electric stuff, there's acoustic stuff. Definitely captures the band during its prime. I think it's a pretty good live recording. I don't think it's really pretty good. I'm not sure it's absolutely essential, Alice in Chains, but yeah, you should hear it. In 2001, Alice in Chains Greatest Hits. 10 songs, a whopping 10 songs. Arguably their 10 biggest tracks. 0 deep cuts. The album cover is the coolest thing about Greatest Hits. It is absolutely non-essential. If you're someone building a physical media collection and you're like, well, I guess I got to have some Alice in Chains and maybe I'll just get this Greatest Hits, I don't like you. A few years later, several years later, in fact, the essential Alice in Chains was released. This is what the Greatest Hits should have been. It's 2 discs. Somehow doesn't have Down in a Hole. I'm not sure how Down in a Hole is not essential. And this doesn't really have much by way of rarities. But the Nona tapes were included as a bonus DVD. I think that was on the second version of the Essential Alice in Chains. And that was the first time that had been available on DVD. If you don't know about the Nona tapes, it's sort of a self-produced Spinal Tap type mockumentary that the band did, you know, basically about itself. This is a pretty good compilation. It's not, I think it could have been more. In 2009, Hope, A New Beginning. The post-Lane Staley era begins. This is the first album with William Duvall on vocals after Lane Staley's tragic overdose death. The title track is a tribute to Lane Staley, features Elton John on piano. You never know, that guy turns up on everybody's record. The first track I heard from this album was a song called Looking in View. You can't confuse, Jerry Cantrell's guitar playing with anybody else, so it's, okay, I thought this is obviously Alice in Chains, but this song, honestly, just did not land for me. But the album was very well anticipated. It reached number 5 on the Billboard 200 album chart. Your Decision, great song. Lesson Learned, When the Sun Rose Again. I thought it was honestly a really good return for the band. And I thought William Duvall didn't try to be Lane Staley, and I think that was good. It also made you realize how much of the band's sound really was Jerry Cantrell. In 2013, The Devil Put Dinosaurs Here. Jerry Cantrell had some shoulder surgery. They were going to work on this album a lot sooner than they did. Nick Raskulinecz produced this album. He produced the previous album. I don't know if I mentioned that or not. This album debuted at number 2 on the top 200 on the album chart. What that tells me is, yeah, a lot of people weren't so sure about this band can't go on post-Lane Staley. But if it showed up at number 2 on the album chart, enough people got enough of what they wanted from Black Gives Way to Blue that they're willing to roll with more. And I was certainly one of them. Hollow is a great song. My God, Stone. That is one of the best guitar riffs of the 21st century, maybe ever. Phantom Limb has classic Alice in Chains vibes. The only real criticism I have of this album, I almost want to put it on this really good tier, but I feel like this was a little bit left over from the previous album. I just feel like it was a little too, maybe just a bit safe. Even though, like I said, holy crap, Stone, that could stand head to toe with probably any classic Alice in Chains song, in my opinion. Live Facelift was released in 2016 as a vinyl-only release on Record Store Day. Like I said, in 2016, there have been a couple of different color vinyl variants along the way in limited quantities. No CD, no cassette, no streaming, if I'm not mistaken. This was a physical media version of what had been issued on VHS like in the early 90s. So it is brief. It's like 6 or 8 songs. Very energetic, very raw, recorded at the Moore in Seattle. I mean, you could just tell they were in their element. And Live Facelift it's too brief, but it's really good. So there you go. It really looks like I think most everything from Alice in Chains is good, doesn't it? That's because it's true. And finally, in 2018, Rainier Fog was released. It was recorded in Seattle at Studio X, which was where they had recorded their last album with Lane Staley. Nick Raskulinecz produced this one too. It was nominated for a Grammy for Best Rock Album. This album leans a bit more into the original grunge-ish identity of the band while sounding somehow modern, a little more modern at the same time. The one you know is the first single. That's classic. It's a throwback track in a way, just it has that vibe to it. Deaf Ears and Blind Eyes is kind of different. So Far Under is a really nice William Duvall showcase, I thought. Never Fade, my gosh, Never Fade has these weird positive vibes, but it's a song about death, about Chris Cornell, Lane Staley. William Duvall's grandmother had died during the time of the writing of this album. She was 105. And that song, somehow that song is just a major banger that just gets in your head. After the one you know, Never Fade is probably the second best song in the album. So that's my opinion anyway. I'm going to say that this is a little bit better than The Devil Put Dinosaurs here. I'm going to put it on this tier. I try to keep the absolute top tier fairly clear, except where things absolutely belong there. And I think I did that here this time. Gave the goth kids an excuse to have a good time. Nothing special about this album. It would sound like a B-52's track. The ultimate off record. The Cure formed in 1976 in Crawley, West Sussex, and led by its only consistent member, frontman Robert Smith, the band quickly gained prominence, initially in the punk scene, with their debut album, Three Imaginary Boys, in 1979. The Cure has since gone on to become goth rock royalty, although it's difficult to pin down one single genre that the band has not at least dabbled in, if not mastered. Dark wave, post-punk, punk, pop-punk, jangle pop, dream pop, power pop, art pop, new wave, alternative rock, flamenco. Much of their discography is regarded as essential listening for fans of any of the just mentioned genres. Bands as diverse as Smashing Pumpkins, Blink-182, Deftones, Beach House, and Churches consider them highly influential. They've won numerous awards and accolades. They've been inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in 2019. And now, I'm going to put their entire discography in perspective, beginning with Three Imaginary Boys, released in May of 1979. This album was not released in the United States, Canada, or Australia. It was pretty much just in the UK. Robert Smith did not choose the title selections or the running order for the album. The reviews were good, even though Robert Smith did not approve of how the album was put together. 10:15 Saturday Night was a very memorable single released from the album. Fire in Cairo is an underappreciated Cure classic. Another Day would shape the band's future sound, more so than Grinding Halt would, thankfully for that. Foxy Lady with Michael Dempsey on vocals. It reminds me, if you take away the Michael Dempsey vocals on this cover of Foxy Lady, it would sound like a B-52's track. So What is one of the album's more punk moments, I guess. The title track is pretty good. The Weedy Burton? I'm not sure what's up with that. In my opinion, this is a strong start for the band, but this album very much sounds like 1979 or 1980. In the grand scheme of things, I would say it was a good start. In February of 1980, Boys Don't Cry. This was America's introduction to The Cure. It contained many of the tracks from Three Imaginary Boys, plus the singles that preceded that. It's currently listed at number 438 on the Rolling Stone list of 500 greatest albums of all time, or at least it was in 2012. Jumping Someone Else's Train is on this album. Killing an Arab. The title track, Boys Don't Cry, it's classic. In my opinion, this is the better of the two introductions of The Cure. In April of 1980, 17 Seconds dropped, and this is definitely when the darkness took over. This album didn't chart in the United States, by the way, until 2020, when a deluxe edition was reissued. It peaked at number 186, by the way. This is not one of their most successful albums. The band was so short on cash at the time that they recorded it that the tape ran out when they were recording the final sound, and they didn't have time or money to re-record it. That's why it's only 52 seconds long, because that's all that got recorded. Forest was the only single release from the album. Play for Today is a classic Cure song, in my opinion. This is the first truly cohesive album by The Cure, I would say. And it's the first album in which most of the songs take the shape of that timeless Cure sound. So 17 Seconds is still pretty great. That tear's going to get kind of crowded. Faith was released in April of 1981. It contained the single Primary, which all of a sudden had a lot of tempo. Charlotte Sometimes was added to the 2005 deluxe version. All Cats Are Gray is a pretty cool song. The Drowning Man is a good song. In my opinion, this is one of those albums that is pretty easy to listen to from start to finish. It's really even, I probably would say it's a no-skips album. But at the end of the day, this album is a slightly more focused version of 17 Seconds. So it's another great Cure album. In May of 1982, Pornography was released. Robert Smith has said he was super depressed and super exhausted when it was time to put this album together. He said he wanted this to be, quote, the ultimate off record. And indeed, the vibe here is quite extra, as the kids might say. There were a lot of drugs involved in the making of this album. There was LSD, there was alcohol. Smith says he channeled all the self-destructive elements of his personality into doing something, which ultimately became this album. Initially, this album was not particularly well received, but has since come to be very well regarded. It is number 6 on NME's 50 Darkest Albums Ever list. The Hanging Garden was released as a single. 100 Years is a powerful opener. Why that's not considered one of their classic songs. Cold is super goth. This album just hits harder than Faith or 17 Seconds. It's not necessarily more focused. It just simply is more impactful. At this point in time, I would say Pornography is a classic album. It's one of those albums that if I were going to put on a Cure album, there's a good possibility I would go to that one. If you see a young person all gothed up, and you will still see that these days, walk up to them and ask them to name 2 songs from Pornography, from that album. If they can't, consider yourself at liberty to remove their goth card. In December of 1983, Japanese Whispers was released. It's a compilation album of singles and B-sides that were released after Pornography, but before the band was ready to go work on a new album per se. Let's Go to Bed, The Walk, The Love Cats. This is the band having a little bit more fun. Getting all of their bad vibes out during Pornography, I think, was maybe a little bit liberating. I would say Japanese Whispers is a real hit or miss bag. Some of the B-sides are just okay. The A-sides are decent. It is a good Cure record because of the strength of the A-sides that were good. In 1984, The Top was released, and it was written when Robert Smith was still technically also part of Siouxsie and the Banshees. This is the first album where the band really starts to flex its creative muscles. They really start to explore, more pop sounds, really, while still maintaining sort of their core sound. They cover a lot of new territory. Now, not everything really hits. Wailing Wall just kind of meanders. Give Me It would later become a fun, upbeat song called Hey You. Not really. I made that up. Piggy in the Mirror. Whew. Banana Fish Bones. This album is very hit or miss. Here's the thing. When I first picked up The Top, this was in the late 80s. I didn't really get into The Cure until The Head on the Door and Standing on the Beach. When I picked up The Top, I was really into all things Cure. So somehow I found a way at that time to enjoy this album. The Caterpillar was released as a single. That's one of their classic tracks. But this album really just in and of itself is just okay. Concert, The Cure Live 1984. I'm fairly sure this is out of print and has been for quite some time. I don't think it was even ever issued on CD. The performances are really good. The sound quality is not. I think it may have only been released on cassette. I'm going to say that this is just okay if you can find it. Just because of the poor sound quality, it's not anything that you really need to make a priority out of. In August of 1985, The Head on the Door was released. All of the songs on this album were written by Robert Smith, who was clearly in a better mood. This is fun, gloomy and doomy music, except like for sinking and a night like this. In Between Days was the big single from this album. Close to Me was released as a single. This album gave the goth kids an excuse to have a good time. You know I'm right. The Baby Screams kind of feels left over from the previous epoch of The Cure, maybe? It's nearly a no-skips album. A Night Like This is a great song. Get ready to hate on me. It is a quintessential Cure album. It's a classic Cure album. In 1986, Standing on a Beach / Staring at the Sea. It had two different titles based on whether or not you picked it up on CD, LP, or cassette. Each configuration had different selections. The album, I think, had 13 or 14 songs. The CD had like 17. The cassette had the same 13 or 14 songs the album did, but the flip side of the cassette was like all B-sides. I would say it is nonetheless a fantastic best of collection. It's great. It is a great best of collection. Kiss Me, Kiss Me, Kiss Me dropped in May of 1987. It became the band's first platinum album in the United States. Just Like Heaven was a minor chart hit. I think it peaked at number 40 in the American Top 40. Other singles included Why Can't I Be You, Catch, would have fit in well on The Head on the Door. Hot, Hot, Hot was a single. It made a little bit of noise. The Kiss has a super long intro. They never gave that up. The Snake Pit kind of has a retro Cure feel at this point. This album, in my opinion, was a more ambitious version of The Head on the Door. And they could have divided this into two separate albums, with the more poppy songs on being one album and the more dire vibe songs being on the other album, or they could have, maybe they could have put it together like that, but they didn't. Nonetheless, I still feel like Kiss Me, Kiss Me, Kiss Me is vintage Cure. It's a really good Cure album. It definitely is something that should be in your Cure collection. And now, ladies and gentlemen, bow your heads and give thanks to The Cure for Disintegration. In May of 1989, one of the best alternative rock albums ever was released. Disintegration. It is number 116 on the Rolling Stones 500 Greatest Albums of All Time, number 38 on Pitchfork's Best Albums of the 80s. It's on lots and lots of lists. I'm not going to do the whole rundown. It did eventually become quadruple platinum. A lot of the music on this album was inspired by Robert Smith's dislike of the band's newfound popularity, and also the fact that Smith was about to turn 30. And that will give you pause to reflect. Fascination Street was a single. They took about a minute out of it for the single. Lullaby, Love Song, Pictures of You, Home Runs, Each and All. Love Song was their most successful single. It hit number 2 in the American Top 40. The Same Deep Water as You is a great song. Last Dance is a great song. Plain Song is the perfect opening track for this album as a whole. And track 12, Untitled, is a perfect closer. This is a no-skips album. It is worthy of every accolade that it has ever received. It is their best album. If I were going to sort of resort as I put them on tiers, I would put this ahead of Pornography. And then in November of 1990, Mixed Up was released. Now, I liked the song Never Enough. It had dark but modern Cure vibes to it. Basically everything else on the album, though, was a remix of an existing track. The extended version of Fascination Street is kind of cool. But in my opinion, this is just an okay title in their library. En treat! I don't know, it's French. This is live tracks recorded during the Disintegration tour. This was released in March of 1991. The 2010 remastered version of Disintegration includes all of these tracks and everything that was left out of this compilation. En treat is hard to find. I don't really feel like it's something you have to have. It's not bad. Like I said, if you might pick up the remastered version of Disintegration, I probably could have just put that in non-essential and I would sleep just fine tonight. In 1992, Wish was released. It debuted at number 1 in the UK, at number 2 in the United States, so it was their highest charting album. It was nominated for Best Alternative Album in 1993 at the Grammys. High was the first single. Friday I'm in Love is one of those songs that's taken on a forever life of its own. It was also a fairly big pop hit. A Letter to Elise is considered one of their, it's one of their legendary songs. Open is a solid opening track. To Wish Impossible Things is a really good track. From the Edge of the Deep Green Sea is a really good track. Apart is a really good track. Windy Time to me feels a little forced. Like, come on, let's make another Why Can't I Be You? Or I don't know. It's not, feels a little extra. But nonetheless, I spent a lot of time happily satisfied with Wish, a lot of time listening to it. It's a good record. It's good. Show was released in September of 1993. It's a live album recorded in Detroit. Robert Smith's voice sounds fine on this record. The band has good energy on this album. This compilation leans more on the band's more familiar hit-driven stuff. This was a sort of a companion piece strategy, as this album, while good, was followed up virtually immediately by the band's live album Paris. This is the album more for Cure purists live. This is a bit more about the deep stuff. Close to Me's on this. Hot, hot, hot. It's also a good live album. Sideshow was released in 1993. It contains the tracks that were not included in the CD version of Show. So at this point in time, you can get all that. So hopefully you've updated your new copy of Show. Wild Mood Swings dropped in 1996. In 1996, I listened to this album one time, and not again until a couple of days ago when I started putting together notes for this video. My take on this album in 1996 was, there is nothing special about this album. I didn't think it was bad, but it wasn't very good. Nothing about this album to me was interesting. It sounded like a lot of stuff they'd done before. And maybe that they were trying to do some new things that they weren't really sure about. There were 4 singles. The 13th, Mint Car, Strange Attraction, Gone, This is a transitional album for the band. I really can't say I liked it any better Saturday than I did in 1996. Next. Galore dropped in 1997. It was the band's second best of compilation. It featured one new track called Wrong Number. It has a very mid-90s sound to it. It sounds like, if you're familiar with the band Republica, if you know your 90s alternative stuff, the track Ready to Go, Wrong Number really reminds me of that song. The versions of the hit singles that were included on this mostly were single versions and 7-inch versions. Hooey. Yeah, I hate to say it, but Galore is a non-essential at the end of it all. Blood Flowers dropped in 2000. There were no commercial singles released. Robert Smith insisted upon that. He didn't see this album as something that was going to have hits. Maybe Someday was released as a promotional single. It made it to number 10 on the American Alternative Airplay chart. The album peaked at number 16. So it was a bit of a decline, performance-wise, from what the band had done with their previous, 2 or 3 albums. I'm not really sure about the track The Loudest Sound. But to me, basically, everything else on this album really honestly works. It's not disintegration, and arguably it's not very adventurous. But it is a nicely focused, very cohesive album. It is almost a no-skips album. And I'm going to blow your mind here by putting it on that tier, because it's just a solid album. In November of 2001, the band released Greatest Hits. It was their final album with Fiction Records. Robert Smith agreed to release a Greatest Hits album if he could pick what was on it. The band also recorded acoustic versions of the same track selection, and that was bundled with the Greatest Hits CD in the initial pressings. That eventually became the Acoustic Hits collection, which was released a few years ago. It featured a couple of new songs, Cut Here and Just Say Yes. Pro tip: the acoustic version of Just Say Yes is better. Greatest Hits is an okay collection, but it is tragically, if you can get the version with acoustic hits, but you can get acoustic hits separately. In 2004, Join the Dots, B-Sides, and Rarities dropped. If you don't own this, you need to own this. Or at least stream it, hear it, however you accomplish that. If somehow you've never listened to Join the Dots, I'm not sure we can hang out. It is a B-Sides collection, primarily, some remixes here and there, covers. A Few Hours After This is one of their probably most classic B-Sides. Just One Kiss is on this. Burn that was on the Crow soundtrack, maybe one of their best songs from the 90s. Their covers of Hello, I Love You and Young Americans and World in My Eyes. This is, oh boy, where am I going to put this? Good or great? Good or great? Good or great? Good. Honestly, you really ought to check that out. That is a keeper. In 2004, the self-titled album, The Cure, was released. The End of the World, thumbs up, good song. Taking Off, to me feels like Just Like Heaven, just not as good. Alt.End is okay, those were the 3 singles. Lost reminds me of early Cure with an acoustic 9 Inch Nails production vibe. Huh? Us and Them, okay. This album, honestly, is just okay. It goes on that same tier To me, this album is equally as unremarkable as Wild Mood Swings. In October of 2008, 413 Dream was released. There were several singles, including The Only One, which is a fun song. Freak Show, Sleep When I'm Dead is a good song. The Perfect Boy is an okay song. The album was originally intended to be a double album. The band recorded 33 songs for this. And Sleep When I'm Dead, interestingly enough, was originally written as a track for The Head on the Door. Underneath the Stars is exactly what one would expect from a Cure opening track. It's good. It's not bad, not great. It's Over is a very loud closing track. To me, this band sounds like the album set out to not try very hard, on purpose, to just enjoy making a Cure album. The songs that work are pretty good. Some of the songs are just misfires. This album is just okay. Also from 2008, Hypnagogic States, the EP featuring remixes of songs from 413 Dream. Pete Wentz from Fall Out Boy did one of them. Honestly, I just don't care. Alternative Rarities from 2010 is mostly alternative versions of songs from Disintegration, mostly a lot of instrumentals. This is something the band self-released in 2010 on low bitrate MP3s. And here's what I think of that. Festival Live 2011 was released in 2011. All proceeds from the sale of this album went to the Isle of Wight Youth Trust. I'm not 100% sure, but I think this might feature the only recording of Killing Another, which was one of the reworked versions the band did of Killing an Arab after it became, shall we say, unfashionable to do that song. The band had also, by the way, along the way performed that track as Kissing an Arab. Festival Live 2011 is a pretty decent live album. I'd say it's good. I mentioned earlier acoustic hits. Some of these are pretty interesting renditions of the studio cuts that were included on the Greatest Hits compilation from 2001. But this is a separate release, all of its own. I do think it's good. I do think it's worth checking out. It definitely gives you a fresh perspective on some of the songs, in a good way. Torn Down Mixed Up Extras was released in 2018. It was a sequel to 1990's Mixed Up. I just didn't care. I'm just not that interested in most of the remixes. 40 Live Curation 25 plus Anniversary. That album has the most confusing title. This is a 2018 recording of the band at Robert Smith's Meltdown Festival. And somehow this is bizarre. Some of their later tracks, like It's Over, just seem to play better live. Like, that song's just better on this album. This was released on Blu-ray and on DVD. This is a pretty good live album. And finally, delayed years and years and years, Songs of a Lost World, their first studio album since 413 Dream in 2008. This album is not for people who think Friday I'm in Love or Why Can't I Be You or In Between Days is their version of The Cure that they love. And you probably knew that already if you heard Alone, the first single, and A Fragile Thing. Both of those tracks have been released early. The album is about mortality. It's really, the lyrics are very, very personal. I Can Never Say Goodbye is about the death of Robert Smith's brother. Like I said, this album is about mortality and the inevitability of it. This album is not going to get the party going on Saturday night. It is grim. Now, don't go thinking it's morose. I wouldn't want you to think that. Drone No Drone really stirs up the muck. Sonically, that's the most intense part of the album. War Song has weight to it. End Song is yet another perfect closing track from The Cure that somehow doesn't feel like it's 10 minutes long, at least not to me. This album is only 47 minutes long altogether. People, that's the perfect length. See, what you do is you make an album that's 45 minutes, and it's perfect. And if you've recorded another 20 or 25 minutes, save it for a 10th anniversary, and then that stuff is suddenly fresh. Sorry, I digress. One meaningful recommendation here, listen to this on CD or high-resolution FLAC files. This album has a certain atmospheric quality to it, or lushness to it maybe, that compressed streaming files aren't really going to give you all that's there. CD, high-resolution FLAC files. That's how you want to do this. All right, so now, which tier? So it comes down to a few questions. Is it everything I could ever want in a Cure album? No. Is it cohesive and listenable from start to finish? Yes. It's a no-skips album. Did I feel let down that I had waited so long and this is what I got? No. Would I encourage any Cure fans I know to listen to it? Yes. Would I recommend that they listen to it? Yes. Is it probably one of the 10 or maybe 5 best albums I've listened to this year? Yes. Do I believe it's a triumphant, late career return to form for a long-running band with a substantial legacy to protect? Yes. So, yeah. Yep, here we go. This is where it goes. It's not better than Disintegration. It's not really even on par with Disintegration, but it's maybe equal to or slightly better than Bloodflowers. So I guess I'd say it's their 4th or 5th best album. The future of yacht rock? If we started all over today, this is what we would sound like. It'd be a shame if someone played that on the radio. Long before Linkin Park emerged on the music scene at the beginning of the 21st century, nu metal was already a well-established subgenre of alternative rock or metal, depending on how you look at it. We all knew Korn, we all knew Helmet, Slipknot, but around 2000, 2001, Linkin Park was nu metal. The first song I heard was One Step Closer. So I would have been, in my early mid-30s when this album, when that came out, and I was still kind of angry. So, needless to say, One Step Closer had a great deal of appeal to me. The first song on the album is Paper Cut, and I'm not really sure why that's the opening track. I don't really love this song. It's a good song, but it's not. When I think about it and compare it to what else I'm going to hear on Hybrid Theory, I don't understand why Paper Cut's the first track. In the end, peaked at number 2 in the top 40. So this band quickly established a following beyond just modern rock radio and alternative radio. Hybrid Theory would go on to become a Diamond certified 10 times platinum album. It would pick up a Grammy nomination for Best Rock Album. It won the Grammy for Best Hard Rock Performance for Crawling, a song about Bennington's substance abuse issues. And I can't believe the video lost to Limp Bizkit. This album came out the same year, and probably almost as successful of an album, Chocolate Starfish and the Hot Dog Flavored Water from Limp Bizkit. If you liked both albums equally, I think you just liked Loud and Angry, because I think the songwriting in Linkin Park was so much better. And I do think time has proven that Linkin Park endured in a way that Limp Bizkit did not. Anyway, I digress. Runaway is an underappreciated nu metal track. Points of Authority is a keeper. It's got a nasty groove to it. Pushing Me Away is a solid closer, but really, structure-wise, it's a lot like Crawling if you listen to it. Nonetheless, I do believe that Hybrid Theory is a classic album. It is one of my favorite albums from that time period. I think if you claim to like nu metal and you don't, and this album is not something frontwards and backwards and a part of your collection, I don't know about you. I don't know about you. Reanimation followed in 2002 with Mike Shinoda and various other collaborators producing. This album went platinum. It's a remix album. It is the 4th best-selling remix album of all time, by the way. So interest in the band was still very high. One Step Closer with Jonathan Davis. And then there was a remix with Marilyn Manson that was a bonus track on certain versions of this album. Those were really the 2 only tracks that I really cared for. I'm not a big fan of the fact that Linkin Park was a band that really liked to lean into these remixes. I really feel like their music stood on its own very well. I'm not sure. I don't know. I don't want to say that, this was an attempt to expand their fan base by doing these albums. I don't know if I'm going to get any hate for that, but I mean, that's just how I feel about a lot those remix albums, really. Okay, you know what? I'm going to be real honest with you. It's okay. I can't really in good conscience say that it's not at least worth listening. Meteora followed in 2003. It was produced, and again, David Gilmour was involved in producing. This album was almost as successful as Hybrid Theory. It went 7 times platinum. It picked up a Grammy nomination for Best Rock Album. Somewhere I Belong was the Best Rock Video at the 2003 MTV Music Awards. Faint was a pretty awesome song. It was probably the 2nd or 3rd best song on the album. Numb was a huge song. It was maybe as huge as In the End. It probably dominates the story of the album on the whole. I remember initially when this album came out, I was working at a top 40 radio station when this song came out, and the band did not want to release Numb as a single. So the record companies were telling us, yeah, but this band is huge, and that Numb sure is awful good. Be a shame if someone played that on the radio. Anyway, Numb did go on to become a pretty successful track at Top 40. The band did eventually change their mind about it being a single. From the Inside is nice, and then it's not. Breaking the Habit. I love the strings that linger throughout this song. I think I've said before in some of my other videos that I like. I do like when rock music incorporates elements of classical music. This was the 5th consecutive single from Meteora to hit number 1 on the Billboard Modern Rock's chart. So all 5 songs went to number 1. The Very Worst Part of You Is Me. A song about pushing someone away, if only even subconsciously. Hit the Floor Is Okay. Easier to Run. I made a note the other day. I don't know why I wrote this down. The future of yacht rock? Maybe a century from now. This is what yacht rock will sound like. But it's a cool attempt to add some variety into their sound. They just kind of turned it down to 7. I would still say Meteora is maybe just a tad, maybe just a notch, not as well. I don't know. I don't know. When I think about it, I think Meteora is pretty strong, and I think it does stand up pretty well with Hybrid Theory. Live in Texas dropped in 2003. With various tracks recorded in Houston at what I think was Regent Stadium at the time. It's now NRG Stadium, and at Texas Stadium in Irving. A live album that went platinum. I'm not a huge fan of live albums. I don't really feel like this adds anything to the mystique other than showing that they could do what they could recreate what it was they did live, and they could sound good doing it live. I'll say it's a good live album. I can't really say that I loved it. Speaking of can't really say that I loved it, Collision Course dropped in 2004. That was a collaboration with Jay-Z. So that was really interesting when it came out. Considering the remixy tendencies of this band, I'm not surprised. I shouldn't have been surprised when an album came out with Jay-Z, who was really on a pretty good run of his own at the time. This went platinum. The Numb Encore combination, released as a combo single that got a lot of airplay. It won a Grammy, actually, for Best Rap and Sung Collaboration. There was also a mashup. That's the term. There was also a mashup of Dirt Off Your Shoulder and Lying From You. I personally just felt like it was okay. Collision Course didn't. I don't love the remix stuff, people. I'm sorry. Minutes to Midnight dropped in 2007. It went 4 times platinum, so there's still an appetite for this band. It picked up a Grammy nomination for Best Hard Rock Performance for What I've Done. This song was a number 1 song in the alternative charts for 15 weeks. There's very little Mike Shinoda in this track. The band actually kind of starts backing away from rap rock or rap metal to a degree on this album. It's not as prominent. It's not as strong a flavor in the overall mix, I guess you could say. Of course, they didn't back away from it on Bleed It Out. That song was featured on Guitar Hero. They performed that on Saturday Night Live. That video won the Much Music Best International Video Group that year in Canada. If you don't know what Much Music is, in Canada you do, but I mean in elsewhere if you don't know what that is. Shadow of the Day was the best rock video at the 2008 MTV VMAs. Given Up has really undeniable punk vibes and a 17-second scream from Chester. I don't know if that's the longest ever on record, but damn, put me out of my misery. Yeah. Leave Out All the Rest has one of the best melodies of any Linkin Park song. Lighters Up, you know what I mean? Was not a huge hit. It was the 5th single. Maybe at this point, 5 singles in, after a previous album with 5 singles in, maybe there was a little bit of Linkin Park burnout going on there. The opening track is Wake. The first time you hear it, you're kind of like, I wonder if Pink Floyd is trying something new. The beginning of the album, I don't think it's what one would expect from Linkin Park. The first 2/3 of this album is pretty solid. The last third is okay. In between, I don't know about that. In pieces, the band does continue to evolve on this album. There are more, I guess you could say, quiet moments on this album than definitely what you'd expect. In my opinion, this was a good, not great album. The live album Road to Revolution dropped in 2008. It was certified gold. Still live music and still selling well. This was released on CD and DVD. It was originally intended as an MTV original broadcast. It is definitely cool that Jay-Z shows up. It's just kind of lame when you have those collabs and then you have to have a substitute special guest or you just have to play the backing track. I think if you're a fan of Linkin Park, this is a pretty good live album. And then Songs from the Underground dropped in 2008. It's a compilation of previously released tracks. There's a version of Hunger Strike by Chris Cornell that features Chester Bennington on it. I'm putting this on the non-essential tier, and you'll find out why in just a few minutes. We'll get to that. So it's the 21st century, and if you're a rock band, you have to do interesting things to get people's attention and hold people's attention. 8-Bit Rebellion. This was... Well, Linkin Park was down to experiment. I don't think there's any doubt about that. This was a special piece of media created for gamers, really. It featured one new song called Blackbirds, which is a B+ song. The versions of all the other songs on the whole really aren't a very listenable, aren't a very enjoyable listening experience if you're not experiencing them in the game. So at this point, I would say that is something for completists. So a few minutes ago, I referred to a compilation release that don't get it, and I'll tell you why. This is why. A Decade Underground. It's a fan club release. There are a couple of extra songs here that weren't included on Songs from the Underground. In my opinion, Songs from the Underground is okay. I do believe, generally speaking, patchwork compilations for me are usually pretty hit or miss. In 2010, 1,000 Suns dropped. This was a platinum album, their fourth #1 album. Picked up a Best Hard Rock Performance Grammy nomination for The Catalyst, which was the first single. It's an absolute banger. When I first heard this, I thought I'm really looking forward to hearing 1,000 Suns. Blackout is crunchy. Wretches and Kings has these cool sort of Public Enemy vibes. They did Waiting for the End on Saturday Night Live. It was the second single from the album. Great song. Burning in the Skies. Smooth. Iridescent was featured in one of the Transformers movies. Beautiful song. Did I mention earlier that like 100 years from now, this is what yacht rock might sound like? You know, here's the thing about this album. Look out. It's a frickin' concept album. This is a more mature version of the band. This is a band that's exploring themes of humanity, war, existential dread. It's not just everything sucks in here. It's everything sucks out here. When They Come For Me is unlike any other rap rock song they've done before. Robot Boys is unique. In my opinion, this album is their Dark Side of the Moon or OK Computer. It's cinematic. There's a confidence. There's a boldness. They're all over the place, and there are no swing and a misses on this album. You know what I mean? It's far more creative than anything they had done prior. This is the album where Linkin Park really transitions from being really pissed off to seriously concerned. And in my opinion, this is a classic, amazing album, in my opinion. It's a keeper. It is one of their best. I don't know that I would say it is their best. Hybrid Theory Live Around the World in 2012. Recorded. It was recorded all over the globe. It proves they are just as powerful live as they are in the studio. The crowd interaction on One Step Closer is awesome. Numb and Lying From You and Somewhere I Belong and Faint from Meteora Live Around the World are really great. Minutes to Midnight Live Around the World also dropped in 2012. All three of these basically dropped. I don't remember if they dropped on the same day. If you don't understand why Leave Out All the Rest is such an awesome song by this band, listen to the version on this album. So I'm just going to quickly go good, good, and good. Living Things arrived in 2012. Produced by Rick Rubin and Mike Shinoda. It went platinum. No Grammy nominations for Linkin Park this time around, which is a little unusual, all things considered. Burn It Down was the first single, which is a classic Linkin Park song. Lost in the Echoes, quintessential Linkin Park. The interactive video for this song might still be on YouTube. I've always liked Castle of Glass. Powerless is a pretty good closer. Lies, Greed, Misery has a really cool driving energy to it. It has a cool groove. Skin to Bone, yes. In My Remains is almost by the numbers Linkin Park, though. And same for I'll Be Gone. Until It Breaks, I don't know. Let Skrillex do Skrillex. That's kind of my opinion on that. This is a tight 37-minute package. They continue expanding and they continue exploring. This album goes back to being maybe a little more personal. And a little bit more about relationships. I really honestly thought that this album was just it was good. It wasn't great. Definitely not one of my favorites. The Studio Collection. All of my Linkin Park albums and CDs and cassettes are just scattered all over the place. I don't know where any of them are. If you get the Studio Collection, you've got the first 5 albums and Reanimation all together. Here we go with another remix album. It was called Recharged. Mike Shinoda and various other producers contributed to this. It sold fairly well. It was a gold album. A Light That Never Comes was a collab with Steve Aoki that achieved a certain level of popularity. If you really like their remix albums, I'd say go for it. If you don't, I think it's an okay. See, here's the thing. It's nothing that I ever go back to, and probably never would. A Light That Never Comes, the remix compilation. The track with Steve Aoki gets, shall we say, further exploration. It is the best track from Recharge, so I guess if that's what you're going to do it with that one. I don't really feel like that really worked any wonders for me to make me like the song any better. In 2014, The Hunting Party, the band's most aggressive album since Meteora, probably. I think of this as the, yeah, we can still rock our asses off if we want to, Linkin Park album. Guitars, crunchy guitars. A lot of new metal vibes here. Like I said, this is probably, I don't know if you want to say a return to roots album. Keys to the Kingdom makes it pretty evident from the get-go. Okay, they mean business. Guilty All the Same with Rakim. I like that track. Wastelands was a single. Until It's Gone has In the End vibes. Rebellion, yes. Drawbar, yes. Final Masquerade, yes. War is the most punk thing they've done since, if you hated Minutes to Midnight and 1,000 Suns and Living Things, I bet you this is probably where you felt like, they're back. And this album doesn't really feel like they're phoning it in. It's not like, well, we better do another heavy album again. To me, this album is like, if we started all over today, this is what we would sound like. In fact, I hate how much I like this album, really, because I really like the more balanced and electronically flavored version of Linkin Park better. I don't hate to use the term mellower. You know, I really enjoy the steak. I just want a nice, smooth glass of Chianti to pair with it. Does that make sense? I would not say that this is one of my favorite albums. I would not say that it's a classic, but something's got to go in this great tier, and this is definitely great. I mean, there's just nothing wrong with this album. There's no reason to dislike this album other than you wish it had a little bit more atmosphere to it. Mal, the band made a game. Okay, this is ambitious, and it's interesting to check out. I don't really feel like this is, I don't know. Personally, I just didn't care. In 2017, One More Light. You remember how I said I hated how much I loved The Hunting Party because it just really lacked balance and it didn't have a lot of atmosphere and it was just so damn crunchy and angry and it was just, but it did such a damn good job of doing that. Well, One More Light is where it was the band's 5th #1 album, so obviously people were wanting to check it out. There were 4 singles: Heavy, Battle Symphony, Good Goodbye. Talking to Myself was the first single released after Chester Bennington's passing. What did you think the first time you heard the ironically titled Heavy? Invisible is a very personal song about fatherhood. I wanted to like it. Lyrically, I kind of like it. But so much of this album is so pop. And I don't hate pop music. It just feels like the production of this album really wanted to be, let's lean into making a pop album. It's almost like it wanted to be a 21 Pilots album or something. Not every song is bad, but the guitars are basically just all gone after roaring back to life on The Hunting Party. Why? The title track is potentially a really good song. And you know, there's still time. Give the master tapes or master files to Trent Reznor and see what he can do with it. You know, because I like the band, I want to at least say that it's okay, but I'll be real honest with you, I would just leave this out of my collection. As far as the passing of Chester Bennington goes, I don't want to go on a big long tangent here, but I will say that a lot of the world is full of people who do not understand, respect the incredible destructive power of depression, and it's sad. In 2017, One More Light live. Recorded early in the band's One More Light World Tour in 2017. It was the first album to be released after Chester Bennington's passing. Again, it has a lot of stuff from One More Light, which brings it down a notch or two in my opinion, but it's sonically it's good. Band plays well. Chester's bringing it. The 20th anniversary edition of Hybrid Theory. There was a track released from this called She Couldn't, which didn't really gain any real traction. I think people kind of didn't necessarily know what to do with a new-ish Linkin Park song. I'm really not sure where to put it. I don't really feel... This feels insulting to Hybrid Theory. No, you know what? I'm just gonna, if Hybrid Theory is a classic favorite, and same thing with Meteora. Meteora did contain a track. The Meteora 20th anniversary package featured a track called Lost, which was a good song. I mean, in a way, I can see why it was left off of Meteora, because it was just kind of one more song that sounded like, it sounded a little bit like Numb. But the great thing about holding off on releasing a song like that for 20 years, you've got a new classic Linkin Park song. So I think that's pretty cool. It was good to hear Lost. I really enjoyed Lost. In April of 2024, Paper Cuts, the single collection 2000 to 2023. was released. It features the Numb encore collaboration with Jay-Z, if you didn't want to have to get Collision Course to have that on physical media. Friendly Fire was a track that they dug up from the One More Light sessions. Here's the funny thing, maybe they tweaked the production a little bit before they dropped this in 2024. Friendly Fire would have been the best song on One More Light. You know, this is a pretty solid best of compilation. I'm not going to say that it's earth-shattering. It's definitely not. It's not a classic compilation. If you don't want to have a big Linkin Park collection and you want to have the hits and you want to have them on physical media, okay, get the singles. I won't shame you for being a best of person. And in November of 2024, From Zero. I don't know if she's officially departed Dead Sarah, a good band that I like that does not sound like Linkin Park. I'd hate to see Dead Sarah dissolve if she has. I have a theory that Emily Armstrong was chosen to add to Linkin Park so that no one would be able to negatively compare some other dude to Chester Bennington. So no one would be able to say, well, that guy's a Chester Bennington clone, or that guy's not even half as good as Chester, or whatever, because a lot of people don't really have the best feelings about Linkin Park even coming back with no Chester. Emily Armstrong is a vibe all her own, in my opinion. Yes, she can belt it out. Hashtag heavy as the crown, with its 1 second shorter than Chester Bennington's 17-second roar in Giving Up. I wonder if that was on purpose. This is what I asked for. I didn't know this was what I asked for, but this album's second single is an absolute banger. It's an instant Linkin Park classic, in my opinion. The Emptiness Machine was a solid first single. Over Each Other was already out before From Zero landed on November 15th, so you can check out the whole album. How was the whole album on the whole? It's 31 minutes long. So there's not a lot of room for error. So if there's anything bad, it really kind of sticks out. But being so short, basically by the time you'd even lift a finger to hit a skip button, it's already over. You've already heard it all. So just let this be a no skips experience if you haven't already heard it. Cut the Bridge is kind of a throwback to Minutes to Midnight maybe. Stained features some almost beautiful vocals from Emily Armstrong. Vocally, there's a nice dichotomy on this song. Casualty is a pretty fierce track with intense vocal performances from Armstrong and Mike Shinoda. It's the most intense track overall on the album. It has Hunting Party vibes. And then it rolls straight into the very moody, very atmospheric Overflow. I Give You Everything I Have is intense, but melodic, but intense. But it has a melody to it. But it's very intense. Good Things Go, the album's closer. That's a solid track. And I would say don't be surprised if that's not released as a single and a video sometime in the relatively near future. So I think that From Zero is a strong, if maybe kind of predictable, new beginning for Linkin Park. I would put it on this tier. And just my opinion, but if you want to put it lower than that, I'm not sure you're giving it a fair shot. I think the band knew that deciding to come back was going to be met with a certain amount of resistance, and I think they really... Let me put it this way, they didn't make One More Light Part 2, now did they? The video for that song? What do you think? I won't say this song killed grunge, and watch the party come alive. Marilyn Manson formed in 1989, led by vocalist Brian Warner, who adopted the stage name Marilyn Manson, blending the names of actress Marilyn Monroe and cult leader Charles Manson. Provocative imagery, theatrical performances, industrial rock, industrial metal, goth rock, goth metal, alternative rock, alternative metal, glam rock, dark, satirical, subversive subjects. More than 30 years after the debut of Portrait of an American Family, Marilyn Manson remains a polarizing yet influential figure in rock music. This video is about the music of Marilyn Manson and not what the singer, Marilyn Manson, may or may not have done outside of making music and performing on stage. Portrait of an American Family dropped in 1994, and it was quite an effort to get it put together. Originally recorded as the Manson Family album, it was deemed subpar at the point of its completion. Reproduced, remixed, Gidget Keen's heroin problems played a big role. The label really did not like the original artwork, the Charles Manson references. And when the album finally did drop, members of the UK Parliament tried to have it banned. It was, quote, an outrage against society, you see. The album did not sell, not at first. It took 9 years to attain gold status. Cake and Sodomy sets the tone for the next 11 albums. Get Your Gun is a banger. It would eventually be blamed for the Columbine High School massacre a few years later. We'll get to that. Wrapped in Plastic, inspired by Twin Peaks, has a more ethereal vibe. Dogma is maybe a shade on the punk side, a shade anyway. Lunchbox, Big Chorus, Big Rage, Sweet Tooth has a slower, grinding groove to it. Snake Eyes and Sissies has this Zeppelin, I even hear Deep Purple kind of vibe to it. My Monkey, this one track by itself, held up the release of the album for quite a while because Interscope did not like this whole sort of happy, fun-sounding Charles Manson track. Get Your Gun soon became a Marilyn Manson classic. Lunchbox, same. Misery Machine. I guess if you're going to put a spin on the whole hidden track thing, yeah, this is the way to do it. It's a good beginning. The album was serious. It was focused. I think it's most likely a really accurate snapshot of where the band was at that point. Their journey to Trent Reznor, who co-produced the album, and the early 90s, and what was going on in the early 90s. This is going to sound weird, but it also shows that the band had yet to fully explore its own imagination. Portrait of an American Family is a good beginning. The Smells Like Children EP dropped next. It was co-produced by Trent Reznor. It achieved platinum status in 1998. This EP, even though it's really the length of an album, it put Marilyn Manson on the map with their very dark cover of the Eurythmics' Sweet Dreams Are Made of This. Diary of a Dope Fiend was on this EP. It was a remix of Dope Hat, slower, arguably kind of ponderous. This was banned in some markets. Some countries wouldn't sell this. This is a remix covers album. It was billed as an EP, even though it's 54 minutes and change. I know several full-length albums that are a lot shorter. The band opened for Danzig for a while in 1995. There is a notation on the disc, if you look at it, that does say, keep this and all drugs away from small children. So, obviously, Marilyn Manson was doing their part to be stand-up guys. There's also a cover of I Put a Spell on You on this EP. So, at your next Halloween party, do a karaoke version of Marilyn Manson's version of I Put a Spell on You. And watch the party come alive. You want to play poop games? Now, here's the thing. On the one side, okay, at this point, I would be a little worried that this band is more about sonic ideas and soundscapes than actual musical ideas, but again, this is an EP. It's a remix EP. I don't love remix albums. I'm not going to say it's non-essential, but I am going to say that it's just okay. This is something that I never revisit. Antichrist Superstar dropped in 1996, co-produced by Trent Reznor. It achieved platinum status very quickly. The Beautiful People, damn good song, an iconic song. I wonder how many bands formed because this song was so anthemic. It was so inspiring. I won't say this song killed grunge, but it significantly weakened the hold on rock music that grunge had up to this point. So anyway, obviously, I think The Beautiful People is a real standout track. Tourniquet's also a standout track on the album. You can definitely hear the Alice Cooper influence on this album. This album sparked massive protests, massive boycotts for its anti-religious themes. Basically, every venue on the band's Dead to the World tour was picketed by someone. There were bomb threats, death threats. I Wasn't Born with Enough Middle Fingers. Irresponsible Hate Anthem is powerful, aggressive, angry. The name just you wouldn't expect flutes and violins. Dried Up, Tied, and Dead to the World is a nicely layered mid-tempo track. Little Horn is a banger. Crypt Orchid is eerie. Deformography, Wormby, solid, there's Bowie influence there. Mr. Superstar is very driving. Angel with the Scabbed Wings. Kinderfeld, that's slow, it's ominous. There's your Trent Reznor vibes again there. The title track, 1996. The Boy That You Loved Is the Man That You Fear. Kerrang called this the number 3 album of the year for 1996. In the 2011 issued 100 Best Albums of the 90s, came in number 84. NME placed it at number 92 on the 100 Greatest Heavy Metal Albums Ever. This album is a real no-skips album from Marilyn Manson. I feel sorry for people who've never had more than a passing interest in Marilyn Manson. This is Marilyn Manson's The Wall, and they're both basically the same length. The Wall is only 3 minutes longer. This is definitely the album where Marilyn Manson arrived, the album where the band put it all together. This is a classic. It is a top-tier classic. It's personal favorite from the mid-90s. It's one you gotta have. In 1997, Remix and Repent, that EP dropped. It didn't really particularly sell very well. The Horrible People is basically a drum and bass remix of The Beautiful People. The acoustic version of Man That You Fear is kind of cool, but it's kind of cool because acoustic Marilyn Manson had never really been a thing, at least not up to that point, so it's different. I'm going to be real honest with you. I think it is the least vital title in the Marilyn Manson discography. Mechanical Animals dropped in 1998, not produced by Trent Reznor. The Dope Show was the lead single, and it is a top 5 all-time Marilyn Manson track, in my opinion. I think if you look it up by the numbers, it's the band's biggest hit. I don't like the Drugs, but the Drugs like me. If you don't hear David Bowie's Fame when you hear this, you've never heard David Bowie's Fame. It's got a saxophone solo, and I'm cool with that. And you know, I'm not normally all that cool with that. Controversy is like a very, very heavy glam rock track. Did Marilyn Manson sell out for this album? No. Marilyn Manson's Ziggy Stardust. The whole aesthetic of the character. This album really doesn't get intense until Rock is Dead comes along. Disassociative, I could hear this being a Smashing Pumpkins track. The Speed of Pain, ballad. Posthuman is a bit of a banger. I Want to Disappear, strong glam vibes with a really intense hook. User Friendly is just nasty, but in a good way. And the album closes with 3 more or less ballads, the best of which is Coma White. The album cover generated a lot of controversy. Kmart would not sell it. Walmart would not sell it. Target refused to sell it. This album doesn't hit quite as hard as Antichrist Superstar, but it's still a really, really good album. It's a great album. It was a strong follow-up. It had the unenviable task of being the follow-up to Antichrist Superstar, and I would say that it almost lived up to it. The Last Tour on Earth, Live, dropped in 1999. It achieved gold status, which for live albums, that doesn't really necessarily happen all that much. It did feature one new track, The Astonishing Panorama of the End Times. It's a pretty good song, and that was also featured on Celebrity Deathmatch, by the way. It was nominated for a Grammy, but it lost to the Deftones, so at least, you know, it lost to a good band. I had a dream last night, Cedar Rapids. I really wish there had been a DVD put together from the material that landed on this album. Get Your Gun really lands on this album. This is a pretty good live album. Honestly, I'm changed my mind based on my notes. I'm gonna say it's a great live album, and I don't say that about a lot of live albums. Holy Wood, In the Shadow of the Valley of the Death. That was the first Marilyn Manson album of the 21st century. It achieved gold status, so there obviously still an interest. John Five co-wrote several of the songs, including Disposable Teens. The Fight Song is a classic track. I'm Not a Slave to a God That Doesn't Exist. It might be the angriest glam rock song ever. The Nobodies. Finally, a track for harpsichord fans. It totally works. It was the album's third single. The Columbine high school shootings had occurred just a few months before this album dropped, and the media at that time erroneously reported that the student perpetrators were heavily influenced by Marilyn Manson, even wearing the group's t-shirts during that tragic event. It even came to light eventually, though, that these boys didn't like Marilyn Manson. So this album was sort of a big FU to the media for their handling of the Columbine shootings. It was a very successful album outside of the U.S. Manson intended this to be a soundtrack to a film based on the music. The film never got made. Target audience is slow and brooding and haunting. President Dead gets right to it with a funky bass line. In the Valley of the Shadow of Death is really more depressing than angry. It's a change of pace for sure. Crucifixion in Space is very slow but very intense. The Death Song is pretty intense. Born Again. I'm hearing Nine Inch Nails here. Burning Flag, I'm hearing Ministry here. Coma Black would be an amazing closing track, but count to 6 and die. Overlapping vocals and some sort of clicking, ticking sound effect. All I'll say about that is, if you know, you know. Holy Wood is a great album. If you like Marilyn Manson, there's no reason to think anything poorly of that album. Strong motivation behind the lyrics. In 2003, The Golden Age of Grotesque also managed to go gold, so in spite of the controversy, there's still a loyal audience for Marilyn Manson. Mob Scene is theatrical and catchy. This Is the New Shit is not my favorite among the more well-known Marilyn Manson tracks. Some versions of this album feature Tainted Love, the soft cell cover, which was from Not Another Teen Movie. John Five co-wrote an awful lot of this album. This album was banned in parts of the Middle East because of its overt sexual and anti-authoritarian imagery. Dull, dagga buzz, buzz, ziggity zag. Straight up glam rock. Use Your Fist and Not Your Mouth, strong industrial vibes there. The title track is just straight up sleazy, which normally I would like, but it's kind of not my favorite. Kaboom Kaboom sounds a lot like a lot of stuff we've heard before from Marilyn Manson. Slut Garden, well, it's just got a cool name. And it has a really good chorus, too. The first 10 seconds of Spade had me wondering, wait a minute, did I suddenly put on a Kate Bush album? And then 30 seconds later, I'm like, no, this is definitely not a Kate Bush album. Paranoir, the spoken word track, is one of the best tracks on the album. The Bright Young Things. By this time, Linkin Park had already shown up to the tune of probably 15 million albums sold by the time this album was together for Marilyn Manson. So I think, just my opinion, this is why Marilyn Manson added some rap elements to the music on this album, which I really don't feel works. Better of Two Evils is kind of throwback in a way that just makes me want to listen to old Marilyn Manson. The album Closer is an ambient sort of dirge where you really can't tell what's going on. In my opinion, this is the most disappointing. This may be the most disappointing album in the catalog. It's borderline good because it does have some really good songs and some that really don't work. So I'm going to say that this is an okay Marilyn Manson album. The Best Of collection, Lest We Forget, released in 2004. This achieved gold status, so still some interest in the band. Maybe some people that hadn't ever purchased any Marilyn Manson on physical media, and this is 2004, so that was really still the main way people did it. Personal Jesus was a Depeche Mode cover. It was new on the album. Shirley Manson was almost a guest on this album. The two of them recorded a cover of the Human League's Don't You Want Me, but decided that it just wasn't very good, so it didn't show up on the album. This album is a compilation of previous works, some remixes. Some songs were omitted in conservative markets because of censorship concerns. The Long Road Out of Hell from the Spawn soundtrack is also included here. The version of Tainted Love showed up. As far as best of albums go, this is a really, really good one. If you only own one Marilyn Manson piece of physical media other than Antichrist Superstar, at least get this. In 2007, Eat Me, Drink Me was released. Heart-Shaped Glasses, When the Heart Guides the Hand. Great song. Putting Holes in Happiness was the single song, a goth rock jam that is. I love the guitar solo on that. The video for that song? What do you think? This album was less angry and more depressed in a lot of ways, more introspective. The shock rock is dialed down a notch or two for this, that's for sure. Marilyn has stated that he recorded all of the album's vocals lying down on the studio floor with his hands cupping the studio microphone. So kind of like that. The Red Carpet Grave is an atypical Marilyn Manson song. Just a Car Crash Away is a standout track. It's very emotional. Evidence is eerie and driving. Are You the Rabbit is really intense compared to everything else on the album. Mutilation is the sincerest form of flattery. It feels like an awful lot of other Marilyn Manson songs I've heard. It's okay. Cool Groove to You and Me and the Devil Makes Three. I like the fact that this album leans a little more into goth. It has more goth vibes than probably the previous 2 or 3 albums. I'm going to say that this is a good Marilyn Manson album. In 2009, The High End of Low was released. Marilyn, we need a catchy song for the radio. Something with a hook. A title you can't forget. I got something for you. Not long after that conversation, this album's first single, Armageddon, was released. It was fairly commonplace by the year 2009 to write a song to really piss off your record label. It's a synth-heavy, glam rock track with a big chorus. I hate to admit that I really actually like this song. Not one to sing around the grandkids, though. The songs appear on the album in the order in which they were written. That's actually very, very rare. Running to the Edge of the World. Is this Marilyn Manson's Every Rose Has Its Thorn? Don't throw stuff at me. I'll just say it's an uncharacteristically poignant Marilyn Manson song. And ironically, the video for the song was condemned as perceived glorification of violence against women. Devour is a slow burner. Pretty as a swastika lives in that sort of gray area between metal and punk. Leave a Scar has noticeable glam rock vibes. Four Rusted Horses, this is different. Blank and White is just kinda, nah, I Want to Kill You Like They Do in the Movies is a very ambitious track and also a very long track. Wow is weird, oh weird. Unkillable Monster is one of the better tracks on the back half of the album. We're From America, okay. I think this album is borderline okay and good, so I'm going to give it the benefit of the doubt and say good because the tracks, there's not really a lot on this album that I think, there's nothing on this album that I think is bad. I think that there are, like I said, maybe some songs that are just kind of and really only a handful of really good songs, so maybe the two sort of balance each other out and we'll just call it good. In 2012, Born Villain dropped. No Reflection earned the band their 4th Grammy nomination. It has a weird sort of guttural hook, but it's catchy. Slow Motion is a great song. The video is slow. Johnny Depp plays guitar on Manson's cover of You're So Vain, which gets tacked on at the end of the album. The videos that were released from this album, a lot of violent imagery. The opener, Hey Cruel World, is a solid opener with believable anger. Pistol Whipped it doesn't really land for me. Overneath the Path of Misery, Shakespeare and heavy grinding guitars. Yes, this is one of Manson's experiments that I do really like. The Gardener has a groove to it, which I find spoken word tracks really should. The Flowers of Evil could be a Sisters of Mercy track, maybe. Children of Cain is a bit of a dirge, but it works. Disengaged, I think just could have been left off the album. Lay Down Your Arms. This is one of the few really intense tracks on the album. It's very riff heavy, it's very defiant, with very defiant, angry lyrics. The only thing heavier on the album is probably the next track. Murderers Are Getting Prettier Every Day, which gives me early Manson vibes, and you know how heavy that was. The title track hits pretty hard too after it gets going. Breaking the Same Old Ground is very reflective in a way that works. The bonus track, You're So Vain, is you know what Marilyn Manson cover songs sound like, and either you care or you don't, or whatever your feelings are about the original, you have those feelings. I'm going to say this is another good Marilyn Manson album, not a great one. Not, a lot of this album works, a lot of it's just kind of okay. In 2015, The Pale Emperor was released. It contained the singles Third Day of a 7-Day Binge, which has a very cool bluesy groove. You know, as songs about self-destruction go, this one's a pretty good time. Deep Six is a dark, catchy, anthemic song that's easy to digest in that Marilyn Manson sense of the phrase. My favorite track on the album is The Mephistopheles of Los Angeles. I just think that song's just great. Killing Strangers is a great bluesy opener. Slave Only Dreams to Be King. That bass line is crazy in that. The Devil Beneath My Feet, again, a groove-heavy bluesy track. Marilyn's vocals are just right on here, really on most of the album. Birds of Hell Waiting, well, I don't know. That one didn't really land. That one just okay for me. Cupid Carries a Gun, yes. Hypnotic, orchestral. The guitar work is eerie. It's one of the more experimental tracks in the Marilyn Manson catalog that I feel good about. Odds of Even is okay. This is the best album in quite a while, in my opinion. Heaven Upside Down dropped in 2017. Kill for Me is cool. It's bluesy. It's got a groove to it. Something I just think about Marilyn Manson hits on that pretty well. We Know Where You F***ing Live it's a straight up industrial rocker that spends a solid minute or more building up to some serious aggressiveness. I get 90s Marilyn Manson vibes here. Revelation number 12 is punchy, heavy, industrial, aggressive, a strong, energetic opener. A return to form again. Parts of this album really take you back to the 90s. Tattooed in Reverse, stomp, clap, but it works though. Say 10 is a slow cooker. Saturnalia is brooding, bluesy, atmospheric. It's maybe just a bit too long. Jesus Christ reminds me of Joan Jett somehow. Take that statement out of context and you can go all kinds of places with it. Blood Honey is venomous and gritty with heavy guitars to match. Heaven Upside Down is okay. Threats of Romance. I love the guitar in this track. This is a consistent, more focused album. Unfortunately for Manson, the allegations and the accusations regarding abuse really started to take a toll in maybe the public's having a favorable opinion at all of Marilyn Manson. Nonetheless, this album is still still a pretty good album. It's consistent and it's focused. I guess my only real beef with it is I don't think that there are any great songs on that album. We Are Chaos dropped in 2020. This is where Shooter Jennings entered the picture and really brought some new creativity and some new, I don't know if energy is the right word, in the literal sense of the word energy, but the way the word energy is used these days, it brought some new energy to Marilyn Manson. You could tell they both had a shared love of 70s music, like David Bowie and Roxy Music and Iggy Pop. This album didn't sell particularly well, even though it does contain We Are Chaos, the title track, We Are Chaos, which in my opinion is probably one of the top 10, maybe top 5 best Marilyn Manson songs of the 21st century. I love that song. Don't Chase the Dead is a pretty cool song with some noticeable post-punk vibes. It's got a kind of catchy hook. It's one of the best songs on the album. Again, all of the allegations against Manson, certain major music publications refused to even acknowledge that this album existed, so no reviews. I think there were some stores that didn't carry physical copies of it, although the year 2020 was not big for physical media. Vinyl was on the way back by 2020 for sure, but not the most prominent element. Red, Black, and Blue has this foreboding opening monologue, or monologue, as I kind of think of it. It plays out like a sermon, but once the track gets going about, 2 minutes later, all of a sudden it feels like a slower White Zombie track or something. Paint You With My Love. I hear Bowie, Bauhaus, and Queen in this, and someone else that I just can't quite put a finger on right now. It's cool. It's a cool song. Halfway and One Step Forward is a mid-tempo, which by the time you get to this point in the album, you realize mid-tempo plays a big role on the album. Anyway, this song is reflective, atmospheric. It's probably the closest Marilyn Manson has ever come to sounding like Depeche Mode, maybe? Oh, wait a minute, and then you get Infinite Darkness. So you got to have one sort of banger on this, right? It gets there. It's pretty goth. Perfume, depending on how you say it, is glam mostly and punk a little. Sauve Coagula has this sort of insidious creep to it. Broken Needle, to me, is like if Roger Waters was 10 times angrier at himself than with the rest of the world. Yeah, somehow I listened to that and I heard Roger Waters. I definitely believe that Shooter Jennings brought something new to the music, and that this is a great, borderline classic Marilyn Manson album. I guess I might say it's Marilyn Manson's second best album. Whoa! If you haven't heard it, don't judge. And finally, in 2024, One Assassination of God, Chapter 1. The band's first album on Nuclear Blast Records. It feels more like a return to form for Marilyn Manson, for the most part. As Sick as the Secrets Within, Sacrilegious, Raise the Red Flag preceded the album's release. All 3 tracks built some anticipation for me, especially the first 2. Death as a Costume is a blatantly 80s new wave shoegaze throwback. It breaks up the overall vibe of the album up to this point, and in a good way. Meet Me in Purgatory. Dance party! No, not really, but there's an undeniable groove here. Sacrilegious is probably the better groove track on the album. Still, I will warn you, you will find yourself bobbing your head to this song, so, make sure nobody's watching. Sacrifice of the Mass is a solid closing track. This album was not produced by Shooter Jennings, but it kind of feels like what We Are Chaos might have sounded like if Shooter Jennings hadn't been involved, which I realize is a really weird thing to say. Like, how do you even imagine that? But this sounds like a more true to form, if certainly a bit more subdued, obviously, especially when compared to Antichrist Superstar, album from Marilyn Manson. I do believe it is a good Marilyn Manson album. And the album is not wanting to... Oh, there we go. I'm not sure what happened there. It just didn't want to come onto the tier list. Maybe it was hoping for me to say something better. Now, there are various songs that Manson released as one-off singles here and there. Maybe some things that wound up on soundtracks, like covers of Cry Little Sister, God's Gonna Cut You Down, The End. I didn't go out of my way to put any of those on the tier list. They're one-off songs. They're Marilyn Manson covers, of which, he's done a lot if you search around on the B-sides and album soundtracks and what. Love Her Madly, another Doors song he covered. If you like Marilyn Manson doing covers of other people's songs, One's probably as good as the other, although I will say I don't feel like Cry Little Sister needed to be covered. That was kind of already a Marilyn Manson song to begin with. Accordion, not exactly a softball of a topic. Oh, baby. Siouxsie and the Banshees emerged in 1976 as part of the first wave of British punk rock, but the band quickly transcended punk's raw minimalism by adding haunting melodies, experimental textures, and introspective lyrics. They disbanded in 1996, but over the course of 2 decades, the band became one of the most influential forces in alternative music, shaping the post-punk and gothic rock movements and inspiring countless artists, from The Cure and Joy Division to later acts like Depeche Mode and Garbage. Every legacy has a beginning, and for Siouxsie and the Banshees, the early buzz generated by noted DJs like John Peel and early singles like Hong Kong Garden would manifest in the successful release of their debut full-length album, The Scream, in November of 1978. So this album made a big splash in the UK. The opening track, Pure, established a tone of what would certainly follow. I recommend this as a headphone track if this is the first time you've ever experienced it. Jigsaw Feeling, Overground. Methinks Velvet Underground was an influence on this band. Overground was re-recorded a few years later. We'll get to that. Carcass very much sounds like its time. Mirage does too. The Helter Skelter cover adds a whole new vibe to that Beatles tune. Nicotine Stain is probably the closest to a straight-up punk track on the album. Suburban Relapse is a close second. Switch is really haunting and beautiful and weird and beautifully weird. The reissue of the album contained the Hong Kong Garden single, which somehow was left off the debut album. The Staircase was also a single that charted in the UK, and it has a really neat, sinister energy to it. Now here's the thing about The Scream as far as I'm concerned. It was very well received in its time, but in my opinion, it has aged kind of poorly. So I'm still going to say that it's a good album, out of respect for what it meant at the time of its release, but it's not a Siouxsie and the Banshees album that I ever revisit, and really, I'm okay not. In 1979, Join Hands was released. It is arguably a starting point where post-punk introduced us to its new sibling, goth rock. Poppy Day is a sweet and simple introduction to the album. I don't really mean sweet. Regal Zone was inspired by the war with Iran that was going on at the time. Icon is a classic track in my opinion. Playground Twist was a charting single from the album and has a cool alto sax riff in it. This is kind of a theatrical track. The Lord's Prayer, it goes on and on. Love and a Void, super punky vibes, not on the album originally. This is another track that would show up in reissues later on. This album is also good for different reasons than I don't know where that's going there. Let me try. Oh, that's not where I was trying to put it. That's what I thought. So that's where that goes. So Join Hands goes on the good tier. I think it very much hints at what's to come. John McKay left during the tour. The supporting tour of this album, Kenny Morris, did as well. So that, arguably affected what would happen later as well. Kaleidoscope dropped in 1980. This album peaked in the top 5 in the UK, so they were definitely consistently onto something. I don't like the way these words ever sound coming out of my mouth, but putting a little distance between themselves and punk was a really good decision for this band. More post, less punk, and a couple of new members. I'm not sure there had ever been a song that sounded like Happy House before that, at least not from them. But you could breathe a sigh of relief, goth kids. That song is pure sarcasm. Tenant is a good song. Trophy is a yes from me. Christine was a hit. And it was about a woman with 22 different personalities. It's also one of their best songs. Hybrid kind of meanders, if you ask me. Clockface is all right. Lunar Camel is interesting. Desert Kisses. I kind of feel like Robert Smith got the idea for a lot of Cure songs from this. Red Light is one of their best deep tracks. Paradise Place is above average. Skin feels like a real banger of a closer. Reissues of this album would also add Israel as a bonus track. Not everyone was happy that this album had less noticeable punk vibes and more noticeable electronic vibes, so this album was not necessarily well received by some people, but I think it's their first great album. If for anything, the fact that it maybe had a little bit more of an electronic energy, a little bit more where post-punk was going, if that makes any sense. In 1981, Juju was released, the band's 4th album. Spellbound is an absolute classic. It's a great opener. Into the Light makes it clear that this is more of a guitar album. This album has much more of a sense of momentum to it. Arabian Nights is a strongly psychedelic-flavored post-punk jam. Halloween is fun. Monitor, Night Shift, very, very goth. If Kate Bush was going to do a goth record, it would sound like this. Sin in My Heart, fun with tempo. Headcut, Voodoo Dolly. Feel like songs from the first two albums, but that aged better. Here's the thing about this album. This honestly is their first. This is a great album. It's more great than Kaleidoscope. If I were to tinker around there and slide left and right and kind of sort them out like that. Once Upon a Time, the singles was the first best of collection from the band. It put together some previously released singles that weren't on albums up to that point, like Hong Kong Garden, Israel. It's a pretty solid collection. I mean, the thing about best of collections is, what do you say? It's a good collection. I wouldn't say it's necessary. Kiss in the Dream House dropped in 1982. Why was Cascade not a single? Then it's one of their best deep tracks, in my opinion. It's a great opener. Green Finger is all right. That recorder part works. Obsession is very neo-psychedelia. She's a Carnival has some fun moments. Circle is okay. Melt is genuinely Baroque. Cocoon is kind of post-punk jazz. Slowdive is one of their best songs. Leaning into krautrock was a very good choice for this band. This is another great Siouxsie and the Banshees album. I think it's pretty safe to say they'd hit their stride. In November of 1983, the live album Nocturne dropped. I'm not going to go into any kind of track-by-track breakdown of this album other than to say this album has great energy to it, and it's a really good live album. I'm going to go ahead and say it's a great album, even though I don't normally say that about live albums a lot. Robert Smith was playing guitar while they toured, so it's kind of interesting to see, or to hear, I guess I should say, maybe his sort of spin. His spin on the guitar sound makes you wonder, what if he'd been the guitarist all along? What would Siouxsie and the Banshees have sounded like? Hyena was released in June of 1984. It was their first album to chart in the United States. Finally, right? This is the only studio album with Robert Smith as a member of the band. Dazzle, when it starts, it tricks you into thinking, did I mistakenly purchase a Leonard Bernstein album or something? But then no, Siouxsie's just dropping a not very subtle hint that this album is going to be their most orchestral release to that point. And yes, that is the London Symphonic Orchestra. We Hunger is one of the more energetic songs on the album. Take Me Back is good. Belladonna hints at some later works like Oh Baby, maybe. Swimming Horses was a single that really tells a story if you're paying attention to the lyrics. It's about an organization that rescues Middle Eastern women who are about to be put to death for their supposed premarital crimes, if you know what I mean. Running Town is quintessential Siouxsie and the Banshees. Pointing Bone sounds a lot like what they've done before, so it's just kind of okay. I mean, it's not bad. Blow the House Down, yes, that's a solid track. So people had mixed feelings about the more orchestral direction of the album. I do think this is a little bit more hit or miss than what had happened before, so I would drop it on the good tier. Still good. Good is good. Look it up. The Thorn EP dropped in October of 1984, just a few months after. This was an EP that featured some reworked versions of previously released tracks. John Valentine Carruthers joined the band as guitarist, so part of that was just to introduce him. I kind of feel like this is just okay. Kind of feel like it's not necessary, and I'll tell you why in a little while. We'll get to that. Tinderbox dropped in April of 1986. This is a very focused, very confident album from Siouxsie and the Banshees. This album just moves. Candyman confidently opens the album. It's a song about child abuse, and Siouxsie sounds noticeably angry in this track, almost like there's a little bit of grit in her teeth here and there. Sweetest Chill and This Unrest, classic post-punk vibes. Cities and Dust. This is my favorite Siouxsie and the Banshees song. This is the song that really helped me discover them at the time. I'm not going to sit here and tell you I was cool enough to be a 12-year-old kid listening to, The Scream when it dropped. So I did eventually go backwards with them, just like I did The Cure starting in the mid-'80s. Anyway, Cities and Dust, I think I saw that in 120 Minutes one night. It's one of the best alternative songs of the 80s, in my opinion. And it's about Pompeii. Did you know that? You probably. Cannons is also a pretty solid dance rock track. 92 Degrees. Interesting story there. It's based on the idea, supposedly a survey, some sort of research happened that indicated that more murders happened at the temperature of 92 degrees than any other temperature. Below that, people were comfortable and just feeling better mood. Above that, it was just too hot to do anything. But 92 was just the right temperature to make people pissed off. I don't know if it's true or not. That's just the story. Land's End is just the right ending for this album. In my opinion, this is a classic 80s alternative album. I will accept no argument otherwise. That's better than a great album. In March of 1987, Through the Looking Glass. Now, that's a covers album, which was not what I was hoping for, but it's not bad. I think that your opinions on the covers are going to depend on whether or not you like the originals in the first place. So, This Wheel's on Fire. Okay, I'm cool with Dylan. Your Lost Little Girl, Always Loved the Doors, Sea Breezes, Roxy Music, The Passenger, the Iggy Pop classic, Hall of Mirrors. Shit, I just like saying Kraftwerk. It's that thing that happens when you have to follow up a masterpiece. What do you do? How do you do it? So, in my opinion, they sort of decided, let's just do something else and not worry about it. We'll worry about that later. Well, later was 1988 with the release of Peep Show. In my opinion, this album is where the creative juices really started to flow with Siouxsie and the Banshees. And that's saying a lot if you think about it. Peekaboo. Did they ever do a more fun song than this? What else sounds like Peekaboo? Built on a backwards loop of a brass part originally intended for a different song. Pop Matters put it at number 18 of their 100 greatest alternative singles of the 80s list. It was originally going to be a B-side of The Passenger from the previous album, but they realized it was too good. MTV loved it. The song earned a Grammy nomination for Best Alternative Music Performance. Their only one, somehow. Accordion. I don't think you could argue that it was their biggest hit. If not in the UK, everywhere else, so you probably could say it was their biggest hit worldwide. The Killing Jar made it to number 2 on the American Modern Rock chart. Scarecrow's a good song. Burn Up. Cello! But I'm not entirely sure I got the hang of this one. Ornaments of Gold. Cities and Dust meets This Wheel's on Fire, right? The ballad, The Last Beat of My Heart. A lot of people have covered this. When I was listening to this over the weekend and making notes, I thought to myself, man, I could hear Shirley Manson singing this. I could totally hear Garbage doing a cover of this. Rhapsody eases in, stirs up some drama, and then gently fades away. Peep Show is the band's creative peak, in my opinion. It's peak Siouxsie and the Banshees. It's also one of those classic late 80s alternative modern rock records when that was really starting to become a thing. Peep Show is that album. In 1991, while they were busy co-headlining Lollapalooza, they dropped Superstition. Kiss Them For Me is in my top 5 Siouxsie and the Banshees songs. I love that song. Tablas! Come on, people, tabla! This song this song made it into the top 40 in the United States. MTV was all over it. The song is about Jane Mansfield. She was a popular actress / sex symbol, which is an old-timey term for she was a hot mama, in the 1950s. Fear of the Unknown. I did not like this song at first, but then over time it really grew on me. Somehow, at the time it struck me as sort of an empty-calorie Siouxsie and the Banshees song. Let's record a song that sounds like us. How much effort do we have to put into this? None. But then somehow, over time, I thought Kiss Them For Me was a brilliant song, and this was just not the song that should have come next, if that makes any sense. Drifter has this sort of gothic western vibe. It's pretty cool. Little Sister is classic melancholy. Shadow Time was a single. It's a pretty blatantly pop, but in a good way. Especially the version that was released as a single had more synthesizers. It was a little catchier. Silly Thing is not my favorite track on the album. Got to Get Up has a cool groove to it. Budgie really makes this work. Silver Waterfalls has Simple Minds vibes to me. It's an alright song. Softly is beautiful. Somehow it's beautiful and it's very immersive. The Ghost in You is a song about Tiananmen Square. So, not exactly a softball of a topic. Face to Face was added on to this eventually on streaming configurations and reissues. It was part of the Batman Returns soundtrack. Some pressings of Superstition have that. Superstition still has a lot of really good moments. It's still a great album, really. Twice Upon a Time, the singles, was released in 1992. It is a singles collection focusing on later singles like Peekaboo's on it, Kiss Them For Me. The Killing Jar is on it. It's a good collection, and we'll just leave it at that. And the final Siouxsie and the Banshees studio album, The Rapture, dropped in January of 1995. It was led by the single Oh Baby, first track on the album. I like this song, but somehow, I don't know, in a way it feels like Peekaboo Part 2 to me. It's poppy, for sure, and I like it. If it rolls up on one of my playlists, I'm like, oh baby. Just, quietly, because nobody needs to hear me sing. Stargazer has classic Siouxsie and the Banshees vibes. Fall from Grace, Not Forgotten, Sick Child. It was written by Budgie. I'm not sure what it's about, but if you listen to the lyrics, you can get some ideas. The Lonely One is okay. Falling Down is the first track on this album that doesn't remind me exactly of some other Siouxsie and the Banshees song. The instrumentation on Forever. Thumbs up to this one. Maybe the best song in the album. The title track. Here's everything we've ever recorded before slowed down and mixed into one 11-minute song. I don't know. To me, that song doesn't really go anywhere. The Double Life is dark and brooding, but not entirely memorable. Love Out Me closes the album. Quite a bit of energy and has a Siouxsie and the Banshees throwback vibe to it in a way. So this is a mixture of predictability and eclecticism. I'm not sure I had put those two together exactly. It's still a good album, but it's not one that I am keen to revisit with any frequency, meaning I don't. Although there are good songs on it. In 2002, the compilation The Best of Siouxsie and the Banshees dropped. So basically it's like, and every artist has at least one of these, a greatest hits package that basically literally is their greatest hits. The songs with the most exposure or the songs that got the most play on the radio or sold the most singles or did the best on MTV. And other than leaving off Oh Baby, which it was noticed, these probably are the 15 biggest hits. But I'm just going to be pretty honest with you here. I don't think that In 2002, the band got back together for a brief US-UK tour. And from that, they compiled the 7-year Itch Live. This is from performances in London. It's a 14-track CD, a 2-LP vinyl release. The DVD featured 17 tracks. Cities and Dust was done on the album. It was only on the DVD. I think this is okay. I think Nocturne is better. It's just a better live album. So in 2004, the Downside Up box set was released. A 4-disc set, B-sides, unreleased tracks. The Thorn EP was brought back and incorporated into this collection, so that was a good way to get that. Eve White, Eve Black, I can see why that, or I can hear why that wasn't an album cut. That's kind of out there. She Cracked is good. El Dia de los Muertos, the B-side of Last Beat of My Heart. Isn't that interesting that's two very, very different songs. I always recommend Cure fans getting Join the Dots because there's a lot of interesting stuff on it. I'm also going to recommend Siouxsie and the Banshees fans get this. I'm not sure it's great, but it is definitely at least good. In 2009, at the BBC, 3-disc set, a lot of John Peel session stuff. He loved the band. He really helped put them on the map. He had a massive cult following by the mid-70s, late 70s in the UK. If you're from the UK, you're like, oh no. Also performances at the Apollo in Oxford at Royal Albert Hall. This is a real treasure trove of live performances. Maybe I would still say Nocturne is the best live album. Just let me have that. Finally, in 2022, vinyl-only release, All Souls. It was released on black vinyl. There was a limited edition orange vinyl pressing. These 10 tracks were selected by Siouxsie Sue to celebrate the autumn equinox and its festivities. Every song is either about the occult or death. That's essentially the unifying theme here. Spellbound had recently been used in Stranger Things, the popular Netflix show. So I think they were maybe hoping to generate some interest in Siouxsie and the Banshees because the same thing had happened with Kate Bush with Running Up That Hill. So there's potentially a new audience there. Like I said, it's 10 tracks. There are no remixes, no remasters. It's just a neat little collection. If you're a vinyl collector and you're really into all things Siouxsie and the Banshees, you might want to put that in there. So that is how the Siouxsie and the Banshees discography stacks up for me. Feel free to agree and disagree. Anyway, there's another tier list video up here if you want to move along and check that out. If you have any suggestions for a future tier list, do let me know. I did this one because it was suggested. And thanks for watching, and I'll catch you next time.